Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You are tuned in to Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin reclaims the $60,000 mark on dovish Fed commentary. JD Vance doubles down on Bitcoin. Taiwan passes Virtual Assets Service Act. And US SEC launches Project Crypto. Bitcoin has reclaimed the $60,000 mark as risk-on sentiment has increased. Fed's chairman Kevin Marsh stated that inflation risks have come down, indicating a dovish view, which comes as a relief for the crypto asset class. Looking at the regulatory clarity from the SEC, SFTC token taxonomy, that is also aiding sentiment. The second deep dive is the US Vice President JD Vance has quietly doubled down on Bitcoin. His filing shows stake up to $500,000 in his 2025 annual financial disclosure. His Bitcoin bet has grown fivefold since his first Senate disclosure. Now, of course, these public figures are disclosing the crypto holdings, which is showing more trust in the crypto system. Taiwan's legislature has approved the Virtual Asset Service Act, requiring VASPs to be licensed by FSC and giving FSC central bank oversight over fully reserved stable coins. Now, of course, this is a positive move for the regulatory approvals for Taiwan-based crypto platforms. And lastly, SEC has introduced Project Crypto as a new framework to tell token issuers before they launch whether a digital asset will be treated as a security or not. For the regulators, this reduces the uncertainty and better enforcement outcomes also come in. And before we wrap, here's a quick check on the changes to the crypto prices over the last 24 hours. We have seen a good up move coming in most of the crypto. Bitcoin, Ethereum all jumping up almost 2% and the support resistance level also shifting. We had that range of $58,000 to $60,000. Now that range has pushed up to $59,000 to $61,000, but the technical setup looks strong. Well, now is the time to take a look at the crypto strategy for the day. Here's what's there to keep in mind today. Looking at the market outlook, there seems to be a cautious rebound happening. This is, of course, on a macro relief, which is aiding the sentiment, and that's the levels which I spoke about. That 60,000 level for Bitcoin has been reclaimed, but this might be a short-lived technical bounce. The resistance range, however, has moved up between that $60,000 to $62,000 segment. And historically speaking, whenever there is a US holiday weekend, there seems to be more accumulation in crypto, especially with the Friday holiday is also there. So that's a pretty interesting take on the retail accumulation over this long weekend. Now, as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulation, taxation, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Good morning, you're watching Ask Profit on NDTV Profit with me, Somit Sarkar, and my co-anchor Mahima. Here, this is the show where we'll be taking all your queries with, be it fundamental or technical. We have both the guests on the show today and we'll be try to address as much as query on the show today. But before that, if you look at the market, the Nifty, it has been gaining for the second consecutive session, but it is facing some resistance around the 24,100 level. 24,100, 24,150 and 24,200 have been seen as a resistance at least for the last 15 odd trading session, and that continues for the benchmark. But second straight day of gains. Nifty Bank just up around 90 odd points in trade. When it comes to sectoral indices, IT, which has been a loser, has bounced back in trade very strongly. This is on the back of strong performance seen in the global indices. Accenture was up around 5.5%. Infosys ADR was also up around 3 odd percent in trade, and today Nifty IT is up around 4% in trade. On the losing side, FMCG, which was cruising in trade yesterday, is now down around 0.2% in trade. When it comes to stock-specific action, on the F&O side, Exide Industries is up nearly 7 odd percent. Now, a few of the market experts indicate this could be because of the fall in lead prices and because of the fact that its plant has become has been operationalized now. Apart from that, it's all IT names on the gaining side. Infosys, Coforge, Emphasis, all are up around 3 or more than 3% in trade. Avenue Supermarts down around 3% for the second straight session. Yesterday we did indicate that there are some concerns related to the store addition, and that is the reason why the stock has been falling in trade. Today it's down 2.7%. Top F&O loser in trade, followed by Phoenix Mill and Page Industries down around 1.7%. Colgate, BHL, L&T down anywhere close to 1 odd percent in trade. But now let's welcome in our fundamental guest. Firstly, Tapan Doshi is joining us from CA Tapan.in, and Kush Bora is the technical guest joining us on the show to address your queries. Starting off with the very first query, it's on Fujiyama Limited. Christopher from Chandigarh has around 1400 shares of Fujiyama, bought at a price of 325. He wants to know the view for the next 3 years. Tapan, any view on Fujiyama?
Not Fujiyama. Now, if you see the last quarterly result, now if you see, no, it was okay, but the stock has already gone up a lot. And if you see the quarterly result, I think that is where guidance also looks positive. I think from here, next few quarters will be good. Again, the overall power theme is doing well. Only the thing we have to say that whether they are able to maintain the margin or not, because the working capital intensity is quite there and raw material price volatility is there. Otherwise, they are beneficial of PM Surya Ghar and healthy RO is there. So I am quite positive. Hold on to the stock. Valuation is little bit higher, so don't add new, but hold the stock.
Next query is coming in from the next query is coming in from Nand Gopal. He wants to put close to 2 lakh rupees in small cap defense names. He has suggested few: MTAR Tech, Astral, Centrum Electronics, Aventel for the next 6 to 12 months period. Kush, have you seen any of these counters on chart? Anything that looks attractive?
First up, a very good morning, guys. Yeah, I think the defense story is here to stay. Of course, it'll have its volatility, and you will see sharp gashes of profit booking after a sharp up move in a lot of these names. My suggestion, yes, you can consider MTAR. It's cooling off a little, but I would still prefer the likes of Paras Defense and Krishna Defense. So maybe you can divide your funds amongst these 3 names. Okay.
The next query is coming in from Abdul Rashad from Kerala. He wants to know whether is it a right time to put money in Indian Oil Corporation or Canara Bank for the next 6 months. Kush, any target stop loss for IOCL and Canara Bank?
Yeah, Indian Oil, again, not a big fan of the sector, not really very constructive. But because you have a very specific query, I would suggest if you do enter, keep a stop loss at the 136, 135 mark. That's the range. Breakout above 148 will bring momentum in it. But like I said, not very constructive, long phase of consolidation. Canara Bank is something that you can consider. It is seeing lower high, lower low formations. It is seeing some selling pressure. But there is a base formation attempt at the 123, 124 zone. Banking on the whole looks good. So with a tight stop loss at 123, you can make a positional bet on Canara Bank. But as I had done this morning, my preferred pick is Karur Vysya Bank in the pack and SBI among the larger ones.
Right, the first caller query coming in from Rakesh from Bangalore. Rakesh, you can go ahead and ask your query.
Hi sir, I'm holding Kaplan Point Labs at 1850, around 45 shares. I'm holding it from more than a year now. Should I hold it more or sell it?
And you can hold for long term?
Yes.
Okay. Tapan, any view on Kaplan Point?
See, Kaplan point, no, actually, the lot of issue is coming from US FD, regulatory risk is there. Again, if you see, they are much more concerned on Latin America. Last quarterly result was okay, and they are going to have some more US launches in coming quarters, and new products approvals are expected. Of course, it's a cash balance sheet. At this level, I think valuation looks okay to me. Hold on currently, and on dips, you can buy maybe 10-15% down going. You can buy more also.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Kaplan Point. The next one that we have is coming in on Reliance Industries, and this is from our viewer who's writing us from Chennai. Kush, I'll come to you on the charts as to how you're viewing this one. This is Ram, by the way, from Chennai. He's holding at the levels of 1400. Continue to hold. His time horizon is slightly, long. It's from a 1 year perspective. But what are the charts suggesting?
Yeah, so things are starting to look constructive for Reliance Industries now. If you'll remember the last week, because of the expiry, we said 1350, massive call option congestion, and hence the stock will respect, those levels. We did see the stock hit those levels and, retrace from there. Now there are positive divergences on the weekly setup. You are seeing some accumulation. The only issue is that his buying price is slightly elevated. So from a year's perspective, yes, there's a good possibility that the stock can cross 1400 and higher levels, right? So my suggestion would be to hold, keep tight stop losses near the recent swing low, which is close to about 1250, 1225 zones. But yes, continue to hold. A rebound expected in Reliance in the coming months.
The next query is coming in from Raghav from Hyderabad. He wants to know the fundamental view on ZF Commercial. Tapan, any view on this counter?
Can you spell the name again?
ZF Commercial, ZFCVC. The ticker.
ZFCVC.
Yeah.
Okay. See, ZFCVC, if you see here, if I see the results and all that, I think that is where the problem is here. It's quite a volatile, and here I think the margin compression is already there. The revenue is not going up so much. If you see the fundamental, I think still the big triggers are not coming, and it has been there for a long time. So my take is, I think, hold the stock, but don't add it, because I think it's still headwinds are there. And if in one quarter it's not going up, then you can sell also.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have, I think, is from Murthy, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about BST Industries. He wants to know, Kush, whether from a slightly long-term perspective, is this the right time to enter the stock? What would you recommend?
Very interesting choice, I would say, because this one did pop on my radar, but it's going through a long consolidation phase, like a very long consolidation phase, at least in terms of the months, right? April onwards, the stock's actually been in that 250 on the downside to about 265, 270 on the upside, that range. Now, mind you, this is coming on the back of a very sharp up move that the stock had in the month of March. So, with this kind of a healthy consolidation after an uptick, I think this is a good base formation for the next leg of jump. I would consider entering it, but I would keep a tight stop loss at 250 and more of a positional bet, because right now it's in a consolidation phase. Momentum is missing, but you can buy and keep a tight stop loss at 250.
Okay. Next is a caller query coming in from Mumbai. Ajay, you can go ahead and ask your query. Ajay? Okay, it was on Vikram Solar. He has around 3,600 shares, bought at a price of 189. Tapan, he wants to know the long-term view on this counter, Vikram Solar.
Lot of headwinds in solar industry, because the margin are under pressure, because a lot of competition is there, over capacity is there. Yes, but if you see from here, their working capital intensity is high, so that is a problem. And cell manufacturing execution risk is there, but demand is strong, there is no doubt about it, but whether they will be able to maintain the margin, that is a problem. So my take is I'll not go for a buy from here, because I feel that all these companies will consolidate this level. So for me, at a higher level, sell only.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is from Dr. Bharat, who's writing us from Andhra Pradesh. He says that he's been holding Kirloskar Bros since some time, and he wants to know as to whether it still has enough potential to kind of continue to hold. Kush, we've seen a good run up on this one. Do you think the rally will continue or book partial profits?
Is there a buying price that has been mentioned?
No, not really.
Fair enough. No, so he's right. He's right that the rally has been stellar in this one, especially in the last few weeks. What you're seeing now is, of course, profit booking, and that's a healthy sign. So if you have 6 to 12 month kind of a view, slightly from that kind of a horizon, you should very well continue continue to hold. This is low volume profit booking after a sharp run up. Like I said, very healthy. In any case, I would suggest a stop loss at 1865. That's a support zone and currently the 20-day moving average. So keep your stop losses at that level and continue to hold Kirloskar Brothers.
Right.
Okay, the next one that we have is on MRPL. So Sheila from Bellary, she keeps asking, about this counter every now and then. And she says her buying price is 179. She's holding around 5,227 odd shares. And she wants to know the short-term targets on this one. Though she's sitting on a loss right now, Kush. Do you think she can continue to hold this one? It'll reach her buying price and maybe beyond that?
This is a bit of a curious case because while from a medium term perspective, if you take about a year and a half's time frame, the stock has a rising trend line support. But if you go a slightly near term, 3 to 4 months, there's been a stiff fall in trend line resistance. So every rise there has been selling pressure. And right now the stock sits very close to that, long term rising trend line support, which comes at 147. So my suggestion, because there is some traction in it and the stock's been attempting to move higher, you should continue to hold, but your stop losses on this one should be very tight. So close to the 143, 145 mark, keep your stop losses. If those levels are broken, then the uptrend will fail and then you're better off exiting right now. So for now, hold, but keep your stop losses in 143, 145 zone.
Okay, the next query is coming in from Naga Babu from Andhra Pradesh. He wants to know whether is it a right time to enter Karur Vysya Bank for long term. Tapan, any view on this, Karur Vysya Bank?
Yeah, good bank. If you see the last quarterly result is also good. And from here, I think they are going to control NPA, and that is what management is quite optimistic about it. Retail MSME growth looks good. Credit growth will be around 14 to 16% and ROA of almost 1.7%, which is quite good. It's sustainable. So strong asset quality profile. Yes, so he can buy at this level, even at a dip, he can buy for the long term.
Okay, all right. The next one is coming in on Standard Engineering. Harsha has bought at the levels of 11.5. So 115 is the buying price, and wants to know if whether she can continue to hold or book profits on this one. Kush, what would you recommend?
The buy price is 115.
115 is what she's written.
No, of course. I mean, the stock's gone through the roof. I mean, like a near vertical rise. Again, I don't track this stock very closely. Relatively recent, not recent per se, but been more than a year. The move's just staggering. So what you can do is book about 20-25% right now. Continue to hold the rest with trailing stop losses, and as and when the stock dips, you're better off exiting. Right now, it's got a very strong momentum going for it. So please continue to ride, but you want to take some money off the table as well. So book 20-25%, hold the rest with a stop loss at about 260 to 75.
Okay, the next query is coming in from Rituraj from Bangalore. He's holding 1,000 shares of SJVN and bought at a price of 71.8. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this counter for the next 3 years. Mr. Tapan, any view on this?
Yeah, see, big capacity is coming for SJV, almost 25 gigawatt plus capacity by 2030. Again, renewable pipeline is expanding. Only the thing is the project execution delay is much more. And again, high capex requirement. So you have to see the working capital stress on profitability. Otherwise, strong hydro and renewable portfolio, no doubt about it, and government-backed PSU. So my take is yes, hold on to the stock because future looks good and valuation is okay only, not a problem. Hold on to the stock.
Okay, all right. The next one, I think Ravi is calling us from Hyderabad. Ravi, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, very good morning. The query is on GVT in T&D India.
Okay.
Currently, I'm holding 18 shares bought at 3170.
Okay.
Since the stock is under support, which is trading under support level, shall I book profits or shall I stay invested?
Okay, Ravi, got your question. I take this up with Kush then. Kush, what would you recommend for G Vernova TND?
It looks like he does follow some sort of technical analysis, right? So, and he's actually spot on in terms of his buying price, 1, and 2 in terms of his support level, figuring as well. Because right now, if you see, the stock has been in a very steep upward sloping channel, and the support for that one actually comes in at 46.75. So yes, the stock came close to those levels and is now rebounding. How I would typically play this is because you're sitting in a good profit and the stock has a primary trend which is positive. You should keep your stop loss losses at the trailing, at the support level. So maybe around these 4675, 4600 levels, you can keep your stop losses and continue to ride. Because if the stock rebounds from here and moves higher, then you could have much better gains from these levels. So my suggestion: continue to hold, but keep your stop loss in the 4600 to 4675 zone.
Right. The next query is coming in. Okay, we start our rapid fire segment. So Kush and Tapan would request you to keep your answers short. The first one is coming in from Dulal Mitra from Calcutta. He wants to know for the next 6 to 12 months which is better, Karnataka Bank or South Indian Bank? Kush.
Between KTK and South Indian Bank?
Yeah.
I would suggest you can go with KTK Bank. Keep your stop losses at 260.
Okay, the next one is on Laurus Labs. KPS Rao has bought 1200 shares at the levels of 340 from the last 4 years. He wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one. He's a long-term investor. Tapan, your view?
Yeah, hold and buy on dips also.
The next query is on Vedanta Iron and Steel, and it's for you, Tapan. Khurshid from Delhi is holding 1100 shares, bought at a price of 22 rupees. Since listing, he's been holding. Should he continue to hold this counter for long term?
Yeah, currently hold.
The next one is on Bajaj Housing Finance. Our viewer has bought it at the levels of 124. 250 shares is what he or she is holding. Wants to know whether they can continue to hold this for the next 2 odd years. Tapan?
Yeah, you can hold a little bit average at this level also.
The next query is on Equita Small Finance Bank for you, Kush. Madhu Babu from Hyderabad has bought 2200 shares at a price of 81 rupees. He wants to know the short-term target on this counter. He can wait for the next 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, slightly elevated levels, but the trend is positive. So yes, you should continue to hold. Keep a stop loss at 72. From a near-term perspective, I'm looking at targets of 82, and once that is taken out, even 90 kind of levels. Entire pack is doing well. Equitas also can do well going forward.
Okay, the next one is an interesting one. Seema Jain from Jodhpur says she's bought Swaraj engines, considering that she'd got a tip saying that this could be a multi-bagger, whether she can continue to hold this one or not. Just for the sake of deviating, you should not rely on tips is the first thing that is the advice. But Tapan, overall, your view on Swaraj engines?
No, currently hold, not a problem.
Right, the next query is from Asifa from Pune. She is holding 50 shares of Tata Power, bought at a price of 429, currently sitting on a loss. Kush, should she exit?
Yes.
Okay, the next one is on Bharti Airtel. The average buying price is 1849. 50 shares is what Vikram from Bengaluru is holding. He wants to know if he can continue to hold this for the next 5 years. Tapan?
Yeah, good stock, hold.
The next query is on Piramal Pharma for you, Kush. The viewer is holding around 200 shares, bought at a price of 228. Current price is 169. Should she continue to hold this counter?
Attempted recovery, I would suggest hold, but with a tight stop loss at 158.
Okay, Anantraj bought at the levels of 603. Jayakrishan from Kerala wants to know from a 6 months perspective, continue to hold, exit, Kush?
Oh, Anantraj, you should continue to hold. Stop loss 505.
Okay, the next one is on Graphite India. It's for you, Tapan. Naveen from Bangalore is holding few shares, bought at a price of 635. Should he hold or sell for long term?
Sell.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Sai Parentals. Our viewer wants to know whether at the current market price is a good time to enter. Kush, any view?
Not a chance. In fact, we discussed this in the morning. If you have, you should book profits on this one.
The next query is on IQ Tech, and it's for you, Kush. Arni Agnihotri from Pune is holding 225 shares, bought at a price of 230. Should he continue to hold for short term?
Sorry, you'll have to
IQ Tech.
You'll have to give me the code. I'm sorry.
I don't have the
It's
code.
alright. We probably will come back to it after the break.
Okay,
Yeah.
no worries then. Okay, and it's time to slip into a short break. I was just trying to get the code of that. It is IKIO Technologies, right? So the code is IKIO. If you can try to pull that chart up. Enough data?
Got it. Yeah, there is falling channel resistance, consolidating, not very constructive. I'd give it a miss right now.
Alright, okay. So that's the view, of course, on IKEO Technologies. But viewers, with that, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. But we'll be taking more queries on the other side, so do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन
सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a meeting of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings.
Bro, where's the hook?
Cross-platform, digital first, virality.
Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of real.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, a show that gets all your stock-related queries answered. By the way, just a quick look as to how the markets are doing. The Nifty 50 is almost at the same place where we saw half an hour ago, 24,100 levels, up by about 0.4 odd %. So is the Bank Nifty around the 58,000 levels, up by about 0.2 odd %. The Nifty IT is really stealing the show today, up almost 4%. I mean, if you can try to pull up the constituents as well, you have a lot of names trading above that 4% mark. Infosys, Coforge, Emphasis, HCL Tech, etc. TCS, Persistent System, Tech Mahindra also trading above that 2 to 3% mark. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let's start taking your queries. The next one that we have is from Pakshal, who's writing us from Jodhpur, asking about PSU banks. He says that he wants to invest into PSU banks from a slightly long-term perspective, and says top bets instead of SBI is what he wants to know about. Tapan, I'll come to you on this one. Any view with regards to, or any picks in the PSU bank space right now?
I think Canara Bank is one of the bank now which he can look at it now, because overall this bank has been doing well, and even the business updates are good. So yes, I think NPA will be in control, and the net interest margin will go up. So yes, I'll go for Canara Bank for a long term if he wants to.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Z, and this is from our viewer Rajesh, who's holding 1,000 odd shares at the levels of 168. Continue to hold. Kush, your view on the charts? I saw that.
You saw that.
Yeah.
No, not really, because there is a lot of activity in terms of the corporate actions going on at the at the company right now. Maybe if you want to give yourself a chance of a lesser loss, and some recovery in the stock, please hold it with a stop loss at 98. Otherwise, the structure is not very constructive. You see rebounds every now and then, but they get sold into. So yeah, like I said, if you want to give yourself a chance, hold, but with a tight stop loss at 98.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is from Jayashree, who's writing us from Coimbatore, asking about dollar industries, and she wants to know from a short-term perspective, what's the view like? I mean, Kush, the textile pack as a whole, right? Not just the textile, even the retailers have been doing well. But for dollar industry specific, what is the view on the charts?
Yeah, not very constructive, I would say. I mean, not really going anywhere. And like you said, if the sector is doing well and the stock's not participating, not something that you should keep on your radar. So I would avoid, dollar industries. Yes, there's been a rise, but not a meaningful one like the entire sector has done. So not very constructive. Nevertheless, if you do want to enter, then stop loss at about 255 mark. Not my top pick.
Okay, all right. The next one is on Patel Engineering. Sharath from Mysore is holding 100 odd shares at the levels of at an average price of 30 rupees, by the way, and he wants to hold this from a long-term perspective. Can he maybe even add more? Tapan, any view on this one?
Yes, if you talk about Patel Engineering, order inflow is quite healthy, and the government infrastructure spending is going to go up. The only thing is the receivable cycle remains long for Patel Engineering, but they are a hydro EPC leadership. They are a beneficiary of infrastructure boom. I am quite positive on the stock. Overall, if you see last quarter result was also okay. So yes, hold it. I think around 32, he can add more if he wants to add more for long term.
The next one is on Maruti Suzuki. Vijay from Chennai wants to know the short-term target on this one. He's not entered yet, but Kush, what would you recommend?
Yeah, very constructive on Maruti, and of course it's run up also quite a bit, in the last few sessions, in the last few weeks. The immediate target for this one would be 14,850, where the 200-day moving average is. And once that is taken out, the next congestion zone really comes in at about 15,500. I'm rounding it off about 100.0 there. So 14,850 and 15,500, these should be your targets on the upside. On the downside, 13,800, that's a support zone, should act as your stop loss.
Okay, the next one is on Hindustan Copper. 500 shares bought at the levels of 563, sitting on a loss of over 34,000 rupees. Let's try to pull the chart up. Our viewer wants to know whether to accumulate more. He says he's a long-term investor. Tapan, what would you recommend?
Not now. I think all the metal prices, base metal prices are going down, so this stock will be impacted. Maybe 5-10% below, he can start thinking about in an SIP manner, he can add it. But overall, yes, for future, the future looks good for Hindustan Copper. Almost 12 MTPA project target is there for them. The only thing is it depends on the copper prices, so you have to keep in mind. But yes, add it maybe 10-15% down from here.
The next query is coming in from Subrata Mukherjee from Kolkata. It's on Jindal Steel and Power. Kush, any view on this counter from medium-term perspective?
Yeah, no, I'd wait up on this. It had a good run, but for the past about 8 or 9 weeks consecutively, it's been, ending in the red. Now approaching, a rounding top formation support. Of course, it comes in slightly deeper at 985, 990 levels, but it's nevertheless approaching those levels. If that is broken, the fall could deepen. I would suggest if you don't have a position right now, hold up, don't buy. See if it tests and holds around that 985, 990 zone, and maybe then we can consider. For now, there is volume-backed, down move persisting, after the kind of fall that it's seen. So wait up, levels to watch 990, 985.
All right, okay. The next one that we have is on JB Chemical. Siddhi is holding 519 shares at the levels of 2207. She wants to know from a 1 to 2 months perspective, what could be the target on this one? It's seen a good rally. What would you recommend, Kush?
Yeah, good pick. It's been one of our recommendations as well a while back, but it's had a good run ever since there also. Volume accumulation is fairly healthy. Nothing really magnificent right now, but healthy enough for this uptrend to continue. Price action is constructive. I would suggest you can very well continue to hold, but keep a trailing stop loss because the stocks actually had a bit of run up. No negative divergences or anything suggesting that it could see any kind of dip right now, but because it's had a run, profit booking could be around the corner. Hold, but with a tight stop loss at your buying price as the trailing stop loss.
Okay, the next query is coming in from okay, he hasn't mentioned his name, the viewer, but it's for you, Kush. He's holding few shares of JM Financial and he wants to know the technical view for the next 6 months on the counter. He's holding 275 shares, bought at a price of 130.94.
Okay, so a fairly volatile counter, very volatile counter, gives you big swings. Right now, it is seeing a falling trend line resistance, which actually comes in at about 130, 133 zone. So for now, because it's very close to your buying price, I would suggest a hold. Expect big moves once 133 is taken out. On the downside, stop losses close to the 118, 120 zones. But right now, momentum seems to be missing and there is an overhang. So maybe above 133, you could see a big move. So for now, continue to hold.
Okay, all right. We've got Kalyani calling us from Hyderabad. Kalyani, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, good morning to you all. Ma'am, I have many of the tech shares. Of them, particularly say Wipro, I have 200 shares at an average of 215 rupees. So once they have said the tech shares shine has come down and AI is going to dominate totally. But now once again the talk is AI is taking the back seat. Correct. So will the tech shares shine? Will Wipro raise again? I want a general view on this, and particularly from Mr. What's his name? Kush madam.
Okay. All right.
One thing I want to put in here.
Yeah.
I know the morning talk show and all will be there. Since ladies, we have to attend to our domestic needs. We are unable to listen at that time. So I'm requesting for that specific query, ma'am. His opinion on this.
Sure. Kalyani, got your point, and I'll take this up with Kush. Kush, Wipro, what is the view like? And overall, do you think there could be a possibility that sentiment on IT stocks could turn?
So first off, thank you, Kalyani, for directing the query at me. And she's quite right when she says that, you perhaps, that is also, an audience that we need to cater to, very rightly identified. My concern is that Wipro never even made the cut, at least for me personally, never even made the cut in terms of, a tech stock, that I could go out and buy. Like I've said, there is HCL Tech, TCS, Infosys, and then you jump to the smaller names, right? You are seeing that kind of a hangover on Wipro. My suggestion right now would be that, you exit the share Wipro right now. You could park, those funds partly between Persistent because it's already given quite a bit of fall, the risk reward ratio is favorable, and a part of it between, and the rest of it in Coforge. I am not seeing a reversal kind of a move in IT right now, but with the kind of massive overselling, there could be a rebound, and we're starting to see the first signs of that today itself, right? So this rebound play could well continue. So my suggestion, you can exit from Wipro right now and divide the funds, or maybe pick one of the two, which is Persistent or Coforge.
Okay. The next query is coming in on KIMS. It's from Murli from Hyderabad. He's holding 30 shares, bought at a price of 350. He wants to know the upside target. He can hold for more than 1 year. Tapan, any view on KIMS?
Yeah, KIMS is a good stock, and if you see the demand is also strong in bad addition. If you see it's going to drive the growth. I think more than double-digit bad addition is there. Of occupancies of almost more than 75%. If you see the doctor retention and all that staff cost remains the key, how much it will go up. But if you healthy cash flow is there, so there is no, I think margin hopefully slowly and gradually it will go up. So yes, please hold this stock and buy on dips, both category. I think it lies on.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Eternal. Deepak from Bengaluru has bought around 550 shares at the average price of 119. He wants to know from a slightly long-term perspective whether he can continue to hold this one or not. So, for sure, good levels to buy Eternal at. But Tapan, overall, what's the view like?
Yeah, it's much. This stock is much better placed than Swiggy and all that. And of course, congratulations. I think he's already in a good profit. From here, we have to see how Blinkit expansion is going to be there, and now dark store network will go up. Plus, we have to see the profitability of Blinkit. I think management is quite positive. So currently hold for 1 or 2 quarter more and check the results always. But yes, currently hold.
Next query is coming in from Lavanya from Iluru. She wants to know whether is it a right time to enter Siemens Energy. Tapan, any view here?
So stock is good, but the thing is valuation on a higher side, but transmission business is going to do well. HVDC demand is quite high in coming quarters also, and these companies they expertise in that. Order book is quite good. Of course, valuation on a higher side, but I stay with this stock because I think 5-10 years now the power thing will do well. So this stock may also do well. So yes, hold on to this stock.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on L&T. Nalini from Ahmedabad wants to know whether she can do an SIP into this stock for the next 12 to 18 odd months. Tapan, would you recommend that?
Yeah, she can do it. Even at this level also she can add it, because I think now the international division will also do well, because many orders from Middle East they may get it because of this war situation. So there the margin may expand. Their margin is much better, Middle East margin. Domestic will do well because capex is increasing by the government. So yes, both the factor is working for L&T. Yes, you can buy at this level, can do an SIP also from here.
Okay, the next one that we have is on HAL. This is from Siva, who's writing us from Amravati. He's bought 1,000 odd shares at the levels of 5050 and wants to know whether he can continue to hold for the next 6 months or sell at this moment. Kush, this query is for you. What is your view on the charts?
Yeah, he can hold. It's just that the momentum's seriously missing. It's making lower high, lower low formations. There are multiple resistances around the corner. And even when the rest of the pack did well, this one moved, but not as much, right? So we're seeing relatively smaller names, do their thing right now, and not, the HALs and BLs and BDLs of the world. So because stock is consolidating, there could be a breakout. You could, hold this one. I would suggest a stop loss at 4150, 4200 zone. But from a 6-month perspective, unless something changes materially, I doubt if he'll be able to see, those buying prices. Of course, slightly elevated levels from here, and there could be a reduction in loss.
The next query is coming in from S. Sankaranarayan, and he wants to know on NSDL. He has 50 shares, bought at a price of 988. He's a long-term investor. Tapan, any view on NSDL?
See, the valuation is rich now, but much more depend on the capital market. See, Demat account is continuing growing, and capital market penetration is going to rise in future. The only thing is, as it is depending on the market volume, we have to check that regulatory changes are possible. But high ROE, debt free, it will be a slow mover, but I think he can hold on to this stock for next 5 years. Even CDSL is also a good option. Both options are good.
Okay, all right. I think we've got Gopinath, who's calling us from Tirupati. Gopinath, very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Madam, I want to buy Laura Slab. I want entry level and short-term, long-term projects for that.
Okay, Gopinath, got your question. I'll take this up with Kush. Kush, Laura Slab, this is the right time to enter. Wait for some time.
Yeah, so first up, the stock is phenomenal in terms of the returns that it's given and the run-up that it's had, right? The only concern now is that it's overheated and you're seeing negative divergences on the weekly and the daily setup. So while this momentum could continue, I wouldn't be comfortable buying at these levels, at least from a short-term perspective. I would prefer to buy it around the 1425, 1400 zones, right? Risk-reward ratio becomes that much more, that much more favorable. So while the stock is doing well, a good entry point will be close to the 1425 mark. So maybe on declines, you should consider buying Laura Slabs, and a positional stop loss on this one would then be close to 1350.
The next query is coming in from Bindu from Hyderabad. It's on Cupid. She's holding 1,270 shares bought at a price of 86. Should she book profit or add more for long term? Tapan, any view here?
If you Cupid, no, the last few quarters are okay. I think the main thing is how they are going to perform from here, and management is quite positive. The only thing we have to maintain is that whether the revenue volatility, how much it will be. Customer concentration is a risk for this company. Product diversification, they are going to continue, and new international market also they are going to enter. See, they have a healthy cash, so I'm okay with the stock. The only thing is we have to see the quarter result. So currently hold, but do check the quarter result next how it is.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in from Gautam, who's writing us from USA, asking the right entry point for AB Capital for the next 12 to 18 odd months, and what should be the targets. Kush, your view on the charts?
Yeah, very interesting pick, I must say. The stock is actually done well, and now it's given you a breakout, after that Poland flag formation that it's had for a while now, for a good 6 months. So the stock is in an uptrend, but if you're looking for a more reasonable entry point, favorable risk reward ratio, then 365 to 370, that's the zone where it resisted and it broke out from. So if you do get a dip, maybe closer to those levels, the risk reward ratio will become very interesting. And like I said, the primary trend for this one remains, up. So with a stop loss at 330, closer to those, 360 to 370 zones is where you can consider an entry into AB Capital.
All right. Let's now cut across to the Indo-Japan strategic dialogue happening in Delhi, where NDTV CEO and Editor-in-Chief Rahul Kanwal is in conversation with Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal.
We're in very exciting times, and the man who's in the midst of a lot of that excitement is India's Minister for Commerce and Industry, Minister Piyush Goyal. Welcome to the NDTV India-Japan strategic dialogue. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome the Minister, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to start by asking you, from the lens of the Indian government, Minister Goyal, what according to you are the key takeaways you're expecting from the visit of the Japanese Prime Minister to India this time round?
Rahul, it's been a relationship of trust, a very comprehensive relationship where we have, over the years, ever since the time of Prime Minister Abe-san, Prime Minister Modi has been building and nurturing this relationship. And I believe that post the reset of our partnership into a comprehensive strategic partnership, and after the announcement in the 15th Japan-India Summit, where Japan also committed to invest 100 trillion yen, that's about $65-70 billion in India in different sectors, in infrastructure and industry. We have seen a significant increase in the engagement with Japan, whether it's on geopolitical issues, whether it's on technology issues, whether it's in investment, trade. And I suspect that this engagement over the 3-day visit of Prime Minister Takaichi-san will help evolve this partnership to take it to the next level.
The India-Japan relationship is described as being heavy on investment and light on trade. We have about $27 billion of trade. India's exports about 6 billion plus, our imports are 21 billion plus. The trade deficit is heavily skewed against us. And you've spoken about this, Minister, in the past, the need for a review of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Is that something you'll be pressing the Japanese side for during this visit? And how do you see that happen, in what form and shape?
Over the years, different partners have had different roles to play in India's economic development. Japan's engagement with India has largely been focused around investments. For that matter, but for the Japanese partnership with India, we at one point of time did not even have modern automobiles in India. It was Maruti Suzuki that came in nearly 40 years ago and brought to India a modern, affordable, technology-driven automobile, which ultimately set India on the track to become a global power in the sector of automobiles. I was just reading the figures for last month. Maruti Suzuki has a 147,000 car share out of 400,000 passenger vehicles sold in India in the month of May. So very clearly this demonstrates that they have played an important role in specific industry segments, specific infrastructure segments. I don't know if you are aware that many years ago, our first dedicated freight corridor was built with Japanese partnership in Odisha, which helped us evacuate iron ore. And they took the export of iron ore obligation also in return for investments in building up the infrastructure. So it's a partnership that has many dimensions. Trade also is an important element of this partnership, particularly given our complementary strengths. What we get from Japan are largely technology-driven products. What we sell to Japan are also value-added products. We are not selling raw materials or intermediates. We're selling high-quality, precision-engineered material, auto components, electronic components. So, in effect, this particular relationship has both the trade and investment dimension, and both are of significant value-added products. Therefore, I think it's a good partnership. We encourage more trade, we encourage more investments with Japan. The dialogue to improvise and further expand our trade basket and expand opportunities for trade is a continuing dialogue.
So the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with Japan was signed way back in 2011. We signed a similar SEPA with the UAE, and in 3 years, trade crossed $100 billion. So my question is, why is it that it's taken 15 plus years to reach just about $27.5 billion? And what are you as Trade Minister doing to try and increase the volume of trade and also improve some of the imbalances that currently prevent Indian services companies or Indian citizens going to Japan and working there, where some of the regulations are so stringent at the moment that Indians are finding it tough to grow the trade numbers?
Every country has regulations. I mean, we have our own regulations. Businesses will have to participate in the regulatory process, will have to find opportunities to expand trade. For instance, Japan is looking for a number of highly skilled caregivers. But one of the prerequisites, and I would say rightly so, is that the person should know the Japanese language. Otherwise, how are they going to be able to provide nursing facilities to the aged people in Japan? Ideally, if you have a combination of language and some knowledge of their culture, it makes it even better. Each country also has its own cultural identity. And I would think that we will have to, as industry, also make a focused effort, a much more deeper engagement with industry, with different services sectors there. We should promote language skills in India, and not only in Japanese, in several other languages. Same story goes for German language, same story goes for the French language. My sense is that people are recognizing that. In my own skill development center in Mumbai, we run classes on Japanese language and Japanese culture, which helps children get very highly paid jobs in Japan after that. As the Ministry of Commerce, we have recently come out with an export promotion mission, which has several dimensions to it, one of which is regulatory engagement with different countries. So under the EPM, we are encouraging our industry to be more forthcoming in getting regulatory approvals, which are quite expensive in Japan, and often could be the reason that people or industry has not been very forthcoming.
Governments have been complaining about it, generic drugs have been complaining about it. The time taken to get regulatory approval has been one of the concerns of India.
Undoubtedly, it's an issue that I have been discussing with my counterparts at different forums. It's an issue that will have to be resolved both at the government level and at the industry level.
The 508-kilometer long Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor, and you've been railway minister in the past, has been one of the showcases of the India-Japan partnership based on Japanese Shinkansen technology. This is also now running massively late. It's also, the cost overruns are expected to be more than 80% of the original estimates. What's your sense of where things stand at the moment? Because you're also involved in the politics of Maharashtra, where now land clearances are easier than they were in the past. But the fact is, from the Japanese lens, at some level, they blame or attribute to India the inability to allow for land to be acquired in an expeditious fashion for the rail project to come live on time.
Japan works in a very systematic manner. I have learned that over the years that the Japanese style of implementing a project is significant focus in the planning process, often extending into.
Honorable Chief Minister Shri Mohan Charan Manji ji, Honorable Minister of Industries Shri Sampat Charan Swain ji, Honorable esteemed ministers and administration from Government of Odisha, respected Mr. Saeed Basar Shoaib, MD and CEO of IHC Abu Dhabi, ladies and gentlemen and people of Odisha, Jai Jagannath, Namaskar and greetings from Adani Group. Odisha is a unique land where ancient heritage and modern aspiration come together. From the sacred Jagannath culture of Puri and the grace of Odissi dance to iconic landmark like the Konark Sun Temple and Lingaraj Temple, the state reflects a rich legacy of culture, craftsmanship and pride. The spirit of Odisha is best seen in Rath Yatra, which brings millions together in devotion and celebration. Rooted in simplicity, resilience, and harmony with nature, Odisha continues to move forward with confidence. Ancient yet modern, traditional yet innovative. Odisha is India's rich mineral resource, contributes significantly to national's industrial development. The state holds largest reserves of bauxite, over 50% of India's iron ore reserve, substantial coal reserves, supporting power and industrial growth, and rich deposits of chromite, manganese, limestone, and dolomite. This unique combination of abundant resources make Odisha one of the most strategically important industrial destinations in India and provides a strong foundation for integrated manufacturing ecosystem, including metal, energy, cement, and downstream industries. With an extremely proactive government under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, along with strong policy support, Odisha is transitioning from a raw material supplier to a value-added manufacturing hub. And it is our privilege to be here today in this great land of enterprise, courage, culture, and immense possibility. Today we are gathered not merely to witness the historic MOU, but to herald the beginning of a new economic chapter for Odisha, which will shape and accelerate the growth trajectory of Bharat. This project represents ambition at a truly global scale. With a proposed investment of $11.5 billion, or translating to nearly 1.08 lakh crores, this is among the most significant aluminum ecosystem investment anywhere in the world. And we are extremely proud that we are doing this venture along with our trusted partner, IHC. But its true significance lies not only in the size of the investment, it lies in the depth of its impact. This project brings together the full aluminum value chain in one integrated ecosystem. It envisages an alumina refinery of nearly 4 million tons per annum, an aluminum smelter of nearly 2 million tons per annum, and a downstream aluminum park of nearly 1 million tons per annum. It will be supported by a captive power plant of about 4,000 megawatt and a green energy component of about 400 megawatts. These numbers are not mere statistics. They represent the foundation of a new industrial future. During construction, this project will generate nearly 35,000 jobs, and during operation, it will support around 18,500 jobs. Behind every one of these numbers is a family, a dream, a young person acquiring a skill, a small business receiving an order, a local entrepreneur finding a market, and a community seeing new opportunities. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India has set itself the great vision, national mission of Viksit Bharat by 2047. Projects like these are the building blocks of that vision. A Viksit Bharat will require Viksit Odisha, a Samruddh Odisha by 2036. An Odisha that adds value to its mineral, an Odisha that builds world-class manufacturing ecosystem, an Odisha that generates jobs for its youth. For the Adani Group, Odisha is not just part of Eastern India. Our chairman, Shri Gautam Adani, has always seen Odisha as the heart of Eastern India's economic development. He sees in Odisha not just resources, but resilience. Not just geography, but destiny. Not just potential, but the power to lead India's next wave of industrial growth. And this project is a major step in that direction. To the people of Odisha, I want to say this. This project belongs to you. It is meant to create opportunities for your children, strengthen your local economy, support your entrepreneurs, and take Odisha to the world. To the government of Odisha, we express our deep appreciation for your vision and your commitment to building a globally competitive industrial ecosystem. To IHC and all partners, we welcome your confidence in Odisha and in India. Together, let us build an Odisha that transforms Eastern India. Together, let us build an Odisha that strengthens Bharat. Together, let us make history. Jai Jagannath, Bande Utkal Janani. Jai Hind.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. Har Raaste Ka Superstar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com. is India's #1 English news website. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be a chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance.
Hello and welcome to KYC. You are watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey. This is the show where I get you the hottest companies, and also if there's the alpha possible or not, I get you all of them. But today is a very interesting company and first time it's coming in KYC. But try to guess it before we start. The first hint is it's the largest stainless steel wire manufacturing company in India. Interesting, right? Let's take another hint. Try to guess this. This stock was recently listed, you could say it's just been 1.5 years, on July 10th, 2024. Let's talk about the price movement also. And recently there was a block where Malabar Fund, Invesco Mutual Fund added. And of course this happened last week itself. Also the stock is up almost 60% from March lows. I'm sure you must be guessing it by now. But the entire picture is, it's of course a wire company, and that's the second part of the name as well. Company ka naam hai Bansal Wire Industries. This is the company which we are talking about, but why are we calling this company? What is so special about it? Try to understand that. The first question definitely is going to be on the FY27 outlook. Company is quite bullish on the ROC business going ahead and the cash flows improving as well, and this is a very good sign when the company is talking about numbers. The growth guidance for their high margin business as they're shifting from a commoditized wire to the specialized wire segment. Of course, there will be capex and expansion. We'll try to understand that story as well for Bansal Wires. And also, an important question to be asked would be, have the disruptions bottomed out? They had mentioned that in fourth quarter for both production and sales. Is that turning around? And of course, there might be an escalation cost hit in the first quarter. So these are the key questions. We'll try to ask Bansal Wire, and of course the demand trends and client confidence, and the management would be coming in and he'll be speaking. Pranav Bansal, the MD and CEO, Bansal Wire Industries. Of course, it's a young generation, so it'll be pretty interesting to have this conversation with Pranav. But let's understand, ye dhanda karti kya hai, Bansal Wire. It sounds quite simple, but is there something more to it? Of course, the company is a part of Bansal Group, which started in 1938. So they have a good standing in the market. This is the largest stainless steel wire manufacturing company. And if you go into more details, it's the second largest in terms of volume as well. And of course, this is the India I'm talking about. So they have a 7% market share. तो इस धंधे में अगर कंसोलिडेशन आता है तो इनको सबसे ज़्यादा बेनिफिट देखने मिलेगा. This of course caters to automotive, general engineering, infra, hardware and other sectors also. So there isn't much sector concentration as such, and I'll explain you that why this is important. And these are the other segments also where the company is giving services. Also 5,000 plus customers, 3,000 SKUs and 5 manufacturing facilities they have. Of course, the one mega facility in UP is also there. They are expanding into specialty wire segment, and इसमें भी अगर segments की बात करें तो bead wire, hose wire, IT, OT, steel cord, these are the special ones. That means high margin and even better ROC numbers can come from here. The manufacturing capacity is roughly 6.8 lakh million tons per annum. So of course, there is a big capex barrier also when it comes in. Our company did a very interesting 5 Porter Forces model also, and so rarely I see that in investor presentations. Recent block deal, look at that, 3% stake, minimum public shareholding, 78% up, 75% stake aa gaya hai. And the buying has been really strong. HDFC Invesco are there, but look at this name, Malabar India Fund. That's a pretty interesting fund, to be honest, taking a position in this company. But let's look at the other side of the story as well. How's the industry presence looking like? And it's equally distributed. There's no concentration of more than 25% in a sector. There's automotive, general engineering, infra, hardware. So you see there is a proper 360-degree kind of a diversification at play when it comes to the industry they are having exposure. So that's a good portion. Volume trends, that's pretty interesting. From June 24, I have taken this date because that's the time when the listing had happened. From there has been a serious improvement in the volume for their core business as well as value add. Look at that, the growth has been pretty strong. So these are the volume trends coming in for the stock. But what may work for the company? कैसे जो है stock के लिए positive pointers है ये strong buying from institutions, especially from DIs. They are lapping up big positions here. The focus is on higher margin products, and we'll try to understand, this entire picture about it and how does it change the financial profile of the company. And that's the next point which comes in. The operational and the financial parameters are improving. Working capital की बात करें या debt equity की बात करें, सारे ratios कम जो है improve कर रहे हैं, if you have to put it in that way. Valuations are attractive from what it was during the IPO and what it is now because there was a correction in the stock. Analysts remain bullish. 5 analysts track करते हैं, पांचों के पांचों का buy rating आया हुआ है. So this is a reason why it might work. Why it might not work? There are some pointers also. The production and sales disruption due to geopolitical concerns. Is it just going to impact the first quarter or will it cascade into the second quarter? That's the big question. And the impact of rising raw material costs. There is, of course, a little bit of lag, but maybe the Q1 might be hit. So we have given you both the pictures of the positive and the negative side for Bansal Wires, and I've rested my case to you. Let's see the KYC important ratings where we judge a company, and of course this includes income statement, balance sheet, cash flow. We get in the return ratios, especially ROC, and also there are other 4 rating parameters also which includes the shareholding, street trade, valuations. We'll try to do it with its historic data which is there, but याद रखिए सिर्फ 1.5 साल का ही data है because it was listed in 2024 and the outlook as well. Let's start with income statement and see what's happening here, and largely be it revenue, EBITDA, PAT, all of them showing a good 3-year CAGR growth, 20% plus. And of course the EBITDA and PAT is something which has shown a good momentum. So net, the numbers seem pretty strong. On the year basis, if you talk about YOY basis, the Q4 numbers are also good. And margins, let's see how things have panned out. And there's a history of the margins, the way they have moved. That was this commodity phase of that 5%. And now we are seeing a sustained 8% margin outlook coming in as they are focusing much more on the value addition portion. So will it become a 9 to 10% margin business? That's what we need to understand and ask the company. But as of now, it's in an uptrend. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up. Let's talk about balance sheet. I had mentioned you that the debt equity ratios are coming down, and look at the borrowing, that's also down, at around 552 odd crore rupees. It is a high working capital business when you anytime analyze these type of businesses. So as of now, the bank balances are not looking that favorable. It's pretty decent. So it has been put in a good manner when it comes to the management. So it's a thumbs up when it comes to the balance sheet. So income statement was good, balance sheet was good, but cash flow, is there a little bit of lumpiness at play? That's the question to be asked. But for the last 2 years, FY24 and 25, it was negative. That has turned positive, and this is a good sign for FY26. Net cash flow is largely flattish, and a good conversion has finally come in when it comes to Bansal Wires. So debt equity ratio improving and your cash flow is improving, and that's a healthy sign for a company to be analyzed. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. Apart from the basic numbers, let's talk about return ratios. And for a business like this, 15% is the average you should expect, and the company is doing that. But the company has made a big claim, of 27% ROC, which I'll of course explain you those numbers, but it has held its ground. Now, when does it go up? That's something we need to watch out for. So as of now, let's keep it neutral when it comes to the return ratios for the ROCE. Shareholding, of course, so March 25, March 26, the numbers are there. Remember, there's a caveat. Promoters recently sold a block and now it's at 75%, and the remaining 3% have been totally absorbed by the DIs. The FIs, no major exposure yet, but look at DIs. 16% stake it was there, now it's 17%, and of course when the numbers come out, for the June, this number is going to be 20%. So DI's favorite stock, Bansal Wires. So it's a thumbs up when it comes to shareholding. Street cred is something we need to understand, but take it with a pinch of salt, because सिर्फ 18 महीना का इनका history है. From the IPO price, it is just flat. So if you have come in the IPO, technically you haven't made money yet. That's a little bit of concern. But of course, for short-term basis, from March lows, the stock is up 60%. Concern coming from 2025 high and 2024 high. These highs I have taken, it's still down. One is down 24%, another is down 14%. So a lot of mixed, reviews coming in. If you are a trader, you made money. If you are a long-term investor or maybe from the IPO, well, you need to wait more, I guess. So it's a neutral rating for street cred as well. Let me get you the valuations and understand how this dynamics work. The 2024 peak, during this IPO, there was a big craze, momentum was there. Maybe there was industry tailwinds also, sentiment was good. But after that, the sentiment kind of peaked and then it came down. The average is 26 times in the 2 years I have taken. These are the 12-month forward P ratios, and currently it's evenly priced at 25 times right now. Whether it's quite cheap or not, that I'll let you decide that, because as of now it still looks neutral to me and not very attractive in terms of valuation, because the perception has changed of the market, what was there in 24 and what is there right now. Let's look at the outlook and see whether the story changes or not. Largely, they are decommoditizing their product portfolio, and this is coming through the specialty wire segment. That's what you're seeing, an up move in their margins. A 600 crore plus positive operating cash flow. That's a very important statement from the company. That given that in the fourth quarter and 25% ROCE. Current ROCE numbers, if you look at it, it's at 15 to 17. So that's a very significant jump, something which they are targeting. But how does that happen? That we need to ask the management. And lastly, the production and sales. Is there impact happening due to disruptions? And of course, the rising costs. That's also a big question to be asked. But right now, let's give it a neutral rating, with the long-term story looks strong. Short-term, there is volatility. But let me give you the entire picture for the KYC ratings. See, company की पूरी rate card या report card क्या है? Let's talk about it. These three basic numbers are really strong, at least for the company or the industry which they are in. They're a market leader, so the market share gain benefits is always there for them. Let's look at the other key rating parameters, and a concern definitely is a little bit there on the street cred, especially for the IPO shareholders. I understand that, and that's the reason why I have called this company also, to understand what's the next leg of the story of Bansal Wires. Shareholding is pretty strong as DIs and smart money are lapping up. Technically, they are buying the company currently at the IPO price, at least in the recent block. So the total rating parameter for Bansal Wires, please note it down, it's 6 out of 8. It's largely better than the average numbers which we generally give in KYC. But let's try to understand what's the next story here. And that will be done by Pranav Bansal. He's the MD and CEO of this company. But interesting tidbit about him, of course, he's a new gen entrepreneur. He joined the company in 2015 and he became the MD as well as the CEO in the year 2022. So it'll be a very interesting conversation with Pranav on that. But before that, I'm going to take a short break. Do come back.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Welcome back to KYC. We are joined in by Pranav Bansal, the MD and CEO at Bansal Wire Industries. Good afternoon, Pranav. It's always a pleasure to have you. And this is for the first time the company is coming in KYC. I would like to start with the guidances which you have given and the way the changes have happened in your financial numbers, and it seems like there is a turnaround at play. Outlook on ROCs and cash flows, why so better outlook coming in for FY27? Is there a chance of an upgrade now as the global situations kind of sort themselves?
So yeah, I think now after the first quarter or towards the end of the first quarter, I think we have now back to normal. So we are back on our target of 20% growth. Of course, we have done a lot on ROCs and cash flows. Those are definitely getting better. Our target for this year for ROC was about 350 crores, and last year was 250, against which we did 330. So this year, we should also be in a similar range. We should go to about 400 crores in cash flow this year, and ROC definitely will improve. Our long-term target for ROC is 25%, and we will get there.
Right, but give me a little bit of explanation in detail about the high margin business, the way you're moving towards the high margin wire segment. What's the growth guidance looking like, and is there any more details to that?
Sure. So in the first quarter, we have actually got our first trial order of one of our main products, which was steel cord in the specialty wire vertical. Those are the high margin businesses that we are discussing. We've been working on this for the last 2 years. We set up a pilot project of steel cord about 2 years back. So this has been a good breakthrough. Once this goes, there'll be 2 to 3 stages after this, and we will be looking at commercialization. Once we do that, we are looking at a 2 lakh ton kind of a target that we have, and we should get there. This is a good potential product. This will take our company to a very different level.
Right. Of course, these products we talk about, the ROC numbers you have given, they are moving towards the high margin portions. But let's just understand, there are so many categories you are having exposure to. Just wanted to understand what the demand trends and the client confidence looking like, and which other categories which are actually showing a really good demand. There are like 7-8 categories which which we are tracking right now for Bansal Wire. So Pranav wanted to get some light on that as well.
Sure. So as a strategy, we have a de-risking strategy for at least our customer centralization is that even today, if you look at our numbers, we have about 5,000 customers. The largest customer that we'll have is less than 5% of my total sale. Similarly, we are there in a lot of different industries like automotive, general engineering, infra, and no industry for me is more than 25% of my total sale, which is a strategy that has worked well for us. And this is the reason why we have been able to consistently grow at 20% in the last 20 years also. And this is a main strategy that we'll follow even for the coming years. Today, after the first quarter, I would say that, almost all our industries are back on track. Automotive has been doing well even in Q1, but other industries like general engineering, hardware, consumer durables, even those industries we are seeing a good demand from. And this is what gives me confidence of a 20% growth even this year, at least for the last 3 quarters.
Right. So just talking about the first quarter, which is just about to be over, or it's actually over, there was a little bit of concern on the rising escalation costs. Now, explain me the model. It is going to be a hit in the cost this quarter. I don't want any numbers from you. Or is there any kind of, cost pass-through also, or does it come with a lag?
Yeah. So as a strategy, we already operate on a cost plus model, wherein any increase and decrease that I get in my raw material is passed on to the customer. Therefore, that way we are safe. But yes, of course, in Q1, we had a different increase of other consumable like gas, which has been passed on with a 35 to 45 days lag. So as a company, we took a decision not to pass on any increase and decrease in the confirmed orders. Therefore, there's a lag of 35-40 days, which was over by, let's say, 15th of May. So after 15th of May, I would say that we are back on our regular EBITDA margins.
Fair enough. So a little bit of a margin impact might be there in the first quarter. I'm just doing a little bit of maths and just trying to explain. But can you explain me the capex and the expansion plans? Because of course you will be generating a good cash flow at the end of FY27. But with that cash flow, planning to deploy anything in capex or looking at any ancillary acquisition around your industry?
So to understand this, what we have done in the last 1 year is that we've changed our complete strategy in terms of cash flow. As a company, we have never been a cash generating company. But last year we generated about 330 crores of cash. This is to create a self-sustaining business model wherein we are able to grow at 20% with our own internal accruals. So even, for example, this year we require about 2 to 250 crores of capex to be done to grow at 20%. More than that, we will get from our internal accruals. So as a company, we should be able to grow at 20% by investing 200 to 50 crores a year through our own accruals.
Fair enough. And the way the product which you are in, you are literally a market leader with almost, 7% market share coming. Any kind of targets which is coming in, because a lot of, geopolitical issues happened domestically. Also, some of your unorganized competitors did close down. That's what my channel checks suggest. Are you looking at market share gains right now?
Yes, definitely. I mean, the industry in which we're in, although it is a very big and a large industry and it grows at about 7-8%, but as a company, we've been growing at 20%. So every year, our thought process is to gain market share. This year, as well as the year after this is the strategy. And because we've been in this industry for about 85 years now, so we have a lot of experience. Our customers knows us, the segment knows us. We have a lot of infrastructure positivities ecosystem that has been developed. So it is, I think this is one of the reasons why we've been able to do this, and we will continue doing this.
Pranav, now since you have, quite old setup, established player you are, also now the cash flows are improving. Is it the right time to talk about the R&D, the strategic tie-up, or getting a global player on board with you? Because I feel like the company might go to the next level with that. Is there any views on that now, Pranav?
So honestly, we do almost all specialized products that there are in this industry. The only one product that was left was steel cord, which we have now started. And for that also, we do not have to get into a technical tie-up because we have a good R&D setup already. We invest heavily in R&D every year. Even this year, we came out with 200 new products for this year alone. And this is our target. Our internal target now is to come out with 20 products every month. So that's about 250 products a year. So honestly, I think we are good on that part. We already are the most diversified. So and being all of this, we still have 7-8% market share, which means that we have a long way to grow even in this industry in the current products.
Fair enough. You have given us a full 360-degree angle on the entire setup of what Bansal Wire is, which industry they are in, and maybe the future, how it looks like, and of course the short-term basis also. Entire picture has been put. Thanks a lot, Pranav, for your views for the company and the industry as a whole. It was a pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. So that's the management of Bansal Wires. No doubt you can see a lot of DIs are lapping up, and interestingly the stock's IPO price is near its IPO price. So maybe valuations might be attractive. So interesting stories like this. Stay tuned to KYC and keep watching NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be a chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honor?
Benchmark sustained recovery on the Lal Street with the Nifty hovering close to 24,000 levels. Sensex jumps more than 300 points. IT Realty Metals lead the gains. Energy PSU banks buck the trend. IT stocks are staging a strong comeback on the Lal Street. The Nifty IT index surges after 4 straight sessions of losses. India and Japan are set to unveil a landmark joint declaration on economic security at the annual summit, with a sharp focus on supply chain strategic technologies and building greater economic resilience. Oil prices extend their decline as signs of progress in the US-Iran talks and a steady recovery in shipping through the Strait of Hormuz ease supply concerns. As the war premium continues to fade, crude remains under pressure. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. And yes, it's a good day for markets with Nifty 50 also showing a good amount of gain and staying above that and way above, comfortably above the 24,000 psychological level. So that's kudos to Nifty 50. But don't go by just the benchmark indices, because where is the action is clearly seen in the IT sector. If you really take a look at the trends of the different sectors, IT sector is gaining by large. After having a drag for last several sessions, it is coming back with a lot of resurgence, and that's what is really adding maximum momentum to Nifty 50, while the rest of the crowd, including mid-cap index, also doing well. Sachin Shah, the Executive Director and Fund Manager at MK Investment Manager, joins in now. Sachin, always a pleasure to speak to you. What do you make of the market's move at the current levels?
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Always a pleasure. Yeah, so I think, like you were just mentioning, clearly, market seems to be in a very, very decent consolidation move right now, very clearly. And I think there is an upward bias thanks to the easing of challenges on the geopolitical side, thanks to easing of the oil prices, which are now at very, very reasonable levels of about $70 odd. So I think these are some things which are very positive for Indian economy. These were some things which were very big headwinds, which are now probably no more there. And I think that's something what market has taken into consideration, which is where we've seen the breadth of the market also improving significantly over the last, at least 1 month or so. Because if you see the entire month of June, markets were fairly positive, and the breadth of the market was even better.
That's right, Sachin, but there was a fair bit of resistance above the 24,000 levels for Nifty 50. But with IT coming around, looks like that particular aspect has been sorted, and it's also psychological in nature. Would you buy IT at these levels? Any sector or themes that you're picking at this point quickly?
Yeah, so clearly, I think if you see private sector banking, where we've been mentioning for a while, the valuations are very, very reasonable. Clearly, the risk-adjusted returns, the risk-reward there looks favorable. Pharmaceutical as a space, and particularly there are certain themes, which is the CDMO space and specialty business and domestic formulations. That also looks very good. Automobiles, clearly again looking very good. You've seen the monthly auto numbers. I think the momentum out there post the GST since August, September 2025, so almost for 9 months now, we are seeing a very good, decent traction. And of course, the last thing what you mentioned in terms of the IT stocks, clearly there, the valuations have become, I think one of the lowest in the last probably couple of decades. Businesses available at 5.5-6% dividend yield. Yes, there are question marks as far as the growth is concerned, but I think at this valuations again, the risk reward becomes very, very favorable. So if somebody has a risk appetite of maybe 5, 10, 15%, there is a decent possibility of making 20-30% from the current valuations.
All right. Thanks, Sachin, for all those expert take on market. Thank you so much for joining in on NDTV Profit. All right, away from the markets, let's shift focus to the real estate space and Prestige Group Inc.'s HSBC pre-lease deal. It's a large office space deal and pre-leased office space at near 1.2 million square feet. In fact, Jagdeep Singh Marwa, who's the CEO and Executive Director of Office Ventures at Prestige Group, joins in. Jaggi, as you're fondly known, welcome to NDTV Profit. So tell us about this particular deal, and also what does this signify about the office space requirement, especially with global MNCs really taking such large office space, because it's also an indicator of the economic growth.
Thank you, Nisha. First of all, thank you for having me over here. Yes, it's been a landmark deal for us, and it just shows the resilience of the IT industry in India at large. I was listening to the previous speaker, and with all the valuations changing, but India is the office of the world, and the way things are moving in the last couple of quarters, we are on track to ensure that we will be closing the highest quantum of office leasing that has happened in India. I think we will beat last year's number of about 80 million. We are already at about 36 million for the year. And I think it's all great what's happening, because India has really attracted the best talent with the work ethic and the kind of jobs that are coming to India. It's not the low-end jobs, it's very high-quality jobs. And I think we're doing very well.
That's right. But also, Jaggi, when we talk about, the demand requirement, which are the pockets which are requiring maximum? Are there enough inquiries, and how's the negotiation space for the sector?
So honestly, it's a very landlord-friendly market in certain pockets, especially in Bangalore and in various markets across the country, because supply and demand is always keeping neck to neck. So there's always a pressure on space, and also from a large perspective, in the last couple of years, there's been quite a movement towards institutionalization of office space. So grade A quality space is always in demand. And I think that's the significant step, because these companies who are taking spaces are actually the big global capability centers who are actually looking for the same quality of space that they offer their employees all over the world. So that's the reason why there's a flight to quality. There's a big demand. And honestly, I think it's a landlord-friendly market at this point of time, with the demand almost outstripping supply in major micro markets across the country.
All right, so demand outstripping the supply, so that means occupancy is above 90%, Jaggi?
Yes, absolutely. I think globally accepted, if you look at all the global office markets, anything between 15 and 20% is considered a very good number. We are at about 12 to 14% pan-India. So that's a clear indication of what things to come. So I think from that perspective, and also if you look at the institutionalization of our office REITs today, we are at about 160 million square feet of office REITs, and all are trading very well. The occupancy levels are good, the trading volumes, the mark-to-market rental opportunities. So all of this is really great indicators for our office space.
Right. So when we talk about the real estate side of office, yes, correctly, apart from the real estate stocks, it's also the REITs, and they are the ones which really catch the momentum because of the kind of demand that is being seen. But my final question to you, in terms of pricing, you said that the demand is outpacing the supply. So with this demand-supply dynamics, how is the pricing trend at the current moment, if you can put some sense on that as well?
So India is always known to be a dollar market. So as long as the dollar was at 70, 80, we were at 70, 80 market. Today, dollar's at about 93, 90, 100, whatever. So India has now averaged into 100 rupee market. But given the fact that there are certain markets like Bangalore, which still today is the number one office market in the country. Last year, Bangalore did about 27 million. This year, we are on track to do about the same number. And between Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai today, I think we are constituting almost 55-60% of the market, not forgetting Pune, Mumbai and Delhi, which are also very, very attractive office markets today. So I think what's happened is the institutionalization has happened. 160 million square feet of REITs available today between the 4 or 5 REITs. And you have another 370 million square feet of office space that can be jumped into the REITs. So I think all from the perspective of, even from investors' perspective, with the kind of stability that they have in terms of returns from office markets, REITs are a great way to go forward. And I think it's actually helping the entire occupier ecosystem also, because they're getting great value for the money and also great environments to work for.
All right. Jaggi, this is an important economic indicator in terms of also the interest of the MNC firms, which really are a large occupant of the office space. They look out for, buildings with good amenities, the premium office spaces as well. And their interest in India is also an important indicator for our business community. Thank you so much for giving us the insights, and congratulations on this large transaction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jaggi.
Thank you, Nisha.
All right, let's shift focus now also to keep an eye on the sky. Even as rains really batter parts of the country, overall forecasts of a weak monsoon could really cast a shadow on agri demand, and kharif crops stand to get also impacted. Let's get chatting with a company which really looks at the vast portfolio of agrochemicals. Dr. Gyanendra Shukla, who's the MD and CEO of Rallis India, joining in now on the show. Thank you so much for taking time out to join us on NDTV Profit. My first question, while we are already estimating the El Nino impact on the monsoons and monsoons to be at a deficit level, lower than last year, lower than expected. So in this particular scenario, what is the impact that we foresee on the agri output for the country at this particular point?
So thank you for having me here. Look, I think it's too early to predict anything while June has been deficit, but July month has begun on a good note. Traditionally, if you see, there have been years about 10 years ago, 2014 and 2015, when monsoon was about slightly less than 90% of the LPA, long period average. Even in those years, the worst impact on agriculture was not more than 5%. So I think if July it rains well, which has started on a good note, and there's a decent rain in August and September, there won't be really serious impact. I think more than the quantum of the rain, it is the distribution of rain that will matter more from here.
That's right. In terms of the distribution and also the full impact of El Nino and other factors are yet to be seen, Dr. Shukla. But at the current moment, what is the ground reality in terms of the inquiries from the farmers, in terms of the kharif sowing? So give us a sense on that, how much have we really taken a beating because of late monsoon and the way now it is coming back with a big force?
So I think a lot will depend on next 2 weeks because we are seeing some trends. So for example, if you say Kharif season, in a normal year, we plant about 110 million hectare. In a good year, it can go up to 113 million hectares. So that's a swing. So I don't think area on an overall basis is likely to go down maybe around 110 and 111 million hectare. And rice, I think, will get planted on about 40% plus area. Where the challenges come is in the area of oilseed and pulses. So, for example, tur is a long duration crop. If rain gets delayed, would farmer prefer a shorter duration urad or moong? Will soybean area go down? So I think from an India's perspective, we should see this monsoon as not something which is going to fail us, probably will still be okay. We should be thinking what we should be doing from a long-term perspective, increasing our irrigation potential and how we develop climate resistance varieties and how do we train farmer better to deal with these situations because rains will continue to evolve over a period of time. I think our preparedness for the future is going to be more important, taking lessons from the current event.
All right. So you are saying that the impact won't be as much. That's the sense I'm getting. When we talk about your company, Dr. Shukla and Rallis India, the impact of this particular scenario as we estimate at the current moment, what could be the likely impact if you can throw a little light on that?
Well, it's very, very difficult to say anything upfront because the first quarter of the company generally is a placement month. Like any other company, we have made preparations for the Kharif season and product is including seeds and everything is out in the market. A lot will be known in next coming weeks. At this point of time, there's nothing to panic.
All right. And what percentage of your business gets impacted due to the Kharif acreage, Dr. Shukla?
See, last year we did about 2,900 crore. Out of that, 950 crore was quarter one. And then quarter one. So, I mean, I never look at our business from a quarter to quarter perspective. We should see from first 6 month perspective. So what happens between April and September will capture the full Kharif season. At this point of time, what we know is cotton area in North India has gone down. There might be some change in the pattern of crops of some farmers may not plant soybean. They might go for short duration pulses. So those kind of changes are happening, but overall area will get planted. So too difficult to assess at this point of time. I do not see panic in the market. Everybody is holding on, and the good news is the rains have started.
That's
and
right.
India, if you see from a historical average, India still has got a good reservoir level, right? So what really gets impacted is part of Gujarat in central India, where rainfall, if it is less and irrigation potential is not that high. So those are the sensitive areas, but farmer will still plant something.
Right. So you're saying that the reservoirs, but that is also a concern around Mumbai, at least, where the rainfall has been pretty delayed. And now the reservoirs getting filled or not is something to be watched out for, which also impacts the overall Maharashtra. But looking at this particular perspective, are you also sensing, while you say that there is no panic, we'll be sorted for this particular year, the signs are looking positive, there could be a minor impact, is the sense I get from you. But in terms of the distributors, are they really dipping into their reserves of inventory at the current moment? Are there any signs or any of those indicators that are really showing up?
Look, like anybody else, we are in regular touch with the market. As I said, it's very, very difficult to track at that level, because when our product moves from our CNFs into dealers and retailers, very difficult to tell. As I said, look, not a time to panic. We have to wait for next 2-3 weeks how things evolve, what kind of choices farmers will make. That will really determine what happens to the Kharif.
All right, Dr. Gyanendra Shukla, thank you so much for putting some insight. Of course, 2 more weeks to be seen really clearly to understand this particular sowing season. Thank you so much for joining, and we'll touch base again when we have a lot more clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Japan is doubling down on India. Bilateral trade touched a record $27.5 billion in FY26, while Japanese money really continues to flow into India's infrastructure, manufacturing, and even financial services sector. From bullet trains to banking, Tokyo continues to really deepen its India bet. Parth is here with all the details of trade ties. Parth, over to you.
Absolutely. So the relations between India and Japan have been really strong, and over the past few years they've actually grown even more. If you look up the trade data between the two countries, we can see the growth. In FY24, the bilateral trade between the two countries was at $22.85 billion, and in just 2 years, in FY26, it has grown to $27.47 billion. And not just the trade data, but the FDI inflows as well. Japan is India's 5th largest source of foreign direct investment, and the country accounts for over 6% of India's total FDI. In fact, between April 2000 and December 2024, the cumulative FDI flows from Japan in India have been over $43 billion. If we look at the year-wise data as well, from FY22, it has grown from $1.5 billion to over $2.4 billion in FY25. So really nice growth coming in that area as well. Now, with that in place, if we look at the biggest investments that Japan has made in India, starting with the infrastructure projects, we see a big name here, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail network. Japan has invested 1.1 lakh crores into this project. That's a huge number. Again, another one is the Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor, 60,000 crores of investment coming in from Japan in this project as well. And these are just the top names. This is a very exhaustive list. We have tried to pull up the best to the highest investments by Japan in India. Also, the Punjab Horticulture Development Project, around 2,000 crores coming in there as well. The Chennai desalination plant, around over 3,000 crores coming in there as well. So a lot of infrastructure investments is what we have seen from Japan into India. But not just infrastructure, even in the listed space in the Indian stock markets as well. We have seen in the automotive sector the highest number of investment in Maruti Suzuki. The Japanese entity Suzuki Motor Corp holds a stake of 58.5%. In JTE KT India, the corporation holds a stake of 69.6%. Other auto companies as well, Lumax, Ola Electric, where SoftBank holds around 30% stake in the company. And not just the automotive companies, but the consumer tech, the new age companies that are coming up in India, companies like FirstCry, Lenskart, Delivery, Swiggy, Meesho, these are recently listed companies. And one name you would see in their investors list, and that is SoftBank. Huge investments coming in there as well. Not just here, also in financial services, we have seen Nippon Life AMC, we have seen Yes Bank, where SMBC have picked up a stake of almost 25% in the bank. Also power and capital goods, that has been dominated as well. Hitachi, where the Hitachi Corporation owns a stake of 71%. Honda India Power, where Honda Motor Corp owns a stake of 66%. So these are the listed space. But on the unlisted space as well, India's biggest companies like Flipkart, Oyo, Unacademy, Snapdeal, those also see a huge amount of funding from SoftBank. Flipkart and Oyo above $2 billion each. Unacademy and Snapdeal over $500 million each as well. So these are the biggest investments that Japan has made in India. And with the bilateral talk today, let's see if those investments keep flowing in the future as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Parth, for all the details. Yes, Japan as a country has been our biggest partner in terms of funding our cash-guzzling sectors for our development. Moving on, Carlsberg could be the next global giant lining up for Dalal Street. In fact, sources do tell NDTV Profit that the brewer has filed confidential papers for an Indian IPO, with the issue largely expected to be an offer for sale from the parent company. Nimit joins in with all the exclusive details. Nimit, tell us.
Absolutely. So yes, Carlsberg is looking at an India IPO and in furtherance of that, it has filed its confidential DRHP with the SEBI. A lot of these companies now taking this confidential route. What we understand, it's expected to be about 700 million, 6,660 crores. Primarily an offer for sale, like you already said. Now this is primarily a route that the company is looking at for a partial exit out of the India business completely. We understand from sources that Coca-Cola is doing the same thing with the India market. It's also looking at an IPO for its India business soon. And it looks like it's a trend that's going to continue where global companies are going to list on the Indian markets.
Right. Thank you so much, Nimit. Of course, the IPO market is back after global uncertainty on geopolitics is over, completely out of... all right. So when we look at the market, let's take a quick look at Nifty 50 is comfortably above that 24,100 level. And that's giving a lot of comfort to the investors as well. Prestige Estate, we just had a chat with them. Of course, real estate is doing well in trade today. And Prestige has picked up in the last few minutes of trade, is above 3%. All right, let's take it straight across to the Adani Group, and Karan Adani is really speaking on the Odisha investments. Take a listen.
Is what we are looking at this project to be commissioned and be up and running.
And how will you fund it, all the phases?
So this will be funded obviously through internal accruals of Adani Enterprise and then the debt as well. So
are you working? Equity quotient,
it will be 70-30, 70% debt, 30%.
70% debt.
Yeah.
And from where you seek bauxite, which mines?
So government of Orissa has a lot of bauxite mines. So we are working with government of Orissa, and that's one of our part of the MOU. Is to get long-term linkage of bauxite from government of Odisha.
What will be the role of OMC in this? Will they be doing mining for you?
So we are still working that out. Depending on what will be available, based on that we will figure out. But we will be working very closely with OMC in terms of for the bauxite security.
What makes you to enter the aluminium sector, sir?
I think if you look at it, two aspects, which is why we are entering into it. One is it's a very energy intensive business, and it works in the advantage of the group because we are one of the lowest producer of energy. And so that is one of the biggest competitive edge that we bring on table. And second, obviously, we see that as digitization, as manufacturing in the country increases, the demand of aluminum is going to go up. and we see that as a big opportunity, long-term opportunity for the country, and so that's the reason why we are entering into this business.
For Odisha, it's one of the largest FDI investment in the state in mines and metallurgy sector. So it will also create lots of employment. So by when you are going to start this project and what are the details if you want to say?
Yeah, sure. As I mentioned earlier, it will take us 12 to 18 months to get the approvals, and then post that we will start the physical construction. So that's the timeline that we are looking at.
And already large players are there in this field, aluminium, we have Hindalco,
Sure.
Vedanta. So where do you see yourself when you have find space?
No, I think if you look at the overall market, we even with such large capacities being there, large players being there, we still import aluminum. So which is a sign that there is more demand, and there is going to be enough room for everybody to play to be in this market. And end of the day, if done at a very competitive rate, India can be a net exporter of aluminum as well. So that's how we are looking. We are not looking to compete with anybody. I think there is enough room for everybody to be present over there.
So we will export bauxite block.
Sorry?
So primarily bauxite block will be used for this project?
Should, as I said earlier, there are few mines which will come up, which are coming up for auction. We will definitely look at that. We will try to look at working with the OMC as well, and we'll find a way where bauxite security is.
Sir, government giving any assurance?
Sorry?
That from where it will be sourcing that?
That's a discussion going on.
So you are a leadership position in most of the businesses that you are operating in. What is the strategy for aluminium?
As I just mentioned, we are looking. This is our initial investment that we are looking at, and basically the idea is to bridge the gap between what is India's requirement and also the future requirement, and that's the gap that we are willing. That is what we are looking to.
Cost competitive, considering India has a very high cost, when it comes to production. So you're also talking of looking at exporting, net exporter.
And that's where the group synergy comes in, right? We are one of the lowest producer of energy, and it's a very energy intensive business. It's a very electricity intensive business, and that's what we are looking to.
Is it first, last question? Is it first proposal with IHC, Abu Dhabi, and how are you thinking of expanding to other states and other fields?
Sorry?
This project alongside with IHC, Abu
Yes.
Dhabi, is Adani group of companies thinking of doing other kind of business in other states of India, alongside with
IHC? So this is IHC. We have been partners with IHC for a long time. They have been invested in the group as well. So this is not the first partnership, and this is just strengthening the partnership that we already have.
So the long-term agreement with the OMC, what is the years for it? Like I think 25 years.
25 to 30 years as per the policy right now.
Alright, and that'll be signed this year. So you will
That's
looking at captive mining as well, about outside the.
We will participate, as there are a few mines which are coming up for auction, so we will definitely participate in that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving, and so is energy. Suzlon, good energies that work.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTNT.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Hiral Datia, and Sharad Dubey as well, who's joining in. Sharad, it's an interesting day of trade. I mean, it's a topsy-turvy, right? The markets are seeing that mild recovery. If you pull up Nifty 50 on the screens as well, from the day's lows, a 60-point recovery is what you're seeing right now. And if you have to look at Bank Nifty as well, nearly 200 points is the kind of recovery that is coming in there as well from the day's lowest levels. So that's with regards to the overall market trend. Let's pull up the broader markets as well, because over there you are not really seeing that downtake. There you go, 150 almost at the day's highest levels. If you pull up small cap 250 as well, that is also seeing gains of nearly 0.8%. And it is Sensex weekly expiry. So the last 1.5 hour of trade is going to be interesting. But it seems that the month of July has started well. And I think history proves 18 out of the 25 Julys that have been tracked have seen a positive return. Let's see what this one has in store. But very quickly, let's look at our watch list. IT sector in focus. It snapped a 4-day losing streak. That sector is up nearly 3.5-4% in today's session. Bajaj Auto, TVS Motors, both in focus on the back of the June sales numbers that have come in. In fact, all of them have been above what the street was estimating for both of these companies. Ambuja, you have a Bernstein, which has upgraded the counter to an outperform. CleanMax also reacting to an initiation report from Antique. Glenmark Pharma is up in trade because their arm has advanced the cancer drug trial. Tata Steel has come out with their AGM presentation, and where they've said that capacity addition and cost savings are the two target areas for FY27. ADF Food, they've received the US tariff refund, and that's why that stock is up in trade. Supreme and Astral are up in trade because PVC prices have fallen by nearly 3 rupees per kg. A strong business update from a Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank, South Indian Bank. You have J&K Canara Bank as well.
and NMDC from the metal space. IFGL Refractors, the biggest gain that we've seen on this counter since September 2025, and you have RHI Magnesita, which is up 19% in the last 2 trading sessions. Thermax, I'm just pulling up that one, but the entire cap goods sector has been under pressure today. So that's what is on our watch list at this hour. But Sharad, over to you to take the rapid fire.
Well, thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. We are joined in by Sachin Sarvade. Good afternoon, Sachin. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. We'll start a rapid fire round. An interesting cash counter. ADF Foods, positive corporate development coming in, and a good buying momentum and volumes. Look at that. That's very strong volumes coming in. Do you think this price action will continue going ahead?
So overall trend of the stock is up only, making a higher high, higher low. Only one thing is we need to close about 354. If we are not, then we can see some kind of a profit booking, and which may drag this counter to 298 and 275, but that is a very good support level for the stock. But in case if we are closing above 354, then then we are going above like 454 and 555 levels as well.
Fair enough. RHI Magnesita, that's the next stock. For 2 straight days, the stock is up almost 20%. Good time to partially book a little bit of profit, because quite a cyclical play, to be honest, if you talk about fundamentally. But anything on the charts?
So overall, the trend for this stock is actually the opposite of earlier stock. It is down and making a lower high, lower low. So yeah, profit booking will be making sense.
Right, in the same theme, I have another mid-cap stock for you. That's IFGL Refractories. IFGL Refractories. This is also somewhat related to the steel industry as a proxy. That's also doing well. So do you think a basket buying is happening in this theme, or is there something else to it?
So this is a breakout actually with volume. So if we are closing about 205 levels, then we are heading towards 230 and 258 levels in this stock. Overall, the support will be around today's day's low, which is around 179 and 180 levels.
Right. And what are the charts suggesting for Thermax?
Thermax overall trend is bullish only. Only thing is today we are getting some kind of a profit booking. On a downside, 4740 and 4530 will be the support levels. In case if we reclaim 5100 levels, then we are heading towards 5350 and 5650 levels.
Right, and some adverse pricing coming in for both Supreme Industries and Astral. Of course, there is a negative sentiment in both these stocks. Do you think there is a further fall here? Any stop losses?
So Supreme Industries and Astral both are actually making a lower high, lower low pattern, and both the trend is also down. So basically any pullbacks will be used for shorting opportunity only. So booking profits, if we are getting, that will be good. In case someone is holding the stop loss for Supreme Industries will be 3140 levels, and for Astral the stop loss will be around 1329 levels. If we are breaking these levels, then we are heading more downward.
Interesting. So that's the end of the rapid fire round. Over to Hiral. What are the Google trending stocks suggesting?
It's interesting to see how yesterday's listing continues to trend on Google Trends in today's session as well. RITES is another one which comes up, and you have Vedanta, which is trending. In fact, all your Vedanta Group stocks have been seeing an uptrend over the last couple of trading days as well. Today, if you pull up any of them, you will see that surge that has continued. And this is post the demerger. Sachin, anything on RITES that you have? The stock is down nearly 2.5% trending on Google.
So RITES actually yesterday it was up by 14% on a closing basis, and it has managed to close above the 200-day EMA. But yesterday's high was 206. We haven't seen any kind of a follow-up buying, and the trend is also down basically. If we are closing below 224, again it will slip below the 200-day EMS, and then we are heading towards 213 and 210 levels on the downside. I think profit booking will be good in this stock if someone is holding this stock.
Okay, so that's with regards to RITES. If you're holding the stock, profit booking is something that you should be watching out for. Thank you, Sachin, for that. But moving on, Delhi's EV push is revving up. But what does it actually mean for one of India's biggest electric bus makers? My colleague Danish Anand caught up exclusively with JBM Autos' Nishant Arya on the new Delhi EV policy, growth prospects, and a 10,000 bus order book. Let's listen in.
First of all, sir, what is your reaction on the Delhi EV policy 2.0? There's a lot of for buses and trucks as well. So how do you look at the policy as a whole?
It's a path-breaking initiative which will be a cornerstone for the growth of the EV penetration and reducing pollution in Delhi NCR region. JBM as an organization is fully committed to this cause, and since EV is our core business and for public transport and for the common man, we would be taking all initiatives and all steps possible with all our platforms, and definitely ensuring that best-in-class service and products are available to everyone.
So what about the order book of JBM right now, and going further, what sort of delivery timeline can we expect from your end?
So we have an order book of about 10,000 electric buses today, and we'll be delivering that in the next 2 to 3 years.
Sir, one of the firms, like one of the subsidiaries of Motilal Oswal, has invested 750 crores in one of your companies. What is your exact plan with the amount that has been raised, and how do you plan to take this further?
So Motilal Oswal has invested 750 crores, and with that we'll be deploying close to 5,000 buses in next 1 year.
And so what can the investors expect from JBM in the upcoming 24 to 36 months?
So JBM has ensured and maintained its leadership position in the last fiscal year and the current fiscal year also, and we'll be ensuring that we'll be creating value for all our stakeholders constantly and reaching different pedestals year on year.
And so very lastly, we are also seeing that JBM is into multiple businesses. You're also into batteries, buses and manufacturing. So within this scheme of things, which could be the major growth drivers for your company?
The whole EV ecosystem is very important to us. So we'll be focusing on each area as it is important to us.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that's a conversation with JBM Group as well in terms of what's happening in there. In fact, your auto ancillaries, your auto OEMs all have had a good run right now. Let's just pull up TVS Motors and Bajaj Auto as well, because both of them reported their June numbers just this morning. TVS Motors is at the day's highest levels, 3.5% up move coming in there. Bajaj Auto, however, trading under pressure. This is in spite both the companies have reported the June numbers which are above what the street was estimating so far. So interesting moves coming in there. In fact, let's get in. Nandish Shah, from Motilal Oswal Financial Services to talk to us about this entire space. Nandish, welcome to the show. My question to you is the June auto sales numbers that have trickled in. What do you make out of it if you have to categorize it between two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers and the tractor side of it?
So now that most of these companies have announced their monthly numbers for the month of June, we have seen that almost in every segment, we have seen that the outperformance has continued, especially for the two-wheeler space, where TVS continues to gain market share. And even if I speak about Bajaj Auto, they have been able to, deliver inline numbers. And especially coming to the four-wheeler segment, we have seen that most of the players have been able to be at least inline numbers for the likes of Maruti and M&M both.
So that's with regards to where the auto space goes. But moving on, there's a big development in the IDBI stake sale process. Shrimi has been getting us updates on a constant basis, but sources tell NDTV Profit that the government has invited fresh financial bids from the existing shortlisted bidders. Shrimi joins us with more details. Shrimi, what are you gathering from your sources?
Yeah, what we are picking up that the government has revived the strategic disinvestment process for IDBI Bank, inviting fresh financial bids from the existing shortlisted bidders after the earlier offers failed to meet the reserve price. That's the source indicating. In fact, the centre is aiming to conclude the transaction in the current financial year itself, marking, of course, a renewed push for its privatization agenda after a month of delay. And indeed, the successful closure of IDBI Bank's sale could also pave the way for strategic, stake sale in other public sector enterprises, which has been in the pipeline for some time. Now, as far as IDBI goes, the government and LIC, which together are selling a 60.72% stake in IDBI Bank, are looking to fetch around 50 to 55,000 crore from the transaction, is what sources indicating. But do do note that disinvestment process had stalled in February after the financial bid submitted by potential buyer came in below the government reserve price. Now, instead of restarting the entire privatization process and the whole exercise, the government has now asked the existing shortlisted bidders to actually submit the fresh financial bid. Now, this will of course allow the process to move ahead without a fresh expression of interest, and that will save a lot of time as well. And among the contenders is what we're getting indication, Canada Fairfax has reiterated its interest in acquiring IDBI. People cited above said that Fairfax has extended a commitment, in fact, that IDBI Bank will be its only investment in the banking space. Now, government is, of course, keen to complete the transaction, viewing the sale as a key milestone to achieve its 80,000 crore of asset monetization target for the current financial year. So let's see how this will pan out.
Thanks a lot, Shrimi, for that update. But Nandish, just wanted to get your views for IDBI Bank, and also if any other value unlocking is possible for PSUs. How do you look at this space or this theme?
So I'll first cover the PSU Bank's result update, where so at least for this quarter, there seems to be an expectation that the PSUs are likely to underperform the private sector bank in terms of earnings growth. So we are looking at about a high single-digit earnings growth for most of these PSU banks, as compared to a double-digit earnings growth for the private sector bank. So, and now coming to the question on disinvestment, even previously we had seen that the government had given a mandate to sell IDBI Bank, which almost didn't went through for a couple of reasons. And we had seen that the share price had fallen from almost 120 levels to nearly about 75 to 80 levels. Now again, that process has been reignited, but that is almost like we have seen a lot of expectations coming up, but in terms of the process, it has never succeeded. So
there is, of course, the story between PSU banks and private banks, and now the operational updates are underway as well, largely in line to good numbers, but this is a start. Another sector or a company to follow is Tata Steel. There's an important AGM, and of course stock is reacting slightly positive, but what are the contents of it? We have Parth with us to disclose all of that. Parth, what are the key takeaways from this AGM?
Absolutely. So a lot of interesting highlights we have seen from Tata Steel's AGM. First of all, the company mentioned that they incurred a total capex of around 14,000 crores in FY26, and they will now be going forward expanding their steel making capacity from 27 metric tons per annum to almost 40 metric tons per annum. Not just that, they are also expanding their capacities downstream as well. If you talk about product-wise capacities, then their tubes capacity will be going from 1.7 metric tons per annum to almost 4 MTPA. The wires capacity will increase from 0.6 MTPA to almost 1 MTPA, and so will the tin plate capacity as well, from 0.4 MTPA to almost 1 MTPA. Lastly, on the cost savings front as well, the company mentioned that they achieved a total cost savings of around 11,000 crores in FY26, which means that they achieved 95% of the target which they had stated the year before, and now going forward they will be targeting another cost improvement of more than 7,000 crores in FY27. So the focus will be on raw material efficiency, maintenance, supply chain, and saving the fuel costs as well.
Thanks a lot, Parth, for that detailed analysis. But Nandish, wanted to get you on this, of course, on Tata Steel. But is there any play to be made right now if you had to choose, be it ferrous or non-ferrous?
So we have been positive on both the ferrous and the non-ferrous side. And our preferred pick amongst them is Tata Steel and JSW Steel both. And on the non-ferrous side, we have been very positive on Hindustan Zinc and Nalco.
So that's with regards to the metal picks coming in there. But what's interesting today is the kind of bounce back that we are seeing with regards to where Indian IT as a sector goes. Now, lots brewing there. But one stock that we are looking at from being one of India's greatest wealth creators to actually facing one of its toughest phases right now. Infosys pretty much at a crucial crossroads. The stock has actually slipped below the 1,000 mark for the first time in nearly 6 years. And this happened day before yesterday for the first time. down 40% over this year and 50% from its record highs. Is this just another cyclical slowdown or a bigger reset for India's IT giant? Jasmeet is joining us with the analysis and the timelines that he's picked up on this month. Jasmeet, over to you.
Well, Lila, thank you for that. It's a great question to ask if this particular downtake will have a rebound again, as we have seen in the previous cycle of dot-com bubble and the COVID crash. Let's quickly understand and let's go to start from where did the entire journey start. About the IPO, well, in first IPO came in at ₹95 and got listed at a premium 52% and since then the stock has been rallying. Now in terms of the overall value of the stock, if you adjust the bonus and stock split, the price of the Infosys would come nearly at 0.92 paisa per share, and if anyone would have invested 100 rupees in that particular stock during the IPO, they would have had nearly 2.5 lakh given the rallies which we would have seen in the Infosys stock. Let's quickly understand the recent stock performance. As rightly said, the stock had slipped below 1,000 in trade yesterday, but now it's back again over 1,000 after the rally we have seen in today's trade, about 6%. But about the Infosys as a company, we have seen the stock is facing the recent fear of demand slowdown and overall AI slowdown as well. And the stock is down nearly 36% in this year itself, while Nifty IT is down about 26%. Now let's quickly understand the timeline of the Infosys journey of how it has changed over time and how it has rebounded again. Starting off with the first timeline, the dot-com boom which we had seen. When you look at the overall dot-com boom of Infosys, we do make a note that during the dot-com boom, the stock had gained the most. About 27,000 times it had gained from its lows. And if you look at the other key aspect also of dot-com boom, then had come the overall dot-com burst where the stock nearly tumbled of 87%. So here's the dot-com boom where the stock rallied from earlier 195, 145 per share to rupees 217. Well, then we also had the overall dot-com burst where we did make a note that the stock had seen a downtick of nearly 40%. When you look at the other key aspect of Infosys, then we had the other rally that had come about the overall global financial crisis where the stock again tumbled nearly 40 to 45% and it came down to 33 odd times. So we do make a note that the overall journey of Infosys have had its up and down, but so far so good. Infosys had really rallied 2,000 odd in December 2024 at 2,000 odd rupees and then broken down to 989 yesterday in trade, nearly 50% odd. But now it's a wait and watch of how does the overall AI and the demand slowdown recovers going ahead.
Thank you so much for that. That's an interesting timeline that you are watching out for. Nandish, quick view in terms of where Infosys or overall IT as a sector goes?
So at least in the short term, the IT doesn't seem to be ticking. So, so in case I speak about the first quarter's number expectation, it is hardly in high single digit or even less than that. So, So at least for next 6 months, in terms of earnings visibility, we are not that sure of majority of these IT companies.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Infosys goes. But thank you, Nandish, so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Trending Stocks from Sharad, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
माँ भी हमेशा पी-मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
India Inc.'s most respected names. shows India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the
Benchmark sustained recovery on Dalal Street with the Nifty above 24,100. Sensex jumps more than 400 points. IT, Realty, Auto lead gains. Energy, PSU banks meanwhile buck the trend. IT stocks are staging a strong comeback on Dalal Street. The Nifty IT index surges after 4 straight sessions of losses. India and Japan are set to unveil a landmark joint declaration on economic security at the annual summit, with a sharp focus on supply chains, as well as strategic tech and building greater economic resilience. Oil prices extend their decline as signs of progress in US-Iran talks and a steady recovery in shipping through the Strait of Hormuz ease supply concerns. As the war premium continues to fade, crude remains under pressure. Sources tell NDTV Profit that the government has invited fresh financial bids from the existing shortlisted bidders for the strategic sale of IDBI Bank. Sources also say
that the earlier offers came in below the reserve price, prompting a fresh round of bidding. Calling Delhi EV policy a game changer, JBM Group Vice Chairman tells NDTV Profit that it will accelerate EV adoption across the city even as the company continue to strengthen product portfolio and eyes gains from the initiative. Good afternoon, you're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyansi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top bazaars at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, let's take a very quick look at the markets right now. And when you talk about the markets, it's actually a decent recovery that you're seeing sustained. When you talk about Nifty as well, hovering close to that 24,100 level, that's Nifty 50 for you this afternoon. But when you talk about Sensex as well, just about more than 400 points thereabout higher right now. And when you talk about the entire sectoral picture as well, that in fact is very sharply tilted in the favor of gains. So it's actually IT that is leading the pack. Many of the IT counters, in fact, outperforming the rest of the market with that 4.5% gain also coming in for the entire pack as a whole. Realty, auto, metal, FMCG as well as oil and gas and pharma in good shape. What's not doing so well right now is energy as well as PSU banks. So that's largely the kind of picture that you have at hand. When you talk about some of your top gainers and losers as well, but let's also move on and talk about the entire Nifty 50 complex as well in terms of some of the gainers and losers. Of course, you do have a bunch of stocks that are doing quite well for themselves. Many of those counters are your IT counters. So when you talk about the entire IT pack, that's the one that's in focus right now. And when you talk about some of the other gainers as well from within the Nifty 50 pack, a bunch of stocks like Zensar Tech make it to that list with that 11.5% uptick coming in. CU Infosystems, Tata Tech as well. Some of those counters doing smartly for themselves right now. But when you talk about the Nifty 50 pack as well, something like I mentioned, Infosys, HCL Tech, TCS, Tech Mahindra, Wipro, all of your IT gainers, 2.5 to about 5.5% gains coming in on all of those counters. Shriram Finance, Eicher Motors as well as ICICI Bank also holding up in good shape. On the flip side, what's not doing so well right now is something like an L&T, SBI Life, BL, as well as Bajaj Auto and Max Healthcare. So largely, that's the entire picture that you have right now. But moving on, then let's get you a very, very important conversation in terms of some of the insights. But before we do that, let's also set up the context right for you. You do have Prime Minister of Japan, Sanai Takaichi, who's arrived in New Delhi last evening on a 3-day visit. And it's the maiden visit to Japan as well, set to attend the 16th India-Japan Annual Summit today with PM Modi. Rishabh is joining in terms of what to really watch out for when it comes to this particular visit. Rishabh.
Absolutely, what we're picking up when it comes to this big India-Japan summit today, a bunch of MOUs expected, a lot of collaboration areas between India and Japan. Let's go beyond the obvious artificial intelligence and technology, semiconductors. Those will be key themes that one can expect from today's summit. A bunch of MOUs to be signed on that front. What we can also expect is collaboration on green hydrogen. Remember, you have Acme Cleantech. This is a company that is based out of India that is set to sign agreements with some Japanese companies. This is, of course, going to be under the National Green Hydrogen Mission that the government is trying to promote. Apart from that, the big one is going to be trade deal review that India wants with Japan. Remember, this trade deal between India and Japan has been in operation for about 15 years, started off in 2011, but it has structurally favored Japan. The trade deficit between both the countries has widened in favor of Japan. So far, about $15.5 billion in trade deficit that India stands with, because the kind of products that Japan exports to India does not send that much in terms of high value volume cargo to Japan. So that is something that is on the horizon. What we're picking up is, of course, rare earths, critical minerals, supply chains. These are all areas. Defense is going to be a major area of collaboration between both the countries as well. So a very interesting sort of outcomes that are expected from today's summit.
No, absolutely, Rishabh, and interesting just about sums it up as well. But let's also talk about just how interesting it is and just how significant it is right now. Nupur Tiwari, founder Connect India Japan, joining us on the show. Nupur, thank you so much for taking time out and joining us on the show. First things first, just really wanted to try and understand what do you think is the significance of this visit, if you could underline that for us, and what do you think makes it different from some of the previous ones as well?
See, number one, this is the first ever women prime minister Japan has got. The first woman who has become prime minister. So definitely very, very significant that is. And the first trip, this is her first trip. Before that, the geopolitical, the situation in the world going on that with India and America. And America is... Japan always, they have to rely on America because of many other reasons, which we can talk, some other time. So here, this is very important trip when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to trade, because I'm sure you know that Japan stopped importing Indian mangoes also, they sent back, and many other things. As you said, very rightly, very few things Japan takes from India, which is actually is not really benefiting India. So there are a lot of things Japan and India is going to talk about. And the other thing is semiconductor. Semiconductor is definitely the big thing, which is India emphasizing a lot these days. Semiconductor is going to play a very big role here to develop India, which the Viksit Bharat, which Prime Minister Modi is planning. So for that, Japan can contribute a lot because the Taiwan, the technology we are taking, the India is taking Taiwanese technology, that technology actually comes from Japan. So the trade, bilateral relation, the partnership, especially Mr. Abe and India, it was not only the India-Japan relation, it was very deep. Modi-Abe relation. And Sanae Takaichi is, trained by Prime Minister Abe. She is the person who is trying to implement all these things which Prime Minister Abe wanted. And Prime Minister Abe really wanted Sanae Takaichi to become Prime Minister. So it is kind of bringing India-Japan, bringing those dreams of Prime Minister Abe, that Indo-Pacific and the defense. If you can recall that defense companies, that they were not that much interested in India, but these days...
No, absolutely, and Nupur, I'm actually quite curious to try and understand a little more about the three priorities that have been shared, right? Let's talk about those as well. Strategic partnership is something that has been outlined as a very important topic. Other than that, you do have economic security and business collaboration. Let's talk about some of the key focus areas. Now, these are the ones that, to me, really stand out in terms of the ones that have been outlined. But what are the key focus areas to you then?
Definitely, economic collaboration, the talk, we have been talking for many years and it has been going on. I'm not saying that this is not happening. Things are happening. But Japan is not, the first thing we have to understand, Japan takes steps very slow. They understand things and Japan is already 27.5 around, roughly, they have invested in India and they have committed. They have committed to invest here around $68 billion USD to India in next 10 years. So this is a huge capital which is going to come if we can utilize totally. So I think investment should be the very important point here. I think they're going to talk about the investment and the Japanese companies. As you can see that she has brought a large number of delegation and they are going to talk about how they can invest here. And Japanese companies, I'm going to bring here the event we just did in Tokyo, and the Japanese companies, even the small companies, bigger companies, they all came from all over Japan just to find out how they can invest, how they can take their technology to India. So there is a lot of interest. I think this is the field where Mr. Modi and Takaichi-san are going to talk about that, how they can have more economic partnership, strategic partnership. Definitely, we have a strategy.
No,
Hello?
Absolutely. Since we're talking about strategy as well, Nupur, just wanted to try and understand what you think about the status right now, right? Because India and Japan have called themselves special strategic partners. Right now, do you think that they're going to be entering a little bit of more of a security-driven phase and the focus areas could be drastically shifting as well?
Yes, very rightly you said, and very actually as strategic and global partnership it is. Actually, they have given the new name. So this is, the defense is going to play a very big role now. As Japan can understand in this situation, the very volatile world, and they have North Korea, they have China just next to, and Sanaya Takaichi, she doesn't have very good relation with China, especially with her, the relation did not go, it's not going very well. So here is India is the partner, the stable partner who Japan can rely on, and India definitely always can rely on Japan. So here, I think the defense companies, from my personal experience, I can tell you, the defense companies, they have huge interest now in India, and they're finding out how they can invest. They can. So this is the strategic and global partnership definitely going to work very well.
No, absolutely. And thank you so much for joining us with all of those snapshots. Just very, very quickly before we let you go, just a 3-word answer, if you will. Any other sectors except defense that really stand out to you, your top 3, just the sectors, if you could name them?
Green energy, semiconductor, and definitely automobile is always working well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nupur, for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So there you go. That's a detailed outlook coming in terms of what the conversation could be about. And we'll hopefully get you that commentary also coming in just about time for that also to happen, and we'll keep that on our radar as well. But as we do that, let's also move on and talk to you about the entire world of commodities as well. And we do have Anuj Gupta, commodity expert, joining us on the show right now. Mr. Gupta, thank you so much for taking time out and joining us. First things first, just wanted to try and understand what you think about the fading war premium, because oil prices seem to be really collapsing under pressure right now, given the entire supply glut situation and possibly some of the weaker cues coming in on the demand front as well.
Yes, good afternoon. The war premium has been diluted, and we have seen that crude prices are trading below $70 per barrel. So that is a point where we can say that prices are trading at pre-war level, almost at the time of March 2026, where the prices was there. Right now, prices are at their prices. So the war premium is diluted, and also the OPEC plus members are going to increase their production, and UAE is also going to increase the production. So that will impact on the crude oil supplies. So, and even yesterday we also noticed that US inventories are also rising as compared to the last week. So that means we have seen a sharp correction in the crude oil prices.
No, absolutely, and a lot to watch out for as well, as you do have the Hormuz flows that continue normalizing right now. Just quickly wanted to try and get a sense of what you think about the recovery in gold prices as well, because it's that 4,000 level that's yet again back in focus right now, and you do see a little bit of recovery. Do you think that this is likely to sustain as well?
Yes, definitely. We are expecting that gold prices may recover from here, because yesterday the new Fed chair Kevin Shaw saying that he is very keen to let down the inflation, and that will impact on the monetary policy. And they also indicating that he is not in hurry to increase the interest rate. So that will impact on gold prices. And after the speech, we saw that gold prices increased sharply, and we noticed a sharp correction in the dollar index, because if they are not increase the interest rate, so that will be a positive for the gold. And from his the speech, we are taking cues that he's not hurry to increase the interest rate.
Absolutely. The Fed policy outlook seems to be remaining the key driver as well going forward. Just wanted to understand what else makes it to your radar when it comes to gold prices as well, since you're penciling in a little bit of an upside as well.
Yes, currently gold prices are trading around 1,44,000, and in international market is trading around 4,100 kind of level. So we are expecting in a shorter run it may test $4,200 per ounce, and domestic market it may test for 1,47,000. So these are the level which are very important for the currently gold trend. However, we can say that the lower crude oil prices also supportive for the gold prices, and even however, the demand is not so much, but yes, technically we can say that prices may rebound from here.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much for outlining that as well. Just wanted to try and understand what you think about fresh buys right now, given that there's still a lot of volatility on the table. Even when you talk about gold prices, if somebody's been waiting for that volatility to subside, what is your advice coming in for them?
For shorter term kind of thing, yes, we are recommending buy in gold prices because on the basis of Fed chair speech and the lower dollar index, so we can say that there might be some investment buying start from here. So for the kind of thing, for the shorter term, we are recommending to buy gold from here, and even for the long term perspective, we are recommending buy on dips.
No, absolutely. And I just also wanted to try and understand if that's a similar sense that you gather when it comes to silver prices as well. Do you expect them to be mirroring gold prices going forward?
Yes, definitely. After the war, we are expecting a sharp rise in the industrial metal demand. And as the silver is the part of industrial metal, so we are expecting a sharp run up or sharp jump in the demand of the industrial metal, particularly in silver and other industrial metal. As silver is also part of the bullion and the gold is recovering, so we can say that as tandem with the gold prices, silver is also expecting to rise from here. So we are recommending buy in silver also, and we are expecting that silver may test almost $63 to $65.
No, absolutely. And a very, very quick word. Just wanted to get that in when it comes to copper prices as well. Just a very quick word in terms of what is the trajectory that you're penciling in on that front?
We are seeing a sharp correction in the copper prices, but right now prices are on support level as industrial metal demand may increase from here. So we are not expecting so much correction in the copper prices and in the other metals also. So we are recommending wait and watch to buy on support levels.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us, Mr. Gupta. So there you go. That's the entire outlook coming in, not just on oil and gold as well, but silver and copper as well. So that's what you can be penciling in there. But moving on, let's also get you a slice of an interesting conversation. In fact, we caught up with Dalip Sehgal as well, Executive Director and CEO of Nexus Select Malls, about the company's acquisition strategy and even the growth plans. Let's go across and listen into a slice of that conversation.
You were a privately held, Blackstone-led company up till about 2022, which is your phase one. And this coincides with the growth journey that you're saying. When you went public, you listed at a REIT, you looked at asset monetization as a way to fund that growth and also deliver value for your investors there. When you look at the REIT ecosystem here today, you're the only pure play retail listed company in this space. Do you see this growth journey continuing in a manner where the retail investor actually participates now? Because right now REITs don't have too much of retail participation.
So absolutely right. So in 2.0, and that's the stuff I was going to talk about, is that as we were looking ahead and we said, look, we will need funds to grow in the future. That's where we looked at a REIT option. Why a REIT option? And we were the first retail REIT. Answer is very simple, which is that if you're a REIT, you are allowed to give units instead of cash if you want to buy a mall. So to give you an example, Select City, which is a marquee mall in Delhi, the entire mall was actually put into the REIT. This is a swap of units, not cash. Now that does two things for the seller. One, there's no immediate tax impact, and two, they can then share in the value proposition across 19 malls instead of one mall. So let's say something happens in Delhi, it's shut, right? Now the promoters have a stake in all 19 malls. So that's what happens. And from a consumer investor perspective, again makes a lot of sense because real estate individually is very difficult to buy. Even residential is difficult to buy, and commercial, of course, becomes even more difficult. So how do you make sure that you can get participation, like you said, from retail investors? And the only way that it can be done is through a REIT. Regulations are just sort of firming up, but 2-3 things that stand out for a REIT. Number one, 100%, 90% is what SEBI says. We give away 100% of what we earn. Secondly, if you see, we listed in May of 23. We're just about 3 years in, and we listed at 100. Today our share price is 165, so there's 65% appreciation. And we are giving 7-8% dividend as well. So if you look at this journey, the CAGR ROI is almost 26%, which is probably one of the best. Whether you take stocks or you take REITs, is probably one of the best. And the reason for that is that it allows us, like I said, to do both. Because our model is buy and fix, anybody who wants to sell can either take cash can take units. That option is there, which in a normal situation may not be possible. And if they want a combination, that can also happen, right?
Yeah.
In terms of growth, which is really where I think we need to now focus. That's the history. 10 years went by. Good closure.
Yeah. The important thing is to now understand where you're going. You've I think very intentionally moved east.
Yeah.
Also, you have Calcutta now.
Yeah.
You're looking at Guwahati also. That's one bit I want to ask you. But broadly, both your greenfield and brownfield. How are you looking at expanding? Are you also, and where is the large part of investment going to? New projects? Are there even enough new projects to acquire, or are you looking at increasing footfall in your current projects?
So I think the organic growth will continue. When you have 20 malls for the next few years, organic growth will be 70% of our growth. The rest of it will come from new malls, right? Now, what is a new mall? It can either be, let's say when we bought Seaboards from L&T, it was done, but leasing had not been done. So that's a brownfield, and you can see how the mall has turned out. It's turned out very well. Looking at East, the question that you asked, East is underrepresented as far as modern trade is concerned. There's a lot of retail, but modern trade is very limited. Very few malls. So that's why we bought a couple of malls in Calcutta. And then we started looking at the East and saying, hey, listen, where is the opportunity? And I have, in my earlier avatar, worked a lot in the East. So we said, hey, Guwahati is actually at the intersection of 7 states, right? And it's the entry point to the Northeast. And there is nothing except for maybe a small mall, or there's really nothing. And that's where we found that there was somebody who was making a mall. So it's not a greenfield, he was already constructing it. So in a sense, it is more brownfield than greenfield. So that is one. Secondly, the vision is to double our business in the next 3 to 4 years. And the way it will happen is still 80% of it will be acquisition led, rest of it will be greenfield. But the greenfield also will be with a partner. See, our expertise is not to build malls, our expertise is to run malls. So whenever we get an opportunity like in Guwahati, he's a builder, he will not run the mall, we will run it. And that's how the transaction happened. We have another one in Dombivli with a very reputed builder. And the reason for that again is very simple, which is there's nothing to buy in that side of the city, right?
All right, that said and done, let's go across and listen in to the word coming in from Japanese PM Sanai Takaichi as well. And there's a joint presser that is underway. Let's listen in to a slice of that conversation that's underway.
Of cooperation between Ministry of Cooperation and Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, India, and Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan on the expansion of biogas and organic fertilizer production and utilization for rural prosperity, energy security, and sustainable mobility. These 4 documents will be exchanged by His Excellency Mr. Ono Keiichi, Ambassador of Japan to India, and Shri Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary of India. Next, we have the Memorandum of Cooperation between India AI Mission and METI, Japan. This document will be exchanged by His Excellency Mr. Ono Keiichi, Ambassador of Japan to India, and Ms. Nagma Muhammad Malik, Ambassador of India to Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the exchange ceremony. I would like to inform that Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the media in Hindi. Members of the audience may use the audio device provided to listen to the translation in English and Japanese languages. I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Namaskar, good afternoon. Your Excellency Ms. Takaichi Sanai, Prime Minister of Japan, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honorable Ministers, members of both delegations and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements by the two leaders. May I request Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency और मेरी छोटी बहन प्रधानमंत्री ताकाइची जी, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार, कोनिचिवा। इंडिया जापान एनुअल समिट के लिए प्रधानमंत्री ताकाइची का भारत में अपनी पहली यात्रा पर स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। वे जापान की पहली महिला प्रधानमंत्री भी है और एक दूरदर्शी और लोकप्रिय नेता भी है। इतना ही नहीं, वे जापान के नारा प्रीफेक्चर से आती हैं, जो भारत जापान की साझा बौद्ध विरासत का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र है। फ्रेंड्स, कुछ ही दिन पहले G7 समिट में मैंने कहा था कि वैश्विक उथल-पुथल के आज के माहौल में आपसी विश्वास हमारा सबसे बड़ा स्ट्रेटेजिक एसेट है और मुझे गर्व है कि भारत जापान की साझेदारी इस कसौटी पर पूरी तरह खरी उतरती है। पिछले कई दशकों में ऑटोमोटिव से लेकर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स तक जापान ने भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी का अहम हिस्सेदार बनकर दोस्ती और विश्वास की एक अमूल्य पूंजी बनाई है। और आज प्राइम मिनिस्टर ताकाइची की यात्रा से हम अपनी स्पेशल स्ट्रेटेजिक एंड ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप के नए अध्याय की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और जापान दोनों ही विश्व की सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमीज में से है। एक फ्री, प्रॉस्परस और रूल्स बेस्ड इंडो पैसिफिक हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता है। क्षेत्र की सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेटिक और मार्केट इकोनॉमीज के रूप में आज हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण पहल की हैं। इनसे हम मिलकर पूरे क्षेत्र में शांति, स्थिरता और प्रगति का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री ताकाइची और मेरा विश्वास है कि टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप हमारे सहयोग का सबसे मजबूत स्तंभ बनेगी। इसी विजन को साकार करने के लिए आज एआई के क्षेत्र में हमने जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट भी जारी किया है। भारतीय एआई इकोसिस्टम के कई प्रमुख संस्थानों में भी आज अपने जापानीज पार्टनर के साथ एग्रीमेंट्स किए हैं। जापान की प्रिसीजन टेक्नोलॉजी और भारत की सॉफ्टवेयर क्षमता, इसका संगम वैश्विक एआई विकास को नई गति और शक्ति देगा। डिफेंस के क्षेत्र में आज हमने भारत और जापान के पहले को डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट पर एग्रीमेंट किया है। नेवल रेडियो एंटेना यूनिकॉर्न का यह प्रोजेक्ट हमारी डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप में एक नया अध्याय खोलेगा। अब हम ऐसी डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजीज को साथ मिलकर विकसित करेंगे जो रीजनल पीस, मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी और रूल बेस्ड ऑर्डर को मजबूत करेगी। फार्मा, मेडिकल डिवाइसेस और बायोटेक में आज किए गए एग्रीमेंट से हम ग्लोबल हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी में भी योगदान देंगे। भारत का स्केल और जापान की क्वालिटी को जोड़कर हम एफोर्डेबल, रिलायबल और एडवांस हेल्थ सॉल्यूशंस दुनिया तक पहुंचाने के लिए काम करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत जापान इन्वेस्टमेंट पार्टनरशिप निरंतर सुदृढ़ हो रही है। पिछले एक वर्ष में करीब 120 नए बिजनेस एग्रीमेंट्स हुए हैं, जिनसे भारत में $10 बिलियन से अधिक जापानीज इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगा। आज फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज एजेंसी के बीच एग्रीमेंट से कैपिटल और इन्वेस्टमेंट फ्लोज और सुगम होंगे। हमारा लक्ष्य स्पष्ट है, अगले 10 वर्षों में जापान से भारत में 10 ट्रिलियन येन इन्वेस्टमेंट और भारत में जापानीज कंपनी की संख्या दोगुनी करना। भारत में लगातार हो रहे रिफॉर्म से ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस बढ़ा है। जापान की कंपनीज भी इसका लाभ उठा सकती हैं। फ्रेंड, आज के अनिश्चितता भरे युग में भारत और जापान दोनों इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी और एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी का महत्व अच्छी तरह समझते हैं। इसी दिशा में आज हमने इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी के लिए एक ज्वाइंट रोडमैप तैयार किया है। इसके माध्यम से हम सेमीकंडक्टर, क्वांटम और एडवांस मटेरियल जैसे स्ट्रेटेजिक क्षेत्रों में सप्लाई चेन रेजिलियंस को मजबूत करेंगे। एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी के क्षेत्र में भी आज हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए हैं। इंडिया जापान बायोगैस इनिशिएटिव के माध्यम से हमें भारत में 1000 बायोगैस और ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट्स लगाने में सहायता मिलेगी। इससे हमारी गोवर्धन पहल और मजबूत होगी। इससे भारत के गांवों में सस्टेनेबिलिटी, प्रॉस्पेरिटी और रूरल लाइवलीहुड को नई शक्ति मिलेगी। ऑयल शॉक जैसी परिस्थितियों से निपटने के लिए आज हमने एनर्जी रेजिलियंस पर भी एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल की है। साथ ही बैटरी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में हमारा सहयोग विश्व के क्लीन एनर्जी फ्यूचर में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देगा। भारत और जापान मिलकर इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी को शेयर्ड सिक्योरिटी और एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन को शेयर्ड अपॉर्चुनिटी के रूप में हम लेते हैं और उसको आगे बढ़ाने की दिशा में हम काम करेंगे और उसको बदलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने भारत जापान नेक्स्ट जनरेशन मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप फ्रेमवर्क भी तैयार किया है। इससे अब हम ऑटोमोटिव सेक्टर में हमारी सक्सेस स्टोरी को शिप बिल्डिंग, एविएशन और लॉजिस्टिक जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी दोहराएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे संबंधों की बड़ी ताकत हमारी पीपल टू पीपल टाइज है। हम टैलेंट मोबिलिटी, स्किलिंग और टेक्निकल इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम इसके अवसर भी बढ़ा रहे हैं और दोनों देशों के बीच रिसर्च, एजुकेशन और स्टार्टअप सहयोग भी सुदृढ़ कर रहे हैं। हमें बहुत खुशी है कि अगले वर्ष हम भारत जापान डिप्लोमेटिक रिलेशंस की 75th एनिवर्सरी मनाने जा रहे हैं। इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर हम कल्चर, टूरिज्म और क्रिएटिव इकोनॉमी सहयोग से आपसी कनेक्ट और प्रगाढ़ करेंगे। योर एक्सेलेंसी, भारत और जापान की इकोनॉमी कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री है। सांस्कृतिक मूल्यों से लेकर आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी तक हमारी सोच और अप्रोच भी समानता है और सबसे बढ़कर हमारे संबंधों की नींव अटूट आपसी विश्वास पर टिकी है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी यह विशेष साझेदारी सशक्त और समृद्ध जापान के आपके विजन, विकसित भारत के हमारे संकल्प और विश्व की प्रगति को नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगी। एक सशक्त और समृद्ध जापान का आपका विजन विकसित भारत का हमारा संकल्प और पूरे विश्व की प्रगति को मिलकर साकार करें। मैं फिर से एक बार आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अरिगतो गोजाइमास।
Thank you, sir. May I now request Her Excellency Ms. Takaichi Sanai, Prime Minister of Japan, to give her remarks to the media.
皆様、こんにちは。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and namaskar. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Prime Minister Modi and the people of India for your warm hospitality on the occasion of my visit to your country. You called me a beautiful younger sister, Prime Minister Modi. But at the small meeting before the big meeting, we confirmed that we are on the same page and develop this relationship as brother and sister. Japan and India must leverage our respective strengths to become stronger and more prosperous together. In the midst of international affairs in disarray, the establishment of such intercomplementary cooperative relationship has become ever more important. From such perspective, as Prime Minister Modi and I engaged in discussions over diverse issues, we again were reminded of the many goals we share. And we confirmed to place the following 3 points at the center of our cooperation. First, to deepen the strategic cooperation between Japan and India. Our two countries share the vision on the profile of international order we should establish under the current international situation. I recently announced the updated FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific, which focuses on self-reliance and resilience to realize FOIP. On the other hand, Prime Minister Modi positions the ocean as a shared space that supports regional stability and growth and is promoting the Mahasagar, the Great Ocean Initiative for countries across the Indian Ocean to defend their sovereignty and the sea through their own efforts, which is perfectly aligned with FOIP. Thus, we agreed to deepen the strategic cooperation between Japan and India to achieve such common goals. Expansion of maritime security cooperation is especially important for regional peace and stability. Taking the opportunity of our visit, a destroyer of Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force and an India Navy vessel are planning to engage in joint exercise. We will enhance exercises in the Indian Ocean, promote naval maintenance, repair, and overhaul cooperation, and strengthen equipment cooperation under the Make in India framework. In order to deepen such cooperation, I have instructed the relevant departments to hold discussions and to organize the next Japan-India 2+2 before the end of the year. Second, promotion of Japan-India cooperation in the area of economic security and energy security. As both countries face challenges such as economic weaponization and non-market practices, we need to urgently build resilience in our critical minerals supply chains. Further, in the area of energy security impacted by the Middle East situation, both Japan and India bear the responsibility to provide for
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार।
NAC Packaging Limited, one of the leading export-led packaging solutions providers, having served over 1,950 customers across 71 countries including Fortune 500 companies. now makes an initial public offering of equity shares of face value of 10 rupees each for cash at a premium. The 100% book built offer being offered in a price band of 161 rupees to 170 rupees per equity share opens on Wednesday, July 1st, 2026, closes Friday, July 3rd, 2026. For risk factors and details, refer to the red herring prospectus.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
Bundelkhand is known for its rich history, brave traditions and unique culinary heritage.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I am looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what...
Hello and welcome at NDTV Profit. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers, where we talk about a lot of small cap stocks which are buzzing. Today, Dhanuka Agritech is in focus. Now this is on the back of weak monsoon, which has hit Kharif sowing activity. In fact, Kharif acreage have been down 23% year on year. We have seen El Nino also, impacting monsoon. Weather pattern has caused, this uneven rainfall, and how this is gonna impact Dhanuka Agritech and overall, agrochemical industry. To speak more about that, we are here joined by Mr. M.K. Dhanuka, who's chairman at Dhanuka Agritech. Sir, welcome at NDTV Profit. Pleasure to have you. Just wanted to understand, how is this weak monsoon impacting agri input demand on ground? If you could, update us on that.
You are well aware that in the month of June, we have 40% less rainfall. So ultimately, agrochemical business is dependent on the monsoon, and if monsoon is weak, it is going to impact the overall business of agrochemicals. So that has impacted the sales in the first quarter for the company and as well as for the industry as a whole. But it is expected that the season is delayed because of the delay in the monsoon, and whatever shortfall has occurred in the first quarter, that we hope that we will be able to meet in the second quarter if the rainfall comes in the month of July.
So, with that, you have guided for lower double-digit growth for FY27. Now, considering the current situation, will this impact your FY27 guidance?
It will be too early to say anything about this because still there is a possibility that the monsoon can revive and again the situation can be normalized. So we will be able to give better guidance after a month's time once the July month is over.
But internally you must have at least had some understanding that compared to last year at least the sales could be 5% lower, 10% lower, given the fact that we already know that monsoon is going to be weak this time, overall on an overall basis as well.
You see, although the monsoon is weak, but still around 56% of acreages are irrigated. So that way 56% crop is secured. So that way overall it is expected that the monsoon will be 10% lower and 90% forecast is there for the monsoon. So I don't foresee that it is going to impact much, but the timely rainfall should come and it should be scattered and at regular intervals. So that is the basically the $1 million question for the agriculture growth.
Also, just wanted to check with you on the beer portfolio that is expected to be one of the major growth drivers. How much revenue can this portfolio contribute overall in FY27?
We expect that from till now we have got the registration for Indian sales only. So in India, Dhanuka is marketing and we expect that around 35 crore business we will be able to generate from Bayer molecule in India. Apart from that, we have made arrangement with Bayer that till December 2026, Bayer will continue to sell on behalf of Dhanuka and they will pass on the net economic benefit to Dhanuka. So that will continue and overall revenue we are expecting around 175 crore including Bayer and Dhanuka combined.
Sir, also wanted to understand the Dahej concern that we have. Why is the ramp up taking longer than expected and when should one expect, Dahej to become the earning accretive for the company?
You see, the 2 years were not good for the industry. So that's why it is taking more time. We are expecting that we will get some molecule from Japan, which has also been delayed. So no such agreement has been taken place between Japan and India for sharing the molecule with Dhanuka. So it is also taking time in getting the registration for bifenthrin technical in overseas market. So once we get the registration in overseas market, then we will be able to export to various countries.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and giving us the way forward for Dhanuka Agritech. Well, that was the management will decide. That management will decide on how the quarter or the year will look like post the end of second quarter numbers. Let's also get in our fundamental guest, Mr. Chokhalingam from Economics Research. Mr. Chokhalingam, you heard the management. Given the fact that they're expecting monsoon to come in a bit delayed, they have still not given their guidance for FY27. So at this point of time, what is your advice to investors?
Yeah, so one can hold it for long term. There are concerns. Why I am saying one can hold for long term is that the 10-year track record till FY25 has been really great. And stock has already crashed almost to 45%. Very strong balance sheet, almost debt free. And institutional holding and promoter holdings are very high. So all these are positive. The only two negative factors, even before this current monsoon forecast came, In FY26, the revenue profits are almost stagnating. That was the area of concern, despite having normal monsoon in calendar year 25. And second, FY26, there is, apart from the fact that there is no growth and is stagnated in FY26, the renewed concern is the monsoon so far, the performance. As of yesterday, there is a 38% deficit in the rainfall, cumulative rainfall. And IMD says in July also, there may be deficit, which means for 2 months, the cumulative rainfall deficit could be even 20%. That is my fear. If that is the case, and then this performance can be impacted quite significantly. So net to net, considering all positive and negative, I would say that it's a good to hold for long term, but short term, I don't think one can expect any decent return.
All right, got that view. Well, moving on, Bharat Seeds, let's pull up that chart as well. The stock is buzzing. In fact, it's up almost 28% in a month. It gains for the 5th consecutive session, which is up 30%. Let's bring in Jasmeet for more details on that.
Well, Varsha, thank you for that. As rightly said, this is a pretty interesting counter, and the performance of the stock has been in green over last 1 year, 6 months, and even the last 5 days. Let's quickly understand what does the company do. Well, it manufactures seating and interior for various component vehicles. Now, well, today marks an interesting day because it has completed its 40 years in the industry today. Further, Suzuki-san, the CEO and the president of Suzuki Motors, visited the company, and this shows the positive momentum the company has been doing, delivering Suzuki and the Maruti as one of their suppliers and manufacturers, showing how positive an Indian company has done over these years. When we look at the stock performance over the last 5 days, the stock has been buzzing and gained about 30-odd%, and over a month it's up 28%, given majority of the gains in a month has come from that 5-day performance which you see in the last 5 days. While over last 6 months the stock is in 35%, over last 1 year the stock has nearly doubled, it's up 110-odd%. When we look at the key financials, even that has been pretty strong for the company. The FY26 revenue was up nearly 51-odd%, has been growing very strong over years, while the margin at 5.7-odd% is a low margin business compared to other companies, while the net profit is up nearly 27-odd%. When we look at the overall performance of this particular counter, over last 3 years, the compounded growth of the revenue has been at 23-odd%, while over last 5 years has grown at 29-odd%, showing the long-term growth, how it has been growing over last 5 and 3 years. In terms of the overall margin, they have been in the range of 4 to 6% for the particular company, while the net flows, net cash flows have jumped to 12 crore in FY26 versus 3 crore. So we even see the cash flow improving for the counter. While lastly, the investor, the promoter currently holds 74% stakes in the company, while Maruti Suzuki and the Suzuki Motor Corporation together hold nearly 29% stakes as promoters.
Right. Well, thank you for that, Jasmeet. Moving on to our next small cap stock, that's ADF Food. The stock has been buzzing. Let's get in Shivam to understand what could be the potential reason. What does the company do here?
Yes, the stock is at a 1 year high, and the volumes in the stocks has been at the all-time high since 2010 after the listing. Now, let's look at the key reason why the stock is buzzing. So, its US subsidiary ADF Holding USA will receive around a refund of around 20 crores, and this follows the US Supreme Court directives which were given regarding the excess tariff collected from the importers. Now, if you look at the FY26 breakdown, the company has 2 core segments, which is production and distribution business constitutes around 15% of FY26 revenue, and it has a strong presence in US and UK. And if you look at the refund size related to its FY26 revenue, the refund amounts constitutes around 3% of FY26 revenues. So overall, it seems a small chunk, but it has been a key positive trigger in today's session. Apart from that, there has been a recent ruling in Escort Valley Foods litigation case 2, where the ADF Food was entitled to receive around $2.3 million. So this has also been a key positive trigger for the company. Talking about the Q4 highlight, the business performance has been resilient despite the macro headwinds and the geopolitical uncertainty that the company has been facing. And apart from that also, the company stock has given a strong performance in various periods.
Well, thank you so much, Shivam, for all the details. Well, viewers, this is all the time that we have on this segment of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura, Har Raste Ka Superstar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaign, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your
Welcome. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition, and this is a show that gets all your stock-related queries answered. But before we start doing that, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. The Nifty 50 is holding above the 24,100 level, much above the 24,100 level now, up by about 0.5, 0.6 odd %. The Bank Nifty, however, has turned into red. almost flat in fact for the bank Nifty. 58,000 levels is what we're tracking on the bank Nifty so far. So that's the counter which has turned its tides since we last spoke. But let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well to see as to what the broader end of spectrum is looking like. The mid cap 150 is almost in tandem with where the benchmarks are, up by about 0.4%. The small cap 250 is also, in fact, slightly doing better than the benchmarks, up by about 0.7%. Let's try to pull up the BSE 500 to see as to what are the names that are specifically buzzing in trade today. You have names like Zensar Tech, C Infosystems, Sona BLW, Delta Crop, etc. doing very well. But on the flip side, you have something like Gujarat Gas, Sterlite Tech, HFCL. Both these names, Sterlite Tech and HFCL, have seen a significant up move and now probably seeing profit booking. AI Engineering and Thermax are some of the other names that continue to be under pressure. But Karan Adani says that the first phase of the group's 2 million ton smelter project is moving ahead with funding coming through internal accruals and debt. He also expects the OMC agreement to be finalized this year. My colleague Ridhima caught up with him on the sidelines of their MOU signing event. Listen in to a slice of that conversation.
So this, this plant which is going to be opened, how will the phases be divided? And in the first phase, what sort of developments will happen? And when can we?
Yeah, so phase 1 will be 2 million tons of alumina and 1 million ton of smelter. And then in the phase 2, it will be taking the 2 million to 4 million and 1 million of smelter to 2 million tons of aluminum smelter.
And also, how will the funding be made for the whole project?
So the balance sheet of AEL is very strong, and we will be looking through funding from the from AEL. It is, as you know, AEL is one of the India's largest incubator, and so this will be one of the other project which AEL will be incubating.
And what sort of collaboration with the OMC will be taken forward, and how will it go through?
So we are working with that. That is one of the part of the MOUs that we have to work with OMC to figure out the security, bauxite security. So there are multiple options that we are working with OMC, and in due time we will tell all the details.
And the link, the agreement will also be...
Of course, part of the agreement, part of the MOU is to have the long-term linkage agreement.
Of 25 years, that
25.
in August is what
we're hoping. We're hoping.
And also, how long the whole project will take, and what sort of an investment will be done apart from what's been already told of 1.08 lakh crore?
So total timeline is around 5 years to complete the project, and so that is the initial investment. And then once we are there, we will obviously looking at, once this is set up, then we will look at further developments over there.
And any more plans to open more projects in Odisha itself?
Nothing immediately right now.
All right, so that was, of course, Karan Adani on the sidelines of the MOU that the group just signed. But moving on to all your stock-related questions, and to answer them, we're now joined by Jatin Geria, VP Technical Research at Teji Mandi, and Avinash Gorakshakar, Founder and Head of Research at Avinash Mentor Research Services, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good afternoon to the both of you. I'll take the first question that we have is from Bindu, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about Cupid. She's got around 1,270 odd shares that she'd bought it at the levels of 86. Wants to know from a long-term perspective, maybe add more, continue to hold, sell. Avinash, any view on this one?
No, I think one can definitely hold on to the stock because the management has now guided that Q1 for FY27 is also going to be a very strong quarter. And for the overall year, I think the top line growth is going to be in excess of 25%. So I think despite the fact that the stock has run up significantly, the investor has made a decent amount of money. My suggestion is maybe 20-25% can be booked out and the rest can be held on. I think the next financial year, that is FY27, will be another strong year. So continue to hold the rest of the quantity.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on AB Capital. Gautam from USA wants to know as to what could be the right entry point to enter into this one. Jatin, what would your recommendation be on the charts for AB Capital?
So AB Capital has broken out of a sideways consolidation. If he wants to enter for a long term, I would suggest to buy on a dip at a support level of 370, where we have the 20-day moving average.
The next one that we have is on Urban Company. Vasant from Hyderabad wants to know whether he can continue to hold the 1500 shares that he has bought at the levels of 115 or should he book out? Avinash, what would you recommend? Urban Company is what I'm talking about.
No, I think if the investor can hold on for the next 12 to 18 months, Urban Company can definitely be held on. See, large marquee investors have entered the stock and they are continuing to stay invested here. I think mostly these are PMSs, family offices, domestic mutual funds. So I think the shares are definitely being bought by very seasoned investors, and most importantly, the business model is quite robust. But I think to get a reasonably good risk reward, I think you need to stay invested for the next 12 to 15 months.
Okay, the next one that we have is on rate gain. Murli from Hyderabad has bought 30 odd shares at the levels of 425. He wants to know as to what could be the upside for the next 1 year. Jatin, what are you viewing on the charts for this one?
See, for Railtel, the trend is negative. Yesterday we did see some pop-up, but thereafter today it has fizzled out.
Jatin, I'm talking about rate gain, not Railtel. Rate gain is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, so rate gain, the trend is well and truly positive. Now, it has taken out above its previous swing high of 920. So yes, there is further strength that is likely in the counter. 975 is the target area. If he is currently holding, then he should hold with a trailing stop loss at 893.
All right, the next one that we have is on Bharat Cooking Coal. Murthy from Vizag wants to know if from a long-term perspective, is this the right time to accumulate this counter? Avinash, would you recommend that?
Yeah, I think if the investor has a 2-year kind of timeline, he can definitely think of investing. I think it's very close to, or maybe I think below the IPO price. So definitely good value can come in. But today, I think I read some news regarding that output has actually shrunk, and I think the management has clearly said that this drop in volume could have an impact on their business in the immediate quarter 1. So maybe in the short term, the stock will remain little range bound. But longer term, yes, I think at these levels, one can definitely think of investing a little quantity and keep a time frame of at least 18 to 24 months.
Okay, the next one is on Genus Power. Ahmed from Delhi has bought around 50 shares at the levels of 310. Wants to know from a 3 months perspective. He's saying he got it 3 months ago and he wants to know if he can add more from a 6 months perspective. Jatin, would you recommend that?
Yeah, so Genus Power, the trend is well and truly positive. On the upside, I am expecting levels of 358, 365. So current levels are good levels. It has come down to its previous swing low support. So yes, he can average at current market price.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is on Balaji Amines. Rajesh Maheshwari from Indore is holding 85 shares at an average price of 2485. From a short to medium term perspective, he wants to know if he can remain invested into this one or exit. What would you recommend, Jatin, on this one?
Yeah, see, Balaji Amines recently has been in an uptrend. So I would continue to ride the up move. I would keep a trailing stop loss at 2,100, and on the upside, I'm expecting 2,400. So continue to hold with a trailing stop loss.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Kirloskar Bros. Ram from Hyderabad is holding 300 odd shares at the levels of 2180. What is the stop loss and whether to continue to hold this one or not? Jatin, I'll stick with you again for this one. Your view on Kirloskar Bros.
See, in the case of Kirloskar Brothers, the support level is at 1850. Yes, the stock has run up, so it's seeing a mean reversion, but overall the trend is still positive. So continue to hold with a stop loss at 1850.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Balrampur Chini Mills. Manav from Mumbai has bought it at the levels of 530. 100 shares is what he's holding. He wants to know whether he can continue to hold this, whether there's a further upside left for this one. Avinash, your view?
Yeah, I think from a longer term perspective, see, Balrampur Chini is an integrated sugar player. They are into ethanol, they are into sugar. And I think the way ethanol consumption is being promoted by the country, plus now the new introduction of E20 fuel, I think clearly in the next couple of years, I think the business will be scaled up significantly. So I think if the investor can wait in for the next 12 to 15 months, he should hold on. Good value can be made, but from a medium to long term kind of time frame.
All right. I think we've got Shiva who's calling us from Bengaluru waiting by. Shiva, a very good afternoon to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all. So I have around 2,300 shares of BEL at the price of 419. So I want to know around the short-term view, like 3 to 6 months I can hold.
Okay. All right. Jatin, your view on BEL on the charts?
Yeah, so BL has found a triple bottom at the 400 level, and thereafter it's witnessing it's consolidating. But overall, from a short to medium perspective, I'm expecting a move towards 435 to 445 zone where we have some kind of a resistance. So at this point of time, the pattern suggests hold. On the upside, the resistance is at 435 to 445 zone.
Okay, all right. The next one is on JSW Cement. Ekambarai from Hyderabad is holding 200 shares bought at the levels of 130. He wants to know if he can whether he can continue to hold this one or shift to some other cement name. Avinash, what would you recommend?
No, I think JSW Cement is a relatively new player, and I think if the investor can wait for a couple of years, then definitely long-term prospects are good. But if he wants to stay invested in one of the larger players, then I think Ultratech Cement would be a better choice. I think here the company has a larger geographical reach, a better kind of positioning in the market. So I think based on his risk appetite, if he wants to actually invest in a large cap, then Ultratech can be better. But otherwise, if he can invest and stay invested for the next, say, 2 to 3 years, JSW Cement also looks attractive, but only from a long-term angle.
Okay, all right. The next one is from Pakshal, who is writing us from Jodhpur, asking about Trent, whether it's a good buy right now. Jatin, your view on the charts?
Witnessed a sharp up move in the last series, and I suggest to wait for a dip towards 3150, 3200 odd levels and then get in. So the risk reward ratio would be favorable in his favor. So yes, the overall trend is positive. Buy on dip would be the suggestion at 3150 to 3200 levels.
All right, okay. The next one that we have is on IRCTC. Keshav from Chennai is holding 75 shares bought at the levels of 519. From a 2 to 3 year perspective, is this a good hold, Avinash?
No, I think, see, IRCTC, the biggest issue is that, for their internet booking, I think already they have covered 75 to 80% of the market. And I think the market has not been growing that well. So that's the reason, growth quotient for IRCTC is actually significantly slowed down. So I would say that at least avoid it for this at this point of time. Maybe we can, look at the quarter 1 numbers which come out. And only once the numbers are out, we get a clear sense and commentary from the management, we could, invest fresh. So as of now, not worth advising investable as of now.
Next one is from Shankar, who is writing us from Bengaluru. He's planning to buy around 1,000 shares of IDFC First Bank and South Indian Bank at the current market price, and whether this is a good time to buy one of those, both of those. Jatin, where is the chart more attractive?
Yeah, the chart is more attractive definitely in the case of South Indian Bank because it's making a newer high, and in the case of IDFC First Bank, it's consolidating. So my sense is that South Indian Bank has a better technical structure. If he wants to buy, then 44 is the level around which we have the 40-day average. So there he can buy at the support level. On the upside, the immediate target that I'm seeing is 52 and thereafter 55.
All right. With that, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, viewers, but don't go anywhere. We'll be taking more questions on the other side, so do stay tuned.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का superstar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी. It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, The world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा अपनी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
You're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. It's time for a rapid fire round. Jatin and Avinash, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is on Maruti. Whether the current market price is the right price to make an entry to buy 50 shares, Jatin?
Yes, current price is right market price. Keep a trailing stop loss at 14,000 on the upside. 15,000, 15,500 is the target.
Okay, the next one is on Bajaj Housing Finance. Our viewer has purchased 3,000 odd shares at the levels of 85. Continue to hold this from a slightly long-term perspective, Avinash?
Yeah, I think you can continue to hold for the next, say, 12 to 18 months.
Okay, the next one that we have is from Shrikant, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Kirloskar oil engines. Whether this is the right time to make an entry into this one, Jatin?
Buy it at around 2175.
Okay, the next one is on Apollo Microsystems. Ram Iyer from Mumbai is holding 2,700 shares of this counter at the levels of 211. Wants to know whether to hold or sell. Avinash?
Yeah, I think you can continue to hold. I think next 12 to 15 months, good long-term prospects.
Okay, Siemens Energy from a 3 to 5 year horizon. Is this a good time to buy? Ajay from Gurugram wants to know. Avinash?
Yeah, you can definitely think of buying, in a staggered way. I think definitely from the next 2 to 3 years, this could be a very good opportunity.
Okay, Tata Power bought at an average price of 279. 130 shares is what our viewer is holding. From a long-term perspective, again, Avinash, continue to hold?
Yeah, I think you can continue to hold. Keep a time frame of 18 to 24 months.
Okay, the next one is on EPAC Durable. Soumya from Bengaluru has bought 50 shares at the levels of 251. Average sell, Jatin?
Avoid at this point of time. Trend is negative.
Okay, the next one is on Deccan Gold Mines. Our viewer wants to know whether she can continue to hold this from a slightly long-term perspective. She's bought it at the levels of 189. Avinash, any recommendation on this one?
No, I think keep a 2-year time frame because I think they've struck gold after a long period. So definitely long-term prospects appear to be good, but keep a time frame of 18 to 24 months.
Okay, Titagad is the stock that Aniket from Karnataka has bought at an average price of 844. A short-term rally is possible in this one, Jatin. The sector has started to look nice now.
Yeah, see, overall trend is positive, so he can, yes, expect levels of 925, 930 on the upside.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in from Mr. Rao, who's writing us from Vijayawada. BEL is the counter, 10,000 shares bought at the levels of 453. From a 6 months perspective, Jatin, your view?
The stock name, please?
BEL.
So BEL, it has formed a triple bottom at the 400 levels. On the upside, I'm expecting 435, 445.
Okay, Paras Defense at this price, is it a good buy? Sai from Hyderabad wants to know. Jatin, your view?
Yeah, Paras Defense trend is positive. On the upside, expecting 1400 odd levels.
All right, okay. That brings us to the end of this rapid fire round as well as Ask Profit. Jatin and Avinash, thank you so much for taking the time and helping us all of those stock related queries. But viewers, like I said, it's a wrap on this edition of Ask Profit. But do stay tuned. India Market Close is up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी. It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us. Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching India Market Close. My name is Alex Matthew, and it's a good picture for the Nifty 50. We're trading at 24,140, and remember that 24,100 mark has been a stiff point of resistance. We've moved past that. We're trading with gains of about 0.5%. We're holding very close to the high point of the day. Pull up the intraday chart for the Nifty 50. You'll see what I mean. See, you had a bit of a dip midway through the session, but we've moved up since that point, and we are trading very close, as I said, to the high point of the day. The index that is not working and not doing too much today is actually the Nifty Bank. Pull that up. It's trading in the red at this moment, and we'll get into the internals in just a bit. But just so you know, this is not doing well, but what is doing well, and probably the story of the day, just as it was the story of the day yesterday for completely different reasons, is the Nifty IT. Pull that up onto the screen, and it's held pretty much at the high point of the day, 4.5% gains. Let's look at the intraday, let's look at the heat map for the Nifty 50, because you'll see right on top 4 IT companies in the top 5. There you go. Infi, HCL Tech, TCS and Tech Mahindra. And Wipro not too far behind with gains of about 2.2%. Bajaj Finserv gaining about 2.5% as well, as Tamanna walks on to set to talk about some of this. It's a pretty good screen, but what you see is apart from ICICI Bank, which is holding with gains of about 1.2%, it's not really much of the banking pack that is doing anything today. But IT, why do you think the bounce back is taking place? Is it because it got beaten heavily yesterday, or is it because of what was said by Palantir CEO?
It's Alex Karp all the way.
there you
I mean, Indian IT companies should maybe send thank you bouquets to him, because he's a big buyer of AI services globally, someone whose word is really listened to very, very carefully. And he's in an interview to a TV channel in the US said things like this token tax is just not working. We're paying so much for the tokens that we use for AI, and they're probably just taking all our IP. He's talked about how he says that other CEOs privately are livid about it, but are not saying anything so far because they don't want to be the guy who called out AI entirely. He's saying that if they really can make as much money for us as they're projecting, why aren't they taking a share of our profits? Why are they charging for the tokens? That's the biggest giveaway. So it's a very detailed interview, but nevertheless, that's probably aiding the sentiment that you've seen on Indian IT. Let's pull up the contributors, because Alex is right, it's IT all the way. If you look at the rest of the market, it's not that exciting. I mean, yeah, ICICI Bank is pretty much there.
Because of the weight that it has. It weighs more than, or probably as much as the IT components in the Nifty 50.
Possibly. L&T, RIL, Axis Bank, HDFC Bank on the other side. So ICICI Bank is actually balancing out what its other private sector peers are doing. But let's pull up the sectoral heat map as well and get you a look at what's happening apart from IT. Of course, Nifty IT right up there, 4.5% up. And that's the thing, right, Alex? Nifty IT's got very sharp, huge moves in either direction. It's barely just small and slow and steady. But even after that, they've barely made up for the 30% downtick so far this year on the Nifty IT.
Yes, this morning it was a talking point for Infosys, the fact that it moved to 3 digits.
Back up now?
It's back up above 1,000 again. But what you're saying is absolutely right. And we spoke about this in the India Market Open show, where we said that despite the fact that IT is up about 4.5%, you're not seeing a smashing move on the Nifty 50. In trade yesterday, the index as a whole was down as much as we're seeing the gains today. But you didn't see a big decline for the benchmark, right?
Yeah.
So that is telling in that the market as a whole, yes, okay, it's gone down to where it is right now. It's not going to move the needle on either end, but I would wait to see the print, and we'll know soon enough in the first quarter.
Yes.
Don't hold your horses before you think that this is a comeback of the IT pack. Wait till the numbers come through, because they're not going to miraculously start showing a 7-8% growth.
Yeah, and we saw what happened with KPIT yesterday. PSU banks are not doing too well today. That's down and about. And Nifty Energy as well. But even as the worst performing sectoral index, the Nifty PSU bank index is less than 1% down. So you're essentially seeing gains for a second consecutive day, which has completely recouped the losses seen last week. That's one of the key factors that you're seeing today. Resistance levels now at 24,150 to 24,200. Supports at 24,000. And a decisive close above 24,150 to 24,200 could lead to a short covering rally to 24,500. Short covering in IT is being seen across the board. That's mid caps and large caps. SMIDs, small and medium companies, are outperforming the benchmarks for the first time this week, and the Nifty Realty Index is up 5% this week. The bank Nifty is suggesting a technical cool-off, struggling to stay above the 58,200 mark, and immediate supports are locked in at 57,450 to 57,500. On the upside, clearing 58,500 to 58,700 terminates the consolidation phase. That's the bank Nifty that I'm talking about, and this unlocks targets towards 59,500. Vinay Rajani with us this afternoon. We're also speaking to Deepak Shinoy. Welcome to both of you. Great to have you on. Deepak, has IT found some redemption, or it's a today story? You might have someone saying something tomorrow and it'll completely change.
It's too early. I think there's a lot more, information that needs to come. The data on the ground is not very positive. We're not seeing any major change in order profiles announced by IT companies. We're not seeing any. I mean, there are some, but again, few and far between. We haven't seen very good results from most of the IT pack for the quarter ended March. Even the commentary wasn't very positive. So I think markets tend to give some kind of choppy moves at all points in time. So I'd wait for this to kind of come back more meaningfully before we would make any longer term assumptions. For now, I guess one day story is a good thing. It's for people who own IT. It's not, we don't have much IT in our portfolio. So I can't say I'm overjoyed, but I think, it's fair to say that their underlying data hasn't yet shaped up. And perhaps it's more narratives driving this, and it's still a one-day move. So I don't think this negates a lot of the actual data flow that we've seen in the last few weeks.
Absolutely, Deepak, and a point well made. I guess also on the earnings front, as I was saying earlier, we'll know soon enough. You might actually see a complete reverse of what you're seeing today, and very quickly at that. But Vinay, on the technicals, one would assume that today's move is unlikely to shift the narrative, even on the technicals, right? Because this is a sector that is deeply oversold. For somebody that is sitting on the sidelines and contemplating, okay, is this the bottom? How should you approach this?
Yeah, good afternoon. So 46,100 was the high in Nifty IT index that was seen in December 2024. And from that level, it has come down below 26,000. So yesterday's low was 25,700 odd level. So more than 42-43% correction. And as you rightly said, it is deeply oversold. If I were to look at the purely oscillator that we are tracking on the monthly chart, the RSI for the Nifty IT index reached around 33. So this kind of oversold status on the monthly chart I had seen only in the year 2008-2009. So after that, this kind of oversold scenario has emerged in this IT index. And as we are approaching into a result season, we have seen that in the history that the underlying which has fallen a lot has tendency to recover or show some pullback rally before the result announcement. So I think this is the right time sentiment wise also. Everybody was bearish on the IT index, and though it has definitely currently it is into a positional downtrend, but I don't see much downside from current levels. At least we can expect some pullback rally to sustain. Today it has gone up by 4%. Still I am expecting that this further 5 to 8% up move could be there before the result comes for the large cap IT companies. So from here, I would suggest that those who are looking for shorting the IT stocks, they should avoid shorting it. Rather, I think this is the right time to start accumulating the stock, and ultimately we can get good returns in next 2-3 months. So from here, and another observation is that in 2022 and 2023, Nifty IT index went till 26,200, and from that level, major reversal was seen. And recent low is around 26,200, 26,000 only. So I'm a bit hopeful that it has reversed from the long-term support, and oversold scenario is also there. So we can expect some extension in the pullback rally.
Okay, all right. So that's the technical setup for the Nifty IT. But when I very quickly, because I have to jump into individual stocks as well, what is the call on the benchmark right now? It's holding at pretty much the high point of the day. That's one. And what are the individual stocks that you like?
Yeah. So Nifty, because of the IT stocks, almost 80 points contribution is there from the IT in the Nifty stocks, Nifty index right now. And Nifty is the only index which did not perform well. Today it is giving some good sign. 24,200 is a level for which we are actually waiting, above which the breakout will be confirmed. So it is just few points away from that level. But the way things are rotating, the FMCG and IT stocks have started performing. We are bullish on the Nifty, and we are expecting a breakout to come soon. And about 24,200, we are expecting 24,600 to 700 in a short span of time. And 23,800 remains the strong support for the Nifty. So with that stop loss, one can remain long. As far as stocks are concerned, we are bullish on some of the Adani Group stocks. So Adani Ports, which is a part of Nifty, is looking very strong. The stock is trading at its all-time high, and yesterday we saw a breakout from the consolidation. So Adani Ports around 1875, one can go long. 1840 should be the trading stop loss. On the upside, we are expecting a target of 1920 in couple of sessions. The second stock which I like on the chart is the Grasim, which has after a long time it has given some positive move, and the cement and other this kind of stocks have started moving. Ultratech Cement has also started moving well. So Grasim is looking good at 3160. Stop loss can be kept at 3100. On the upside, we are expecting an immediate target at 3280.
Okay, so quite a few calls there. You know, in case you're wondering why the Nifty IT is up and about, like we mentioned, there's Alex Karp to thank. He's the Palantir CEO who's launched a sharp attack on leading AI firms, including OpenAI and Anthropic, arguing that AI models have been completely and irresponsibly sold. Karp says many enterprises are spending time and resources on AI tokens without seeing meaningful business value, while exposing their intellectual property in the process. He's warned that the gap between AI hype and real-world outcomes is fueling growing frustration among businesses. And, you know, especially the danger he points out to that this AI use is gathering up the moats that companies have, their systems, their databases, their clients, their processes, and then can actually provide it to someone else. That is the fear that's got that Nifty IT up and about. Deepak, I know you said that this can change tomorrow, but just on the basic point which is being made time and again, and Alex Karp is the latest innovator to say it, though not talking about intellectual property, he's the first one to say that, but more and more people questioning the gains that are being promised by some of these AI solutions for enterprise.
Yeah, I think so. I think AI is real in the sense of it does provide some layer of benefit. Whether it will eliminate the need for outsourcing was always going to be a question of whether you'll actually do it yourself, you'll outsource it to people and demand that more AI is used in the process. Perhaps the billing formats will change from headcount to headcount plus tokens. And all of these things are layered on by another layer, which is the open source models that are now available, which can perhaps consume a lot lesser in terms of tokens, and perhaps therefore give a little bit of leeway for outsourcers to kind of expand their offerings where they may do some partial low cost and open source tokens and some partial routing into the larger American models. These are going to be discussions and architecture changes that people are going to talk about in the future, but I don't see necessarily that there's going to be any meaningful change in this model that requires tokens for a lot of AI activity to happen, and that monetization for tokens itself is going to remain the path going forward. So I would say at some point this will become commodity, and therefore it's not useful to be a model provider as much as it is going to be a layer above that. So whether it is all this infrastructure that needs to be created around it, the routing, the security, and so on, and also the person who actually manages these, a company that actually manages the way these models work together, that kind of support will still be required. Whether our top IT companies will be the ones who will take that opportunity, I don't know. I think we have not seen evidence of that yet. Hopefully they will be able to respond, but it may be just be possible that the new IT companies that come in taking advantage of these, or maybe some of the mid-cap players will go in bigger in these spaces, and there will be a change in leadership. Either ways, I don't expect that the current models will sustain as much as they are in the future. There will be new models as well.
Got it. Okay. It's time now for what I think is going to be a pretty interesting corporate conversation. And in fact, Paisalo Digital in focus on account of the fact that the promoters are increasing the stake in the company. The company has launched a 3-year roadmap as well, as the cost of borrowing has reduced on account of its ECB bond issuance. We've got the Deputy Managing Director, Santanu Agarwal, joining in to talk about some of that. Mr. Agarwal, thank you so much for taking the time. First, talk to us about the interest that the promoters have in increasing stake at this moment. Usually the street views that as something that means that there is going to be an upside to the financial performance going forward. Talk to us about that.
Hi, good afternoon. So if you look at how we have been doing, about 4 years back, we were at about 26.04% in terms of our promoter equity in the company. From there on, we did a warrant issue, which we converted within the stipulated timeline. And every year following that, we have been doing a creeping acquisition of about 5%. For the current fiscal year, we were able to finish the entire creeping acquisition of 5% within one quarter itself. It's primarily attributed to two reasons. Number one, the promoter are extremely bullish on the 3-year long-term roadmap that we have laid out, wherein we are doubling our AUM revenue and PAT over the next 3 years. And the second is that we did about 4 quarters back a foreign currency convertible bond of $50 million, out of which about $6 million have been converted, and balance $44 million is yet to be converted, which, if all goes well, we are hoping to get it. We are hoping that it will get converted in the next 3 quarters. So the dilution post that conversion of the promoters will be limited to only about 5 to 6%.
And Shantanu, is there any plan for further stake raises by the promoters?
I mean, I would want to do it, but the thing is, the SEBI guidelines, whether I'm doing a warrant or a pref or a creeping, limits my annual acquisition or increase in shareholding to 5% a year. We have already did about 4.97% for the year, so the only balance that is left for me is about 0.03%.
Yeah, but then, Shantanu, at what point will you be satisfied? Will you do this every year till you reach that 75% mark?
No, I think we are fairly comfortable holding in range between 40 to 50%, at least in conjunction with what the outlook for the company in terms of our long-range strategy and growth targets are for at least the next 6 years. So the 3 years we've already rolled out in the presentation that we did for the full year of the last fiscal year. So I think we'll be happy with about 40 to 50% in the next 3 years, maintaining that same for sure.
Talk to us about this target to double AUM revenue and PAT in 3 years. How's that going to work? What are the levers that you're using?
So, we've been listed for about 30 years now. If you look at about our 30-year journey, for the first 15 years, we were doubling our AUM income and PAT every 7 years. So we had a 15-year compounding cycle. From there on, we went to doubling it every 5 years. So we had a 10-year compounding cycle. And now we are entering a phase where we feel we are going to be able to double it every 3 years for at least the next 6 years, is what we are thinking, before going back to the stable outlook of about doubling it every 5 years. So we are primarily basing it on 4 factors. Number one is our transition from a high-tech, high-touch lender to a FinAI-based lender. The second parameter that we are targeting on is expansion of our distribution network. So we've gone from about 32 operating points back in 2017 to about 5,299 touch points spread across 22 states. We have added about 12 new states in the last 3 fiscal years. The third pillar that we are basing it on is our product expansion. We have gone from being a dual product company to having about 4 main categories and having about 8 subcategories beneath them. And the fourth finally is the optimization of the cost of capital. So if you look about 3 years ago, we were at about 12% cost of funds for us. We have brought it down to 10.3% as against the guidance of 10.5%. So a combination of all 4 of these factors are leading us to that doubling of AUM, income and PAT, all the while maintaining the pristine asset quality that we are proud to have.
What is the collection efficiency at this moment, Shantanu? If you could talk about the last 3 months in particular, where certain MSMEs were understood to be under a tad bit of stress on account of the West Asia crisis and the supply chain issues. Did you witness any delinquencies or difficulty in managing payments?
So the primary base of my consumer is limited to small enterprises, micro enterprises, and you say retail side of the population. The primary cause of concern with the West Asia crisis was limited at an OEM or at a large group level, and the government was fairly successful in insulating the micro MSMEs, SMEs, and retail side of India pretty well. Was there a crunch in terms of the incremental OPEX that was being faced at the bottom of the pyramid or at the MSME, SME level? Absolutely. But the government was able to phase it out really well, and was able to provide an environment of stability. Although the scalability part for that side of of borrowers was slightly limited, but at least having a stable environment was able to ensure that we were able to maintain our collection efficiencies. We were able to maintain our NPS and gross NPS extremely well. In fact, fact, if you look at our gross NPA levels, we were able to reduce them slightly on a quarter-on-quarter basis to 0.76% and 0.61%. And in terms of the collection efficiency, we went from about a 90. We were close the last entire fiscal year at about 98.5%. So fairly good numbers in terms of everything that was going on.
Okay, Shantanu, I do want to ask about a couple of metrics, which is one, your cost of funds, it's expected to come down further. You pointed to the fact that there's that additional ECB that could come through the next 3 quarters. So what are the implications of that? And the NIMs are already double digit. So what is the upside from here, particularly from the perspective that we've hit the lowest of the rate cycle, and if anything at the end of this year you could see rates go up?
So our entire growth metric is based on a NIM of about that we guided for is about 6.5% and a cost of fund at about 10.5%. As against that, we have overachieved the NIM to about 6.8%, which was about a 43 basis point year-on-year increase. And we were able to bring down our cost of fund from 10.5% to 10.3%, thereby again giving us an advantage of about 20 basis points on a year-on-year basis. So the entire calculation towards the growth is actually taken care of at the current levels that we are at. And that's the same guidance that we continue to maintain, that for the next couple of quarters, we are going to be staying within this guidance of 10.5% cost of fund and about 6.5% continued in maintenance as we move ahead and see what the impact of everything that is going on around us with the RBI opening up the call market for NBFCs and then other regulations that are coming in place and the West Asia crisis finally coming to an end. So how that opens up to the entire space is what we are looking forward to.
Okay, just Shantanu, before we let you go, a lot of your business is now basing its work on AI tools. Just want to understand how it's being integrated into the overall Paisalo strategy, and is it a differentiator for you? Are you seeing any tangible, visible gains?
So back in Q3 of last fiscal year is when we started our AI journey. We were able to capture 2 NVIDIA chips that we started our development process on, and we started guiding on everything that we were going forward to. In 2 quarters itself, we were able to process about 160,000 applications via our AI-enabled onboarding that is running at our branch level. We were able to service about 125,000 customers, and we were able to take care of 225,000 debt management cases. We were also able to completely AI automate about 250,000 credit quality, EWS operations, and admin matrix. We were also able to launch from 0 to about 2 live AI bots, 5 outbound bots. We were able to scale the infrastructure from 0 to about 350,000 outbound calls, 150,000 AI-driven outbound calls. We were able to process 50,000 facial recognitions, 234,000 OCR validations across it. 60% of all new code in the company is now being written by AI. We have 100% AI-assisted legacy maintenance of the systems, and 80% of all test cases and 100% of all test reviews are now being conducted by AI. In fact, as part of our long-range strategy, we were able to also showcase a prima facie screenshots of the upcoming 3 apps that will be revamped again in our branches, public infrastructure, and business correspondent infrastructure, where all 3 will be able to completely access the Paisalo in-house AI systems to do a self-assisted onboarding servicing system, which is completely secure and backed up by our end.
Interesting. All right. So look forward to speaking to you again, Shantanu, when the numbers come through. And exciting times ahead. All the best.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Let's go across very quickly to my colleague Soumit Sarkar. He's been waiting by to tell you about what he's hearing on the street. And Soumit, good afternoon. Quite a bit of traction and action really in the markets. It's looking good.
Well, yes, a lot of individual stocks also buzzing in trade. We'll be talking about a couple of the top gainers in the FNO side. Firstly, it's Sona BLW. The buzz on the street is that a private equity investor has started its due diligence, and post that, dealers indicate that there could be a stake sale that could happen in this counter. One of the parties might exit from Sona BLW, and this due diligence is expected to complete by July 15th. Exide Industries, that stock gained over 7% in trade. There's a buzz of some joint venture tie-up that could be announced soon when it comes to Exide Industries. So that is the reason why the stock is up nearly 8%. That's the buzz on the street. For Blue Jet Healthcare and FDC, there are buy flows on the large HNI and PMS desk. Dealers are indicating that the Q1 numbers are expected to be quite strong for both the counters. Yesterday it was HUL, today it's Britannia, where there are buy flows on the institutional desk. Both foreign and domestic institutions have been accumulating this counter in trade, and delivery volumes are expected to be on the higher side. For delivery, multiple dealing rooms are recommending buy call to their clients. Dealers are expecting a 20% upside from the current levels when it comes to delivery. And lastly, when it comes to Dixon, there are buy flows on the HNI desk. Dealers are expecting strong mobile segment volumes compared to what the street has been estimating, and also compared to what the company had reported in the fourth quarter of FY26. So strong mobile volume is something is the reason why the stock is up nearly 3% odd in trade.
Okay, Sumit, thank you for that. Vinay Rajani, Deepak Shenoy with us. Deepak, just one quick word, even on NBFCs in the entire banking space. I hope you heard a bit of that conversation we had with Paisalo as well.
Yeah, I think so. Overall, we're looking at NBFC data isn't as easy to get as bank data. So overall, we've seen some movements from them in gold. A very big movement in power, obviously, because power, PFC, REC are one of the largest lenders in the space. And then a little bit on housing. Housing hasn't moved that much. And gold, and I think there's gold and that and unsecured loans. To some extent, I think the NBFC recovery is on. There is a 33% increase year on year in NBFCs borrowing funds from banks. That is also quite sizable, and I believe it augurs well for the overall NBFC industry. However, I feel like at this point, the stress points that used to be like microfinance and microlap and so on may see a little bit lesser stress going forward, and we'll see the commentary come in. I don't expect housing to recover meaningfully from the NBFC end. Banks are very aggressive in acquiring and keeping home loans. They're also getting very aggressive in gold loans. So these are two sectors where NBFCs will perhaps underperform. I feel here eventually, as inflation comes down towards the later part of this year, the stress on NIMs, and because the public sector and some more smaller private sector banks are getting more aggressive, you're going to see these NIMs come down because competitively, a lot of better credit will move to the more formalized, larger NBFCs and to banks. And if you're then saddled with not so great credit, it's not going to do well for you in terms of growth. So I think NIMs have to come down, and all NBFCs as they grow will have to bring their NIMs to a much more reasonable level. Overall, next 6 months, I still think the growth is quite decent, at least looking from credit numbers. But for a long-term view, I think you'll have to focus on NBFCs with high NIMs who are actually working to reduce their NIMs so that they can be in a more broader diversified portfolio.
Okay, stay on with us, Deepak. Just quickly want to go to Mahima for the stock of the day. Avenue Supermarts in focus. The stock has been declining for the second straight day amidst increasing competition in quick commerce and higher discounting. Mahima, what's going on with Avenue?
Right, so Tamanna, as you rightly mentioned, it's the second day where Avenue Supermart has seen a downtake and is the top F&O loser on the entire F&O space also today. Now, there are two reasons. The first reason is very well known. We've talked about this, that the quick commerce is giving a lot of competition to DMart, and because of that, the second reason as to why the stock is under pressure is because it's giving higher discount, and this could lead to a large amount of cash burn for DMart. Now, if you take a look at the trends so far that have happened in discounting, overall average discounting has come down to around 15% versus that of 20-21% earlier. Now, this as compared to where DMart discounting stands, it is at around 21 odd percent. For JioMart, it is at around 20 odd percent. For Zepto, it is also at 20%. And Flipkart Minutes, the extra saver part, is also at 20%. So these are the ones which are giving the highest discounts right now. Now, in terms of the counters that are less aggressive in terms of discounting, you have Blinkit and BB Now that give discounting anywhere between 15 to 16 odd percent, and Swiggy Instamart at around 14 odd percent. So Instamart is giving the least discount amongst all of these. Now, apart from discount, what players have started doing is they've started to differentiate the products as well. For example, Zepto is now providing scheduled deliveries, also providing something called swap and save. So they give options between products. For Swiggy Instamart, they've started loyalty partnerships with Indigo and Marriott. They're also providing wallet linked free delivery. For something like a Blinkit, they're providing shop together feature. So that's a family feature that they give. And for something like a BB Now, they've launched a cafe, which is a similar offering to a Zepto cafe. In terms of Flipkart and Amazon, we've talked about this as to how they are coming in a very aggressive way. For Flipkart, over 1,000 dark stores already they've installed in 130 odd cities. They plan to reach around 1,500 stores in 180 cities by the end of 2026. For Amazon now, around 500 dark stores they're operating currently, and Andy Jassy has said that they are indicating expansion to 300 more cities in the near future. Customer traction has remained healthy. Monthly active users have increased in June. That is something that the Jeffries note is suggesting. Zepto has led in terms of the monthly active users growth, followed by DMart Ready. This is an interesting one, and BB Now. In terms of app downloads, that did slow down in June for these players, and could be a possibility that the app downloads is moving towards Flipkart or Amazon now. In terms of analyst view for Avenue Supermarts, it's very divided because there are buy calls, 10 buy calls, 12 hold calls and 9 sell calls with a return potential of just about 8%. That's the average target price. In terms of valuation, the 1 year forward slightly cheaper as compared to the 5-year average of 86 times, stands at around 71 odd times, but 71 odd times is not cheap for any stock for that matter. So this is the overall view as to, one, of course, how many supermarkets being under pressure and the price wars that are happening in the quick commerce space.
Got it. Okay. Mahima, thanks so much for that. So, an interesting space, right? Avenue Supermarts down as much as 3% in trade today. But Deepak, the broader consumption theme is coming back into focus because seemingly several of these companies have managed to push through price increases during this conflict. And especially when there is a scenario of input prices going up, one assumes that the market leaders tend to benefit. What do you think about the play?
So FMCG, you mean?
And broader consumption as well. So you can throw in auto, you can throw in a variety of these things.
Yeah, I think auto's done well. FMCG, I guess we'll know the numbers actually in terms of volume soon. But overall, while I expect consumption to do well in the FMCG space, individual companies may not benefit as much because lots of competition has come in. Distribution channels have changed to this e-commerce and online quick commerce and so on. So there is, that will, I think, impact future revenues and brand moats to that extent. I think jewelry, in that sense, the consumption has come down somewhat. Tourism also, we've seen a massive, fairly large increase in air travel that has probably crimped tourism growth. And to a certain extent, I think the crude falling back to $70 will help if we are able to see reduced prices across the board. But I expect that if input prices come down, which I think for a lot of metals-based and commodity-based players, prices have, I would imagine there will be a reduction in prices also to follow suit, especially in the FMCG and perhaps even at the two-wheeler and four-wheeler end towards the end of this year. This will change the format again. It will probably keep demand relatively high on the auto and consumer durables end. But FMCG, again, the players there's so much competition that I expect price-led competition to also come in quite strongly later this year. And the excuse of higher fuel prices or higher metal prices will not be there, and therefore it will give room to decline. I think long-term India is a good story on consumption. It's just that sometimes you overpay for it. So some of these names that you have in the Indian markets, we are paying 50, 60, 70 times earnings with 10 to 15% growth, you may not necessarily, get the best of returns from these companies. There are smaller companies, there are even the automakers that seem to be in a lot better in terms of valuation and growth perspective in comparison.
Deepak, I'm sure you took a look at some of the banking updates that have come. Do you foresee an exciting Q1 for banking when we see the results in a few weeks?
Yeah, of course. I think there is, for the first time, they'll have trading gains in their mark-to-market gains in their bond portfolios. For 18% profit credit growth, they should have something to show for it in terms of growth in terms of profits. NIMs may not necessarily increase, but they will definitely have something to show for it in profits. The commentary around who is going to raise how much FCNR and the impact on their borrowing costs, I think that is also going to be a significant differential. We're already seeing that yesterday, I think RBI data shows that the system moved from a deficit to a surplus, which means banks have been able to bring in that FCNR, convert it to rupees from the RBI, and therefore not have to borrow from the RBI overnight quite much. We had a period of deficit where banks were net borrowing from the RBI, but today's data shows that since yesterday, there is no net borrowing. In fact, they're parking net surplus with the RBI back again. So that is also going to give us some kind of positive understanding how much which banks deposit portfolios and therefore liability costs will come down by how much. It will be an interesting time finally for some of the banks. The private sector, larger banks have not yet performed. So maybe the data when it comes in should show us some positivity for banks after a long time.
Vinay, any favorites in the banking stocks that you have at this point? And do you have any stocks that you've kept in mind for tomorrow's trade as well?
Yeah, so ICICI Bank is the stock which is looking good to me from the private sector. It has been outperforming and still looks good and surpassed the previous swing high of 1380. So looking strong, and I think this can continue. So we can expect some 3 to 4% upside from here in the short term. The stock which I already recommended was the Adani Port. So it is looking good for tomorrow also. So right now the Adani Port is trading around 1880. We can expect 3 to 4% upside in the short term. So Adani Port is on my radar for short term as well as for the medium term.
Got it. Okay. All right. On that note, gentlemen, thanks so much for taking the time. Pleasure speaking with you, and look forward to our next chat. All right. We have to slip into a very quick break. On the other side, we'll get you the top buy today, sell tomorrow calls, and well, we'll close things out for you, get you a lot more stocks that you should focus on. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी. It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move, really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी. ये आपके लिए.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
Okay, welcome back. Let's take a look at what markets are doing very quickly. It's turning out to be an interesting end of day, an end of trading day, because we're staying strong. 0.75% up now on the Nifty. You're close to the high point of the day. A bit of a leap to get to 24,200, but we've not done badly at all. It's IT pushing the agenda for the Nifty, but banks have not been too shabby either. Rudramurthy VV joining us now on the show. We're also speaking with Pankaj Pandey, Head Research, ICICI Direct. Rudra, good afternoon. Let me start with your Nifty and Bank Nifty view.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me in the show. See, Nifty is clearly making that attempt to move beyond 24,200 on spot, and that has been the hurdle. And every possibility that yes, it will take off the 24,200 and head towards 25,000. And now if you see even Bank Nifty, yes, that is also consolidating, and we need a move beyond 58,100 on Bank Nifty spot. And again, we are very close to that level. And on a closing basis, once we decisively close above these levels of 58,100 on Bank Nifty and Nifty closing about 24,200, yes, you will see more short covering, and FIIs, once they start participating in this market, definitely you will see more short covering and markets moving towards the 25,000 on Nifty and 60,000 on Bank Nifty. I am bullish on this market, and Brent crude now coming closer to that $70 per barrel, even below the pre-war situation and pre-war time. That is a very, very positive news to us. And once we start the result season, yes, selective sector and stock performance will be seen. So I am bullish on this market, and I will use every dip as a buying opportunity in select sectors and stocks.
Got it. I do want to get Pankaj's view on what's happening with the IT index, Pankaj. But before we do, we have a short presentation by my colleague Jasmeet, who's joining in. Short covering in evidence for the sector today. But Jasmeet, what are you spotting that is causing this kind of up move today?
Well, Alex, thank you for that. As we say, Nifty IT is up nearly 4.5% after declining for nearly 6.5% over last 4 trading sessions, and we see recovery coming in today's trade. And while the gains for today are the highest in last 14 months, showing positive momentum what the sector is going through. Well, this comes in after Karp, who's the CEO of Palantir, comes out and breaks down all the myth about the AI and tells that companies are still token maximizing the AI, which basically means all the implementation companies require integrators who can implement AI into the system. And while companies, when themselves go and get the AI, they end up maximizing their own tokens and burning without getting any actual return. So that's what exactly Nifty IT does. Well, Nifty IT indicates itself as system integrators where they imply all those AI models and AI tools across the industry and across the sector. Well, this one statement has led to the overall IT bounce back in the global tech as well as the Indian tech market. Let's quickly look at the chart of the IT companies of how they have performed in terms of the top 5 IT companies. We see the gains coming in at as high as 5.4% for Infosys up until Tech Mahindra as well. Now, if you look at the next chart where we also speak about the overall forming of the IT sector and how it has been moving in the month of May and June, Nifty IT has had a terrible year in terms of the last 6 months. It has nearly fallen 4 odd months or the 6 odd months. If we look at the June month, it's down nearly 9.5%, while the month of May, the downtake was nearly 1 odd percent, and the July has started on a positive note as of now. When you look at the other key aspect, we do make a note that the Nifty IT is currently trading at a 5-year low, given the today's move. It was 5.5 till today morning, but after the up move in today's trade, it's nearly 5-year low, while this has delivered one of the worst first halves compared to 2008, while we see the financial crisis, and then we saw a huge recovery coming in as well. But as of now, it's a wait and watch of how does the AI spans out going ahead. While currently it's down nearly 31% on 6 months basis. We'll look at the other key aspect and talk about the performance of the stock. While TCS to Tech Mahindra, that down nearly 40 to 35% so far in FY26 alone, but Tech Mahindra getting less of beating, is down about 14 odd percent. And when you look at the valuation aspect, well, here the actual story comes up. The TCS to Tech Mahindra trading at a valuation between 14 to 16x, while if you look at the 10-year average, they're currently below that. Apart from Tech Mahindra still trades slightly above the 10-year average, showing the positive momentum and the goal to reach a 15% margin, which is pushing the stock further higher. Now, while the interesting story comes while comparing it to the global tech peers, because companies like Accenture, Cognizant, Capgemini are trading much lower compared to the Indian IT valuation. Well, this comes in after Accenture fell nearly 20 odd percent on the weak guidance. So that's the main reason why FIs are still not entering the Indian market as that gone a couple of years ago, because the valuation still seem expensive. TCS was trading at roughly 25 times the valuation before the entire AI tool aspect came in the picture, but now it's trading at 14x, but still expensive compared to the global tech peers.
Yeah, good point. Thanks so much for that, Jasmeet. So therefore, Pankaj, a question to you. A lot of people will look at today's up move and think that it's an opportunity. Do you buy into that? And what are the risks from your perspective of further downside from this point?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Alex. Thanks for having me. I think overall, when we look at IT as a space, see, this deflation started from 2025 and is expected to last, say, till 2028. Because at this point in time, most of your tier 1 IT companies have about, say, 5 to 6 odd percent contribution coming from AI. Now, for this to become meaningful, you still have 2 years time frame. And I think the challenge is that when we look at the overall innovation which is happening on the AI side, see, the deployment towards enterprises probably can take a bit more longer. So the biggest worry is that this deflation phase can probably continue, say, beyond 2028-29 as well. And that is where the challenge lies. While, yes, from a valuation perspective, some of these stocks are very attractive, down about 30-40 odd percent from the 5-year average. In fact, trading cheaper than some of the commodity stocks as well. But I think growth is something which is where the challenge lies, and even it is a bit difficult to sort of figure out whether we are going to see revival in FY28 or FY29. So that is where the challenge lies. So my sense is till the time we don't see prices stop declining, because our sense is that after the price stops declining, we don't expect a V-shaped recovery. So there will be some time correction, which is where the things. pan out. So
Okay. I want to spend a time. Sorry for that, Pankaj. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about Bank of Baroda. A lot has been happening in the last an hour or so, but more now so that the business updates are on. Just pull up the intraday chart, and here's what's been happening. So the latest is that business updates have come from Bank of Baroda. Domestic advances as on June 30th are at 11.5 lakh crores. That's up about 16%. Not bad. Global advances are up 17.4%. Domestic deposits have grown about 15% Global deposits have grown about 13.8%, and global business is grown 15.5%. Well, so far so good. Now here's the kicker. They have had an out-of-court settlement with the joint administrators of NMC Health PLC. They have to pay 5,700 crores to NMC Health, which is 3.7% impact of their FY26 net worth. This is why you're seeing that dive in what's happening with the bank. The Q4 net profit of this bank stood at 5872. That's a Q4 net profit, and they have to settle 5,700 crore rupees. Now, a settlement in legal terms means there is no admission of guilt or acceptance of mistake. It's just a settlement. But the fact is that it's a large amount. Now, from the information we have so far, Alex, what the case is about is NMC pretty much went bust. They got bankrupted. And when the proceedings went through, they had a firm called A&M, which was going through it, which leveled some accusations at the role of Bank of Baroda in this. They said that they did not do basic things like KYC, etc. There was a willful negligence of process, which is why this allowed for that money to be siphoned and hence leading to NMC getting bankrupt. That's the broad contours of the case. So Bank of Baroda has taken a hit on it and is down about 4%.
It's a considerable amount of money. 5,700 odd or over 5,000 crore rupees of a hit to be paid out on account of this is a pretty 5,700 crore rupees. So therefore, it's understandable for the stock to be dropping as much as it is because it's going to be a hit that it will have to take. Somit joining in to talk about this in some more detail. Of course, Tamanna has very comprehensively already spoken about it. Somit, what is the genesis of this and why has this come to pass?
Well, it's a 2020 case which says that NMC Health PLC had actually collapsed into insolvency because of some undisclosed debt here. And the agency which had claimed A&M, the joint administrator, that is A&M, was saying that Bank of Baroda knowingly had facilitated this fraud that was done by NMC PLC, and that is the reason why this case was ongoing in the court. And right now, Bank of Baroda has actually gone into an out of the court settlement where they are ready to pay around $600 million, which is close to 5,700 crore rupees, which is pretty much equivalent to 1/4 profits of the company and around 3.7% of the FY26 net worth. Now, what specifically was said is said by A&M is that they are saying that bank was grossly negligent for failing to follow proper AML and KYC procedures, and they continued processing the payments despite knowing the fact that it was fraudulent, and they failed to conduct proper due diligence on account of sham suppliers used for pass-through payments via fake invoices. In short, what the administrator here is telling is that despite the fact that Bank of Baroda knew that this was a fraudulent activity and the company has been doing fraud, they facilitated the payment and that went through Bank of Baroda, and hence Bank of Baroda was also pulled into this case, and right now Bank of Baroda has gone for an out of court settlement here for this, and they'll be paying close to 5,700 crore.
Okay, quite comprehensively put there. So it's a painful one. You're going to continue to see a plunge in the stock despite decent enough business updates which are coming in for Q1. Pankaj Pandey, any thoughts on this news story as it breaks?
So this Bob story is definitely a surprise because we were not really factoring into it. But I think this company carries a market cap of 1,40,000 odd crores and valued at about 1 time book. So I think the market has just shaved off 5,700 crore from the market cap, one-time book. So that is what has happened. And I think, overall business growth looks fine, but somewhere down the line, this kind of incident does not instill confidence. And our sense is that it is going to take some time to sort of get back the overall confidence. Because I think this is something which was not disclosed. So definitely a negative surprise.
Okay. What is? Do you have a pecking order in the PSU banking pack at this moment, and what would it be?
So in the overall, PSU banks, SBI we can't talk about because it's in our compliance.
Sure.
So Bob was obviously the choice, but I think besides that, if I have to look at, then we like something like say Canara Bank, Bank of India. Bob was earlier our pick. In addition to that, probably what we are liking also is the entire lot of tier 1 private sector banks. Because what we have clearly seen is that the corporate growth or credit growth, which was sort of lagging, especially large corporates, that is sort of bounced back, which is very good for at least large private sector plus PSU banks.
On the technicals, very quickly, Rudra, I just want a quick view on the public bank, sector banks. And of course, Bank of Baroda dropping as much as 4% today. Do you have a stock that you like in that pack?
Alex, very clear view. I will avoid complete basket of PSUs because if you see chart patterns of either BOB or even PNB, Canara Bank, they're all very, very weak, except for SBI, which is just relatively better compared to the other names. So for me, PSU banks are an avoid purely based on chart. There is no momentum whatsoever and they're all weak. Only stock, if you force me to buy from PSU, relative strength is there in SBI.
I won't force you to buy any stock, Rudra.
Then in that case, avoid PSU, Tamanna. Very simple answer.
This is one thing where there's absolutely free choice. Buy or sell at your own peril and at your own wish. Okay, we have an interesting presentation for you. Japan is doubling down on India. Bilateral trade touched a record $27.5 billion in FY26. While Japanese money continues to flow into India.
How many words in Japanese do you know?
I know konnichiwa.
Yeah, arigato as well.
Okay, so thank you and hello.
And what do you say before you eat a meal? Itadakimasu.
Alex will never will never waste an opportunity to show off his vocabulary in all languages.
3 words in a different language.
Including Japan. Not one chance will be wasted. But
3 words.
But let's go across to Parth, who's actually waiting. So here's what's happened. The Japanese Prime Minister is here. Asli story kya hai? Japanese Prime Minister is here. She's met with Prime Minister Modi. A lot of details are expected to be discussed, including trade ties. But Japan already has a lot of business one way or the other in India and in the Indian stock markets as well. Parth has those details.
Absolutely. So the relations between the two countries have been good, and over the past few years, they are getting stronger. If we start with the trade data first, in FY24, both of these countries had a bilateral trade of $22.85 billion, which has now grown to over almost $27.5 billion in FY26. Not just trade data, but there's something very interesting in the FDI data as well. Japan is India's 5th largest source of foreign direct investment. If you talk about the cumulative flows from 2000 to December 2024, the cumulative flows of Japanese FDI into the country have been over $43 billion. Japan accounts for over 6% of India's total FDI. So a huge amount of money comes in from Japan as well. If we talk about the year-wise split as well, in FY22, almost $1.5 billion came in, which has increased to $2.5 billion in FY26. Now, if we talk about the investments that Japan has made into India, if we start with the infrastructure one, of course, the list is very exhaustive, but we have got the top names. The first one is the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project, in which Japan has invested 1.1 lakh crores. That's a huge number. Also, the second one, which is the Delhi-Mumbai Mumbai Industrial Corridor, where Japan has invested almost 60,000 crores. This is just the infrastructure space. If we move on to the listed space as well, the major of the Japanese investment goes into the automotive sector. The top names here are Maruti Suzuki, JTE KT India, where the corporation holds 69.6%. Maruti Suzuki Corporation holds 58.5%. In Lumax as well, there are other names as well, like Ola Electric, where SoftBank holds an almost 13% stake in the company. Also Samvardhana Motherson, where almost 10% is held by Sumitomo. And this is the automotive sector. If we move on to the next sector, which is the consumer tech, these are the new age companies. These are companies like FirstCry, Lenskart, Delivery, and you will see one name very common here, that is SoftBank. SoftBank has huge investments in this space, and in this space, and these are the recent IPOs. Swiggy, where SoftBank holds over 6%, Meesho, where SoftBank holds almost 9%. If we move on to the next sector as well, that is the financial services, Nippon Life AMC, where Nippon Life Insurance holds 72% almost. In Yes Bank, where SMBC picked up almost 25% stake. And lastly, in the capital goods segment as well, Hitachi Energy, where Hitachi Corporation holds over 71%. In Honda India Power, where the Honda Motor owns almost 2/3 of the company. So these are the listed investments that Japanese players have made into the Indian space. Also the unlisted space, we have very big names here like Flipkart and Oyo. Both have attracted investments of over $2.5 billion from SoftBank. Also Unacademy and Snapdeal. Unacademy almost touching $600 million. Snapdeal almost touching $1 billion as well. So these are the biggest names where Japan has invested a lot in India. And with the bilateral talks going on, let's hope that more of these investments keep flowing in.
How many Japanese words have you learned, Parth, in preparation of this link?
I only know one. I think thank you is called arigato.
Arigato. Yeah, there you go.
Please remember to take lessons from Alex.
No, just Alex San. Oh my God! I never thought that I'd be called that. I'm very happy to be called Alex. Alexander, if you must.
Alexander. Okay. All right. Let's go across to Rudra. Good time, Rudra, to ask for your very, very top pick before we close off for the day.
Yeah, see, for me, platform companies look very strong, and today you're getting some consolidation. So I'll be picking two stocks, both from the platform arena. One is definitely Eternal. Eternal, after a good consolidation at around 260, 265 zone, has given a clear breakout now, and at current market price at 280 and on dips to 270, 275 zones, I will be a buyer. Looking at targets of 325, one can keep a stop loss of around 260 for this long call. For me, again, Paytm looks good, Nykaa looks good, and even Delivery looks the strongest in this platform sector. So I'll be picking Delivery, buy at current market price Delivery, and on dips to those breakout zones of around 490, and look at targets of around 550 to 600 to come on Delivery, and one can keep a stop loss of 480 for this long call. So a buy on Delivery and an Eternal buy. Also, one can look at Nykaa, Paytm, and the entire sector for me looks very strong, and big move can come even from here.
Okay, fantastic. We asked for Rudra's one top pick. We got a whole basket of them. Yeah. Thank you so much, Rudra and Pankaj, for joining in today on the show. As we're wrapping up, high point of the day? No, not yet. We've come off 24,168. Is where we look like we're closing close to. Let's look at the heat map for the Nifty. Advanced decline ratio is looking robust. You're not at the high point of the day, but you're doing well enough. Infosys is roaring. HCL Tech, TCS, Tech Mahindra. No one wants to be left behind. Wipro also about 3.5% up. This is a tech day, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Actually, if anything, the disappointment is that some of the large caps have not really held on. So Reliance Industries in the bottom here, HDFC with cuts of about 0.1%. If it was these two that were going alongside an ICICI Bank, which is gaining about 1.5%, then you'd have seen gains of over 1% for the Nifty.
Can't be too greedy. It's a good day. It's a good day in the market. It's 160 points up on the Nifty. We've had a conversation this morning that is it time for the Nifty to finally perform. Yep. But don't forget the bank Nifty and let's pull up the Nifty IT. The bank Nifty has been a little muted, and that's because of the front line stocks over there, but Nifty IT has been the star of the show. Just look at the strength there. That's at the high point of the day, 4.71% up. And let's just pull up the sectoral heat map before we let you go. We'll just quickly go through what's happening. Nifty IT, that story is known, nearly 5% up. PSU banks down. I think one last chart I want to pull up before we wrap up maybe is Bank of Baroda. You called it, Alex. Because what a story there, 5,700 crores. I think Pankaj said the whole amount of settlement, that market cap has been shaved off towards the end, 4.5% down.
Quite likely, yeah. He said that, and it makes complete sense. 1.4 lakh crore rupees, 4.3% off the table right now. It's going to be a big hit. Q4, the entire profit was less than the amount that they're going to pay in the settlement. So it just goes to show.
Yeah, okay. So the business updates of Bank of Baroda were not half bad. More business updates will be coming in. That's going to be one big factor tomorrow. So much to talk about, but that's all the time from Alex, me and the team that put together India Market Close. Thank you for watching. All the action continues on the other side.
Co-powered by CoinSwitch.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You are tuned into Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin reclaims the $60,000 mark on dovish Fed commentary. JD Vance doubles down on Bitcoin. Taiwan passes the Virtual Asset Service Act. And US SEC launches Project Crypto. There's a very interesting point today. Mythbusters, you have to buy a whole Bitcoin. Actually, you do not need to buy that. Interestingly, just like you can buy fractions of an ounce of a gold or spend cents instead of a full dollar, you can purchase tiny portions of Bitcoin using the modern crypto exchanges. And yes, there is no minimum order quantity. Well, look at that. Each Bitcoin can be broken down into smaller units. Of course, these units are called Satoshis or sats. It's a very interesting thing to talk about, and regardless of that, whether you own a whole Bitcoin or just a tiny fraction, you get the exact same percentage of exposure to its price changes. Now, you can acquire Bitcoin in a few simple steps. Now, of course, remember, choose a reliable and a regulated crypto exchange, verify your identity or connect with your bank account, UPI or debit card. Now, you need to type the exact fiat amount you wish to spend rather than just typing one Bitcoin. Many platforms actually allow you to start with as little as 100 rupees or $10. Now that means anyone can participate without needing to spend thousands of dollars to acquire crypto. Now you can do a single immediate purchase or use a very interesting theme. It's called dollar cost averaging, where you set up automated daily or a weekly, monthly purchases of smaller fractions of crypto. Well, as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxation, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल
विमल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार. Vimal, bolo Zuban Kesri.
It is happening now. New tomorrows, new challenges. And all of it needs energy to work. Not afraid to imagine big. Because when energy stops taking, when it just gives, people can move. Really move. At this moment, the world's evolving. And so is energy. Suzlon. Good energies that work.
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message.
Good evening, you're watching Market Express with me, Shriyanti Singh. Let's get straight to the show and we're going to get you a roundup in terms of everything that has happened in terms of news updates as well as markets. But first things first, let's talk about markets then. Dalal Street extended gains in trade, supported by sustained buying in IT stocks and broader markets. Nifty held firm above 24,100 for most part of the day, while Sensex also saw over 500-point rally also coming in on expiry. Volatility also eased as India VIX corrected over 7% in trade. Moving on then, let's talk about a strong bounce back after days of decline for the IT pack today, and that was the major sectoral story that you were looking at, followed by gains in auto and realty stocks. Meanwhile, energy and PSU banks were the only losers among the sectors today. Let's also talk about IT stocks that staged a strong comeback, like I mentioned, after 4 straight sessions of losses. The Nifty IT index surged over 4%, led by gains in Infosys, HCL Tech, TCS, even as global tech cues really remained a little bit mixed right now. But as you can see on your screens as well, you do have TCS as well as Infosys that did quite well for themselves. And the rebound largely came in as investors returned to some of those beaten down IT names, betting that recent selling had created attractive valuations. Moving on then, let's talk about Vedanta Aluminium that is in focus after brokerage. MK initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating. The brokerage sees in fact strong upside coming in backed by a strong positive outlook coming in for the global aluminium demand and the company's improving cost structure. MK also believes that the company is well placed to benefit when it comes to tighter global supply and its ongoing backward integration, which is expected to lower costs and also support earnings growth going forward. Moving on, let's talk about Adani Enterprises that has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Odisha government and Abu Dhabi-based International Resources Holding for a 1.08 trillion rupees integrated aluminium project. And this is a 50-50 joint venture that you're talking about that's being billed as India's largest foreign direct investment in the mining and metallurgy sector. When you talk about this particular project, it's going to be including an alumina refinery, an aluminium smelter, and a captive power plant, along with a downstream manufacturing park as well, expected to create over 53,000 jobs and strengthen Odisha's position as a key aluminium manufacturing hub as well. Let's also move on and talk about delivery that hit a fresh 4-year high in terms of the shares as well. Now, at close, it wasn't doing all that much, but it's the milestone that you're looking at on the back of brokerages turning more bullish when it comes to this particular counter analyst. In fact, are seeing up to 19% upside, citing improving profitability. So you're looking at strong operating leverage as well, steady growth when it comes to the company's express parcel business. Optimism has also been driven by deliveries focus when it comes to cost efficiency and even expanding market share when it comes to India's fast-growing logistics sector as well. Moving on then, let's talk about Exide Industries, and the shares rallied nearly 7.5% at close as well, taking the stock close to its 52-week high. The rally in fact came in after the company announced plans to increase its stake when it comes to the subsidiary as well, and that's by investing up to 1,200 crore rupees. Now, let's talk about this fresh investment. It's going to be supporting the expansion of Exide's lithium-ion battery business and strengthen its presence when it comes to India's fast-growing electric vehicle and energy storage market. Investors, in fact, welcomed this particular move, betting on the company's long-term growth in the new energy space. Moving on then, let's talk about Bank of Baroda that reported healthy business growth for the June quarter, with advances in deposits recording strong double-digit growth. Global advances, in fact, rose about 17.4% on a year-on-year basis, and you're looking at global deposits also increasing 13.8% to somewhere close to 16.3 lakh crore rupees. The bank's total global business, let's talk about that as well, because it's grown quite decently, 15.5% uptick coming in when you talk about this particular business, reflecting steady credit demand and deposit mobilization. Moving on then, let's talk about tire stocks that were on a roll, with shares of Goodyear India, Seat, and some of these other tire makers, as you can very clearly see on your screens as well, up about 5% thereabout, both of those counters. And the rally was largely driven by optimism over improving margins supported by softer raw material costs, particularly natural rubber. But you're also looking at brokerages also remaining positive on the sector, by the way, citing healthy replacement demand and steady growth in the domestic automobile market. Moving on then, let's talk about CSM Technologies that had quite the muted debut on the stock exchanges, listing flat at its issue price of somewhere close to 113 rupees on both the NSE as well as the BSE. The lackluster listing was in line with grey market expectations, which had indicated little to no premium, and that's ahead of the debut. The IT solutions provider had raised nearly 146 crore rupees, and that's through the initial public offering. Moving on then, let's talk about Indian social media platform ShareChat that is preparing for its next big milestone, and the company is reportedly targeting an IPO worth about $400 million, and that's next year after turning operationally profitable. The planned listing, in fact, is going to be marking a major turnaround following years of cost-cutting and restructuring. ShareChat is saying that its revenue has crossed 1,000 crore rupees, driven by growth in regional language content and its micro-drama platform. And speaking of IPOs, then let's talk about a global consumer giant that is also looking to tap India's capital markets. In fact, sources are telling your channel that Carlsberg has filed a confidential DRHP for a proposed India IPO. The issue is expected to be worth somewhere close to $700 million, or roughly about 6,660 crore rupees, likely to be primarily an offer for sale, and the listing is going to be enabling Carlsberg's parent to partially monetize its investment when it comes to the Indian business, as global consumer companies really continue to capitalize on stronger investor interest in the Indian market. Moving on then, let's get you some more business news. And Coca-Cola, in fact, is potentially preparing for one of the biggest consumer sector IPOs in the country. According to reports, the beverage giant has invited investment banks to pitch for roles on the proposed listing of its Indian bottling arm, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. The IPO could raise somewhere close to $1 billion, with the company reportedly seeking a valuation of somewhere close to $10 billion. Presentations by prospective bankers are scheduled in London next week. While you do have, the advisor joining in, Rothschild & Co. also joining in terms of this transaction, the report adds that discussions are ongoing and the timing, structure, or even valuation for that matter of this IPO could still very much change. Let's also move on and talk about India's food regulator that has tightened its scrutiny of the energy drinks market. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India has issued notices to 6 leading beverage brands, including Red Bull, Monster, Sting, Campa Energy, as well as PepsiCo's Adrenaline Rush as well, over alleged misleading claims. Now, what the regulator is saying is that it's saying that food products cannot make functional or therapeutic claims like boosting energy or improving focus, and that really is the word coming in from the FSSAI. Moving on then, let's talk about a major vote of confidence for India's clean energy sector. And you do have Adar Poonawala's family office that has invested somewhere close to 700 crore rupees in Inox Clean Energy. The investment values the company at 70,000 crore rupees and is expected to strengthen its balance sheet as it accelerates expansion. The fresh capital is going to be issued to fund new and renewable energy projects, expand manufacturing capacity, and pursue strategic acquisitions in India as well as abroad. Alright, then moving on, let's also talk about Singapore that has seized a multi-million-dollar luxury home as part of an investigation into the alleged smuggling of advanced NVIDIA AI chips. Now, authorities are saying that the property was partly purchased using proceeds from the illegal trade in servers containing export-controlled chips. The case comes amid growing scrutiny by the way of Singapore's role as a transit hub for sensitive technology shipments. Police, in fact, have also filed money laundering charges against the suspect and also obtained a court order to prevent the property from being sold while the investigation continues. On to some more news and updates. India and Japan are taking that strategic partnership to the next level. As you can see on your screens, you do have bilateral talks with Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi and PM Modi as well. They've said that the two nations have agreed on a wide-ranging economic security roadmap covering energy, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and even next-generation mobility. And those were some of the themes that we had talked about previously as well that were outlined in the agenda itself. The leaders also announced plans to co-develop defense technologies and work towards 10 trillion yen of Japanese investment in the country over the next decade. Calling Japan an integral part of India's growth story, you do have PM Modi saying that the partnership is built on trust and shared values. It's going to be shaping the future of both economies. Let's move on and talk about the Indian Navy that has foiled a suspected piracy attempt in the Gulf of Aden after warship INS Trikand responded to a distress call from the merchant vessel. And you do have the ship carrying critical India-bound cargo and with one Indian crew member on board came under a suspected pirate attack. And you do have as INS Trikand really closed in, the suspected pirates fled the area. In terms of the update coming in here, you do have Navy Marcos then who boarded the vessel, secured the ship, and ensured the safety of the crew before the journey resumed. Let's move on and talk about tensions that flared in Manipur's Imphal East district after protesters set a vehicle carrying telecom equipment on fire. In fact, police have said that the vehicle was returning to Imphal after being stopped from proceeding to Kangpokpi, also due to the prevailing law and order situation. And you do have protesters alleging that the vehicle was transporting illegal items, including tobacco products and other intoxicants. Security forces quickly reached the spot and brought the situation under control. Luckily, a case has been registered though, and police have launched an investigation to identify those responsible for the arson. Moving on then, let's talk about Mumbai, that remains on high alert as heavy monsoon rains continue to batter the city as well, and you do have the BMC that has issued a high tide advisory warning of a 4.27 meter high tide this afternoon as well, and you do have authorities that have urged residents, especially those in low-lying and waterlogged areas, to exercise caution and avoid unnecessary movement as rainfall and tidal conditions could lead to further flooding and traffic disruptions. Moving on then, let's talk about a massive search and rescue operation that is currently underway in Mumbai after a man was swept into an open manhole during heavy rainfall in Chandivali as well, and the incident took place on Khairani Road, where waterlogging is believed to have hidden the uncovered manhole from view as well. Teams from the Mumbai Fire Brigade and the Civic Disaster Management Department have been deployed to locate the missing man. The incident has once again raised concerns over public safety and monsoon preparedness in the city. Moving on then, let's talk about a hoax bomb threat that triggered a major security scare at the Mysuru court in Karnataka following the threat call. In fact, police, along with the bomb detection and disposal squad and a dog squad, rushed to the court complex and carried out a thorough search of the premises. Now, no suspicious object, in fact, was found, and the threat was later confirmed to be a hoax. Police have now launched an investigation to trace the source of the threat call. Moving on then, let's talk about the first batch of Sri Amarnath Yatra pilgrims as well that has been received at Chandrakote after setting off from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp in Jammu. Earlier, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor, in fact, Manoj Sinha, flagged off more than 4,800 devotees travelling in a convoy of 259 vehicles. Elaborate security arrangements have been put in place for the 57-day pilgrimage, which will continue until Raksha Bandhan, ensuring a safe and smooth journey for thousands of devotees. Moving on then, let's talk about diplomatic efforts between the United States and Iran that are gaining momentum. Though direct engagement remains elusive at this point, you do have Qatar saying that positive progress, in fact, has been made on key issues during separate talks with both sides in Doha. Iran has confirmed that no face-to-face meeting took place between the Iranian and US delegations, but both have agreed to continue discussions after the funeral of Iran's former supreme leader. So you do have, meanwhile, US Vice President J.D. Vance saying that negotiations are going extremely well, while also warning that Washington still has other options should diplomacy fail. And speaking of the failure of diplomacy, then Russia has launched a fresh wave of drone and missile attacks on Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, killing at least 17 people thus far, injuring more than 90 as well. And the barrage struck residential areas with a 9-story building partially collapsing in one of the hardest hit districts. You do have these attacks coming in just days after Ukrainian President Zelensky warned of a possible escalation. Moscow is saying that the strikes targeted military, energy and airport facilities in retaliation for Ukrainian attacks on Russian civil infrastructure. Moving on then, let's talk about Lithuania that is moving to reassess its long-standing ban when it comes to nuclear weapons. President of the country is saying that parliamentary parties have agreed on a plan to remove a constitutional provision that prohibits nuclear weapons on Lithuanian soil as well. And you do have him also stressing that there are no immediate plans right now to host nuclear weapons, but also saying that the change would give the country greater flexibility later if regional security situation deteriorates further. The proposal is coming in amid growing security concerns across Europe. Let's also move on and listen in to a slice of the conversation that NDTV CEO and Editor-in-Chief Rahul Kanwal had with Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal at the Indo-Japan Strategic Dialogue.
America's ambassador Sergio Gore said recently that this agreement is 99% done. So why don't you explain to everyone sitting here what is this 1% that is left and how soon do you hope to cross that bridge?
After the IEEMA tariffs were struck down by the Supreme Court, the United States has to find the correct mechanism, a legally tenable mechanism by which they can give us the comparative advantage over our competitors.
All right then, so competitive advantage is something that Mr. Goyal talked about, but with that it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Thank you so much for tuning in.
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
भारत की जीडीपी ग्रोथ 7.7% रही। इतना ही नहीं, पिछले 12 वर्षों में हम भारत में काइजन फिलॉसफी यानी कंटिन्यूअस इंप्रूवमेंट अपनाते हुए अपनी इकोनॉमिक डीएनए को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। कुछ ही महीने पहले हमने टैक्सेशन, गवर्नेंस और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के लिए नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स किए। हम हर क्षेत्र को प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए खोल रहे हैं और कई महत्वपूर्ण सेक्टर्स में इंसेंटिव दे रहे हैं, जिसका लाभ आप सभी उठा सकते हैं। और यही कारण है कि लगातार पिछले 4 वर्षों से जापान बैंक फॉर इंटरनेशनल कोऑपरेशन JBIC का सर्वे दिखाता है कि भारत जापानी बिजनेस के लिए मोस्ट प्रॉमिसिंग डेस्टिनेशन रहा है। आज मैं आप सभी के साथ साझा करना चाहता हूं, मेरा ऑफिस यानी PMO का दफ्तर एक डेडिकेटेड जापान बिजनेस वीक का आयोजन करेगा। इसमें PMO के वरिष्ठ अफसर आपके साथ विचार विमर्श करेंगे, बैठेंगे, आपकी समस्याओं को समझने के लिए और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और बढ़ाने के लिए आपसे खुले मन से चर्चा करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज प्राइम मिनिस्टर ताकाइची और मैंने अपने साझेदारी को और भी गतिशील और गहरा करने का निर्णय लिया है। हमने इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी, AI, डिफेंस, हेल्थ जैसे अनेक विषयों पर एग्रीमेंट किए, जिससे यह पार्टनरशिप फ्यूचरिस्टिक और लिमिटलेस बन जाएगी। हमारी सरकारों के बीच स्ट्रेटेजिक सिनर्जी है, कॉन्फिडेंस है और सबसे बड़ी बात क्लैरिटी है। अब इसे आउटकम्स में बदलने की जिम्मेदारी आप सभी पर है। फ्रेंड्स, आप सबको मिलकर यह सुनिश्चित करना है कि अगले एक दशक में जापान से भारत में निवेश 10 ट्रिलियन येन के टारगेट को भी पार करे और भारत में जापानी कंपनीज की संख्या भी 10 वर्ष में डबल हो जाए। फ्रेंड्स, मैं आपके समक्ष एक विजन रखना चाहता हूं। मैं एक ऐसा विश्व देखता हूं जहां जापान की टेक्नोलॉजी और भारत का मार्केट पोटेंशियल मिलकर सेमीकंडक्टर, फार्मा और क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में दुनिया को रिजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन प्रस्तुत दे। जहां जापान का कैपिटल और भारत की एम्बिशन मिलकर शिप बिल्डिंग, मोबिलिटी और क्लीन एनर्जी में नई ग्लोबल लीडरशिप तैयार करे। जहां भारत और जापान के स्टार्टअप से एआई, क्वांटम और बायोटेक में विश्व के नेक्स्ट जनरेशन सॉल्यूशंस आए और एरोस्पेस और डिफेंस में अभूतपूर्व सहयोग से हम ग्लोबल सिक्योरिटी में योगदान मजबूत करें। फ्रेंड्स, आइए ट्रस्ट और ऑप्टिमिज्म से भरी इस साझेदारी से म्यूचुअल ग्रोथ और ग्लोबल गुड का मार्ग प्रशस्त करें। जैसे टोयोटा वाले कहते हैं, आइए मिलकर लेट अस गो प्लेसेस। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request your attention as their excellencies will now depart the venue. May I kindly request everyone to remain seated and join us in a huge round of applause as they take their leave.
So viewers, that was Prime Minister Modi's remarks during the India-Japan Joint Economic Forum, whereas he said that India can surpass 10 trillion yen investment, and the India-Japan partnership is to focus on the shipbuilding mobility. And also this partnership will focus on clean energy and AI, and that was Prime Minister Modi addressing the media at the India-Japan Joint Economic Forum, which is a big boost, for India and Japan trades. And he said that 12 years have been stronger than ever, and the Indo-Pacific region has been the key focus. And the Japan is to organize business, week, and India will be a part of Japan Business Week. And Japan-India partnership is also, at its prime, and partnership is to focus on the shipbuilding mobility. And I'm being joined by my colleague Rishabh Bhatnagar to give us more details.
Absolutely. This has been a very momentous sort of a visit that has come in from the Japanese Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi. Lots of very interesting areas of collaboration between India and Japan. A lot of sort of interesting MOUs that have been signed. Number one, of course, being the joint statement on artificial intelligence that has been signed between both the countries. What you also have is the first ever code development pact when it comes to defense. So what India and India and Japan will be doing together is a naval radio antenna project that they will be doing. Then there's the adoption of the joint roadmap on economic security. And this covers everything from chips to quantum computing as well as advanced materials. Those are all very interesting aspects that have been picked up as a result of this India-Japan partnership. Apart from that, you also have the next generation mobility partnership that has come in. This will cover everything from shipbuilding to aviation to logistics. So there's collaboration on that front as well. What we're picking up is that India is targeting roughly about 10 trillion yen of Japanese investment over the next decade. And what we're aiming for is to double the number of Japanese firms that are currently in India. So those are some figures that we're picking up when it comes to Japanese investment in India as well. There's, of course, going to be continued cooperation on batteries, nuclear energy, as well as green hydrogen. So those are the broad areas of collaboration we'll see coming up with India and Japan.
Right, Rishabh. Thank you so much for that. And in fact, viewers, Petroleum Ministry briefing is ongoing. Let's quickly cut across to that.
Unique technology and output efficient refinery. It also, I think, is important to look at the global context. Today, I think our refining capacity should be in the vicinity of something like 270 million metric tons per annum. We've got several projects which are under implementation. I did a review yesterday of our capital expenditure pertaining to this ministry and the public sector units. And I found that we have different projects, including refineries, which are at an advanced stage. And over the next 6 months to 2 years, they will be implemented. Those taken collectively would bring our refining capacity to about 300 million metric tons per annum. Now, this in and of itself, I think, is a noteworthy and remarkable figure. But if you see that in the context of what's happening in other parts of the world, it becomes, I think, more noteworthy. And let me not go into the statistics of this refinery. I'll come to that in a minute. The first point I would make is that the United States has not had a greenfield refinery for the last 50 years. There's been no new greenfield refinery product in the United States. Insofar as Europe is concerned, my recollection is that they are losing at the rate of 200,000 barrels of refining capacity per day. And I'm sure Rasal's note, which he has given here, will have. Yeah, it's here. It's 0.3. If you look at global refining landscape, yes, the first point is United States, no greenfield refinery for 50 years. Europe, the IEA is sourcing this information to the International Energy Agency, which is Paris-based. It says between 1 and 1.5 million barrels a day of European refining capacity at risk of closure by 2030, which is over 6 times the historic average annual closure rate of 220,000 barrels per day. So that 220,000 barrels per day closure of refining capacity is the current figure. And what the IAEA is saying that 6 times that amount. From 200,000 barrels per day loss of refining capacity, it could go up to 1.5 million barrels a day. Now, if you look at these figures, and I presume the researchers in these organizations, these are empirically verifiable facts. If 200,000 barrels per day refining capacity is being lost, that's a fact. I mean, you can't, put an interpretation on the figure. But whether the closure from now to 2030 will be 6 times is something you can logically argue. But if that is correct, and if you look at the other global picture, we can see that come 2030, there are likely to be 3 or 4 major refining hubs in the world. And India is certainly emerging. It's probably already the 3rd largest refining hub in the world. So I see smaller tin pot refineries closing down, global trade in hydrocarbons will be determined and very largely influenced by those countries which have a refining capacity. Now, since we are talking about refining capacity, let me also go into the second of the three topics I intended to cover today, which is the crisis post-Hormuz. Why did we do well? I think we did well. We came out of it without any closures, without any dryouts. Please ignore something that you may have seen on social media. These are interested parties which deliberately put out planted news, yahan pe line lag gayi hai, because there's some people think that opportunities like this also provide openings for malpractice and black marketing, hoarding and so. But I want to put that aside. In a country of India's size, 1.5 billion population, 107,000 retail outlets that we have in the country, not one went dry. During an entire four-month period. I'm taking the reference period from 28 February 2026 to where are we now? We're at the beginning of July. So the entire month of March, April, May, June, 4 months, there were no dryouts. As I said, if there was a supply situation in one area, there are 4 pumps for a few hours, one didn't have. Those are possible any time. I mean, you can have a short circuit somewhere, you can have another problem. But by and large, there was no disruption or shortage or queues. I saw some pictures of queues in a place and I inquired and I realized what has happened. I mean, sometimes even people working in the system try to take advantage by, artificially generating a climate. Arey, band hone laga. I'll give you the example of somebody I know lives in Gurugram. They live in a multi-rise building and they told me that we've just ordered 5 LPG cylinders. I said, why did you do that? Your building has pipe gas. He said, no, just in case. Now, this just in case is something that if Pallavi files a story that shortage hone wali hai, many of you will retweet that story, you'll get 1 million views. It turned out to say that, well, so-and-so told me, so I filed it. So there was a big line somewhere. I said, there shouldn't be a line on LPG. Because LPG booking is done on the online. And I think, Sujata, you're about 98%, 99%. So why should there be any line anywhere? So anyway, I'm going to put through all that. I want to come to any discussion on the energy situation in India, in my view, has to be on availability. And the second of those considerations is affordability. I have looked at the prices which obtained in petrol pumps and the period I've taken is June 22 to June 26, a 4-year period. The price of petrol in Delhi in June 22, that is 4 years ago, was 96 rupees 72 paise, and in June 26 it's 102 rupees and 12 paise. Now please, 4 years, and the total increase is 5.58%. In diesel, it is 6.23%. So I'm not amused, but I also, since I'm human, I also tend to get irritated sometimes. I'm not angry, but I get irritated when I see दुनिया के crude barrel था 128 रुपए का, वो 70 रुपए पे आ गया है, and when are prices coming down? So my first response to that, price never went up. There has been no increase in prices for the consumer for the simple reason that the Honorable Prime Minister on 3 occasions, November 21, 2021, May 2022 and 10th March 2026, he reduced the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The last reduction in excise duty on 10th March covered 10 rupees a litre on petrol and 10 rupees a litre on diesel. So instead of passing the increase on to the consumer, it is the budget and our system, fiscal system, which absorbed that increase. So please, there will be no increase. So all this, so now a legitimate question which you can ask, and many of you are asking, when are prices going to further come down? Now that, again, why I am so happy to have this and why we have given you so much detailed material. If you have even a nodding acquaintance with the functioning of oil companies, when most of you probably know more about their functioning than I do, then there are several steps involved. Whether the company is in the private sector, and we have two of them, or they are public sector entities, which we call oil marketing company, the procedure essentially involves sourcing crude at the point of production through the floating of a tender. Either it's on term basis or on spot basis, but there is a transparent process. Then you buy that, then along with that cost is the cost of insurance, cost of freight, then there is a refining margin, then there is a central excise duty, then there is a state VAT, and dealer's commission, etc.
So that was Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri briefing about the energy situation in India and how India has really cushioned the situation of the Hormuz and even the prices of the fuel prices as well. And moving on, viewers, Dalal Street has extended gains in trade today, and this has been supported by sustained buying in the IT stocks and even the broader markets. Nifty has held firm above 24,100 levels for most part of the day, while Sensex has also seen over 500 points rally on the expiry. And if you talk about the volatility, so that has also eased as India VIX has corrected over 7% in trade today. Now let me just bring in my colleague Parth for a complete market roundup.
Nifty closes in green, up almost 0.5% today. This was led by Infosys and TCS, both of which were the top gainers. Infosys seeing an uptick of 5.5%, while TCS gained over 4.5% today. On the broader market side, we saw Nifty Midcap 150 performing on a similar basis to Nifty, gaining almost 0.5% today, led by Exide Industries and Sona BLW. Both of these stocks saw an uptick of over 7% today. On the other side, Nifty Small Cap 250 outperformed the benchmark, gaining over 1%, led by Zensar Technologies and MapMy India. Zensar Technologies saw an uptick of over 11%, while MapMy India was up over 8.5% today. On the sectoral side, all of the sectors have closed in green except two sectors, which are Nifty PSU Bank and Nifty Bank. Nifty IT for a change was the top gaining sector of the day, gaining over 4.5%, led by Persistent Systems and Infosys, both of which saw an uptick of over 6% today. On the other side, Nifty PSU Bank was the top losing sector, losing almost 0.5% today. This was led by Bank of Baroda mainly because the stock saw a downtick of over 4.5%, and this fall was during the closing hours of the market. On the sectoral trend side, Nifty IT has snapped its 4-day losing streak, while Nifty Realty and Nifty Auto were up for the third consecutive day. Also, Nifty Metal has snapped its 2-day losing streak, while Nifty FMCG and Nifty Financial Services have gained for the second day in a row. Also, lastly, Nifty India Defence and Nifty Oil and Gas have also managed to close in green for the third consecutive day.
Thank you so much, Parth, for that. And in fact, we are switching gears now. India's movie exhibition business appears to be scripting a comeback. After years of pandemic disruptions and OTT concerns, multiplex operators are once again seeing the audiences flock to theatres again. So the Multiplex Association of India is saying that domestic box office collections have surged 21% annually in the first half of 2026. And this has been held by a diverse content slate and even strong demand across metros as well as smaller cities. But has the industry's business model fundamentally improved, or does long-term growth still hinge on blockbuster releases? Let's find out from Kamal Gyanchandani, President of the Multiplex Association of India. Welcome to the show, Kamal.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So, Kamal, you've reported a 21% jump in the box office collections, but how much of that growth really came from higher footfalls versus higher ticket prices? Are consumers, simply paying more, or are we having, are we genuinely seeing more people return to the theatres?
It's a broad split of about 50-50. So there is a 50% growth in the admissions, in the footfalls, and there has also been a growth in terms of ticket prices. So it's a combination of growth in footfalls as well as increase in ticket prices. It's not that the audiences are paying more, it's just that the films which were sort of not performing as per expectations in the past, since 2021, post-COVID.
Right.
More and more films which are mid-level between 100 crore to 200 crore, those films have started performing in a much more sustainable, consistent fashion, and they tend to have a higher ticket price.
All
So
right.
it's not like we are charging more, it's just that the films which tend to be a little more expensive are doing better at the box office, and that's contributing to the growth of average ticket price.
Right. So, Kamal, with occupancy improving and more films succeeding across languages, has the industry's profitability recovered to the pre-pandemic levels, or are exhibitors finally seeing some sort of meaningful operating leverage there, or are costs like rental, staffing, and maintenance still weighing on the margins because investors really care about EBITDA?
I think you'll have to wait for the operators who are listed, companies like PVR Inox, to come and report their numbers. So, we would not like to speak for individual companies. But at a very sort of high level, I would say that the cinema operators definitely have become much more efficient post-COVID. There has been a sustained reduction in all cost heads, not just rental and occupancy charges, but also on the people cost, the power cost, repair, maintenance, etc., etc. And also with resurgence in numbers, footfalls going up, ticket prices also climbing up steadily. I think almost all operators are profitable. Is the question. I think a better question would be whether we are back to the margins that we had pre-COVID. That I guess you'll have to look at each individual operator for an answer. But definitely as an industry, we are much more healthier, definitely more profitable than what we were last year or the year before that.
All right, all right. So, Kamal, does this kind of demand really justify another round of screen expansion? And how many new multiplexes or screens do you really see the industry adding over the next 2 to 3 years, particularly in Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets?
I think the industry, the multiplex segment, has been consistently adding 600, 700 screens on an average in the last 2-3 years. We expect this number to stay at this level, if not go up. India currently has close to 10,000 screens. Our estimate is that we have a capacity or potential to expand this number to at least 20,000. And obviously, India is not China, so we're not expecting this to happen over the next 2 or 3 years. But we do expect cinema operators to add screens on a consistent basis over the next 7-8 years and take the current number, which is 10,000, up to something around 17.5 to about 20,000 screens. But India continues to offer a lot of potential. We are terribly under-screened. And the headroom to add screens is there for many, many years.
Kamal. So, Kamal, a 21% jump certainly suggests that India's theatrical business is regaining the momentum. And the key question now is whether the industry can really convert stronger box office collections into sustained profitability, and even whether the upcoming release pipeline can really keep the audiences returning to cinemas. Thank you so much, Kamal, for joining us today, on our show and sharing your insights.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. So viewers, let's turn to Bengaluru now, where a deeply disturbing incident has put the spotlight on child safety. Toddlers between 2 and 3 years old were made to sit in the drum of a front-loading washing machine, water sprayed into their mouths with a toilet jet spray, and locked in bathrooms. And these were the inhuman punishments meted out at daycare center on the Capgemini campus, which has been shut after backlash over abusing children, which has surfaced. And FIR has been filed against 5 women of the daycare, and probe is underway. With that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition of Profit 360. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300
Hello and welcome to KYC. You are watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey. This is the show where I get you the hottest companies, and also if there's the alpha possible or not, I get you all of them. But today is a very interesting company and first time it's coming in KYC. But try to guess it before we start. The first hint is it's the largest stainless steel wire manufacturing company in India. Interesting, right? Let's take another hint. Try to guess this. This stock was recently listed, you could say it's just been 1.5 years, on July 10th, 2024. Let's talk about the price movement also. And recently there was a block where Malabar Fund, Invesco Mutual Fund added, and of course this happened last week itself. Also, the stock is up almost 60% from March lows. I'm sure you must be guessing it by now, but the entire picture is it's of course a wire company. That's the second part of the name as well. Company ka naam hai Bansal Wire Industries. This is the company which we are talking about, but why are we calling this company? What is so special about it? Try to understand that. The first question definitely is going to be on the FY27 outlook. Company is quite bullish on the ROC business going ahead and the cash flows improving as well. And this is a very good sign when the company is talking about numbers. The growth guidance for the high margin business as they're shifting from a commoditized wire to the specialized wire segment. Of course, there will be capex and expansion. We'll try to understand that story as well for Bansal Wires. And also, an important question to be asked would be, have the disruptions bottomed out? They had mentioned that in fourth quarter for both production and sales. Is that turning around? And of course, there might be an escalation cost hit in the first quarter. So these are the key questions we'll try to ask Bansal Wire, and of course the demand trends and client confidence, and the management would be coming in and he'll be speaking. Pranav Bansal, the MD and CEO, Bansal Wire Industries. Of course, it's a young generation, so it'll be pretty interesting to have this conversation with Pranav. But let's understand ye dhanda karti kya hai, Bansal Wire. It sounds quite simple, but is there something more to it? Of course, the company is a part of Bansal Group, which started in 1938. So they have a good standing in the market. This is the largest stainless steel wire manufacturing company. And if you go into more details, it's the second largest in terms of volume as well. And of course, this is the India I'm talking about. So they have a 7% market share. तो इस धंधे में अगर कंसोलिडेशन आता है तो इनको सबसे ज़्यादा बेनिफिट देखने मिलेगा. This of course caters to automotive, general engineering, infra, hardware and other sectors also. So there isn't much sector concentration as such, and I'll explain you that why this is important. And these are the other segments also where the company is giving services. Also 5,000 plus customers, 3,000 SKUs and 5 manufacturing facilities they have. Of course, the one mega facility in UP is also there. They are expanding into specialty wire segment, and इसमें भी अगर segments की बात करें तो bead wire, hose wire, IT, OT, steel cord, these are the special ones. That means high margin and even better ROC numbers can come from here. The manufacturing capacity is roughly 6.8 lakh million tons per annum. So of course there is a big capex barrier also when it comes in. Our company did a very interesting 5 Porter Forces model also, and so rarely I see that in investor presentations. Recent block deal, look at that, 3% stake, minimum public shareholding, 78% अब 75% stake आ गया है, and the buying has been really strong. HDFC, Invesco are there, but look at this name, Malabar India Fund. That's a pretty interesting fund, to be honest, taking a position in this company. But let's look at the other side of the story as well. How's the industry presence looking like? And it's equally distributed. There's no concentration of more than 25% in a sector. There's automotive, general engineering, infra, hardware. So you see there is a proper 360-degree kind of a diversification at play when it comes to the industry they are having exposure. So that's a good portion. Volume trends, that's pretty interesting. From June 24, I have taken this date because that's the time when the listing had happened. From there has been a serious improvement in the volume for their core business as well as value add. Look at that, the growth has been pretty strong. So these are the volume trends coming in for the stock. But what may work for the company? कैसे जो है stock के लिए positive pointers है ये strong buying from institutions, especially from DIs. They are lapping up big positions here. The focus is on higher margin products, and we'll try to understand, this entire picture about it and how does it change the financial profile of the company. And that's the next point which comes in. The operational and the financial parameters are improving. Working capital की बात करें या debt equity की बात करें, सारे ratios कम जो है improve कर रहे हैं, if you have to put it in that way. Valuations are attractive from what it was during the IPO and what it is now because there was a correction in the stock. Analysts remain bullish. 5 analysts track करते हैं, पांचों के पांचों का buy rating आया हुआ है. So this is a reason why it might work. Why it might not work? There are some pointers also. The production and sales disruption due to geopolitical concerns. Is it just going to impact the first quarter or will it cascade into the second quarter? That's the big question. And the impact of rising raw material costs. There is, of course, a little bit of lag, but maybe the Q1 might be hit. So we have given you both the pictures of the positive and the negative side for Bansal Wires, and I've rested my case to you. Let's see the KYC important ratings where we judge a company, and of course this includes income statement, balance sheet, cash flow. We get in the return ratios, especially ROC, and also there are other 4 rating parameters also, which includes the shareholding, street cred, valuations. We'll try to do it with its historic data which is there, but याद रखिए सिर्फ 1.5 साल का ही data है because it was listed in 2024 and the outlook as well. Let's start with income statement and see what's happening here, and largely be it revenue, EBITDA, PAT, all of them showing a good 3-year CAGR growth, 20% plus. And of course, the EBITDA and PAT is something which has shown a good momentum. So net, the numbers seem pretty strong. On the year basis, if you talk about YOY basis, the Q4 numbers are also good. And margins, let's see how things have panned out. And there's a history of the margins, the way they have moved. That was this commodity phase of that 5%. And now we are seeing a sustained 8% margin outlook coming in as they are focusing much more on the value addition portion. So will it become a 9 to 10% margin business? That's what we need to understand and ask the company. But as of now, it's in an uptrend. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up. Let's talk about balance sheet. I had mentioned you that the debt equity ratios are coming down. And look at the borrowing. That's also down, at around 552 odd crore rupees. It is a high working capital business when you anytime analyze these type of businesses. So as of now, the bank balances are not looking that favorable. It's pretty decent. So it has been put in a good manner when it comes to the management. So it's a thumbs up when it comes to the balance sheet. So income statement was good, balance sheet was good, but cash flow, is there a little bit of lumpiness at play? That's the question to be asked. But for the last 2 years, FY24 and 25, it was negative. That has turned positive, and this is a good sign for FY26. Net cash flow is largely flattish, and a good conversion has finally come in when it comes to Bansal Wires. So debt equity ratio improving and your cash flow is improving, and that's a healthy sign for a company to be analyzed. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. Apart from the basic numbers, let's talk about return ratios. And for a business like this, 15% is the average you should expect, and the company is doing that. But the company has made a big claim, of 27% ROC, which I'll of course explain you those numbers, but it has held its ground. Now, when does it go up? That's something we need to watch out for. So as of now, let's keep it neutral when it comes to the return ratios for the ROCE. Shareholding, of course, from March 25, March 26, the numbers are there. Remember, there's a caveat. Promoters recently sold a block, and now it's at 75%, and the remaining 3% have been totally absorbed by the DIs. FIs, no major exposure yet, but look at DIs. 16% stake it was there. Now it's 17%, and of course, when the numbers come out, for the June, this number is going to be 20%. So DI's favorite stock, Bansal Wires. So it's a thumbs up when it comes to shareholding. Street cred is something we need to understand, but take it with a pinch of salt because सिर्फ 18 महीना का इनका history है. From the IPO price, it is just flat. So if you have come in the IPO, technically you haven't made money yet. That's a little bit of concern. But of course, on a short-term basis, from March lows, the stock is up 60%. Concern coming from 2025 high and 2024 high. These highs I have taken, it's still down. One is down 24%, another is down 14%. So a lot of mixed, reviews coming in. If you are a trader, you made money. If you are a long-term investor or maybe from the IPO, well, you need to wait more, I guess. So it's a neutral rating for street cred as well. Let me get you the valuations and understand how this dynamics work. The 2024 peak, during this IPO, there was a big craze, momentum was there. Maybe there was industry tailwinds also, sentiment was good. But after that, the sentiment kind of peaked and then it came down. The average is 26 times in the 2 years I have taken. These are the 12-month forward P ratios, and currently it's evenly priced at 25 times right now. Whether it's quite cheap or not, that I'll let you decide that, because as of now it still looks neutral to me and not very attractive in terms of valuation, because the perception has changed of the market, what was there in 24 and what is there right now. Let's look at the outlook and see whether the story changes or not. Largely, they are decommoditizing their product portfolio, and this is coming through the specialty wire segment. That's what you're seeing, an up move in their margins. A 600 crore plus positive operating cash flow. That's a very important statement from the company. They had given that in the fourth quarter, and 25% ROCE. Current ROCE numbers, if you look at it, it's at 15 to 17. So that's a very significant jump, something which they are targeting. But how does that happen? That we need to ask the management. And lastly, the production and sales. Is there impact happening due to disruptions? And of course, the rising costs. That's also a big question to be asked. But right now, let's give it a neutral rating, with the long-term story looks strong. Short-term, there is volatility. But let me give you the entire picture for the KYC ratings. See, company की पूरी rate card या report card क्या है? Let's talk about it. These three basic numbers are really strong, at least for the company or the industry which they are in. They're a market leader, so the market share gain benefits is always there for them. Let's look at the other key rating parameters, and a concern definitely is little bit there on the street cred, especially for the IPO shareholders. I understand that, and that's the reason why I have called this company also, to understand what's the next leg of the story of Bansal Wires. Shareholding is pretty strong as DIs and smart money are lapping up. Technically, they are buying the company currently at the IPO price, at least in the recent block. So the total rating parameter for Bansal Wires, please note it down, it's 6 out of 8. It's largely better than the average numbers which we generally give in KYC. But let's try to understand what's the next story here. And that will be done by Pranav Bansal. He's the MD and CEO of this company. But interesting tidbit about him, of course, he's a new gen entrepreneur. He joined the company in 2015 and he became the MD as well as the CEO in the year 2022. We are joined in by Pranav Bansal, the MD and CEO at Bansal Wire Industries. Good afternoon, Pranav. It's always a pleasure to have you. And this is for the first time the company is coming in KYC. I would like to start with the guidances which you have given and the way the changes have happened in your financial numbers. And it seems like there is a turnaround at play. Outlook on ROCs and cash flows, why so better outlook coming in for FY27? And is there a chance of an upgrade now as the global situations kind of sort themselves?
So yeah, I think now after the first quarter or towards the end of the first quarter, I think we have now back to normal. So we are back on our target of 20% growth. Of course, we have done a lot on ROCs and cash flows. Those are definitely getting better. Our target for this year for ROC was about 350 crores, and last year was 250, against which we did 330. So this year, we should also be in a similar range. We should go to about 400 crores in cash flow this year, and ROC definitely will improve. Our long-term target for ROC is 25%, and we will get there.
Right, but give me a little bit of explanation in detail about the high margin business, the way you're moving towards the high margin wire segment. What's the growth guidance looking like, and is there any more details to that?
Sure. So in the first quarter, we have actually got our first trial order of one of our main product, which was steel cord in the specialty wire vertical. Those are the high margin businesses that we are discussing. We've been working on this for the last 2 years. We've set up a pilot project of steel cord about 2 years back. So this has been a good breakthrough. Once this goes, there'll be 2 to 3 stages after this, and we will be looking at commercialization. Once we do that, we are looking at a 2 lakh ton kind of a target that we have, and we should get there. This is a good potential product. This will take our company to a very different level.
Right. Of course, these products we talk about, the ROC numbers you have given, they are moving towards the high margin portions. But let's just understand, there are so many categories you are having exposure to. Just wanted to understand what the demand trends and the client confidence looking like, and which other categories which are actually showing a really good demand. There are like 7-8 categories which which is there, which we are tracking right now for Bansal Wire. So Pranav wanted to get some light on that as well.
Sure. So as a strategy, we have a de-risking strategy for at least our customer centration is that even today, if you look at our numbers, we have about 5,000 customers. The largest customer that we'll have is less than 5% of my total sale. Similarly, we are there in a lot of different industries like automotive, general engineering, infra, and no industry for me is more than 25% of my total sale, which is a strategy that has worked well for us. And this is the reason why we have been able to consistently grow at 20% in the last 20 years also. And this is a main strategy that we'll follow even for the coming years. Today, after the first quarter, I would say that, almost all our industries are back on track. Automotive has been doing well even in Q1, but other industries like general engineering, hardware, consumer durables, even those industries we are seeing a good demand from. And this is what gives me confidence of a 20% growth even this year, at least for the last 3 quarters.
Right. So just talking about the first quarter, which is just about to be over, or it's actually over, there was a little bit of concern on the rising escalation costs. Now, explain me the model. It is going to be a hit in the cost this quarter. I don't want any numbers from you. Or is there any kind of, cost pass-through also, or does it come with a lag?
Yeah. So as a strategy, we already operate on a cost plus model, wherein any increase and decrease that I get in my raw material is passed on to the customer. Therefore, that way we are safe. But yes, of course, in Q1, we had a different degrees of other consumable like gas, which has been passed on with a 35 to 45 days lag. So as a company, we took a decision not to pass on any increase and decrease in the confirmed orders. Therefore, there's a lag of 35-40 days, which was over by, let's say, 15th of May. So after 15th of May, I would say that we are back on our regular EBITDA margins.
Fair enough. So a little bit of a margin impact might be there in the first quarter. I'm just doing a little bit of maths and just trying to explain. But can you explain me the capex and the expansion plans? Because of course you will be generating a good cash flow at the end of FY27. But with that cash flow, planning to deploy anything in capex or looking at any ancillary acquisition around your industry?
So to understand this, what we have done in the last 1 year is that we've changed our complete strategy in terms of cash flow. As a company, we have never been a cash generating company. But last year we generated about 330 crores of cash. This is to create a self-sustaining business model wherein we are able to grow at 20% with our own internal accruals. So even for example, this year we require about 2 to 250 crores of capex to be done to grow at 20%. More than that, we will get from our internal accruals. So as a company, we should be able to grow at 20% by investing 200 to 50 crores a year through our own accruals.
Fair enough. And the way the product which you are in, you are literally a market leader with almost, 7% market share coming. Any kind of targets which is coming in, because a lot of, geopolitical issues happened domestically. Also, some of your unorganized competitors did close down. That's what my channel checks suggest. Are you looking at market share gains right now?
Yes, definitely. I mean, the industry in which we're in, although it is a very big and a large industry and it grows at about 7-8%, but as a company, we've been growing at 20%. So every year, our thought process is to gain market share. This year, as well as the year after this, this is the strategy. And because we've been in this industry for about 85 years now, so we have a lot of experience. Our customers knows us, the segment knows us. We have a lot of infrastructure positivities ecosystem that has been developed. So it is, I think this is one of the reasons why we've been able to do this, and we will continue doing this.
Pranav, now since you have quite old setup, established player you are, also now the cash flows are improving. Is it the right time to talk about the R&D, the strategic tie-up, or getting a global player on board with you? Because I feel like the company might go to the next level with that. Is there any views on that now, Pranav?
So honestly, we do almost all specialized products that there are in this industry. The only one product that was left was steel cord, which we have now started. And for that also, we do not have to get into a technical tie-up because we have a good R&D setup already. We invest heavily in R&D every year. Even this year, we came out with 200 new products for this year alone. And this is our target. Our internal target now is to come out with 20 products every month. So that's about 250 products a year. So honestly, I think we are good on that part. We already are the most diversified. So being all of this, we still have 7-8% market share, which means that we have a long way to grow even in this industry in the current products.
Fair enough. You have given us a full 360-degree angle on the entire setup of what Bansal Wire is, which industry they are in, and maybe the future, how it looks like, and of course the short-term basis also. Entire picture has been put. Thanks a lot, Pranav, for your views for the company and the industry as a whole. It was a pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. So that's the management of Bansal Wires. No doubt we can see a lot of DIs are lapping up, and interestingly the stock's IPO price is near its IPO price. So maybe valuations might be attractive. So interesting stories like this. Stay tuned to KYC and keep watching NDTV Profit.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I'm looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.